Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre sets the stage for the pinnacle event of the Summer of Arts calendar, the 94th Australian Athletics Championships. Hello and welcome, I'm Matt Lynch and we're here for 3 cracking days of action at the 94th Australian Athletics Championships. It's the wrap-up of the multi-event championships and it's also the nomination trials for the 2016 Olympic Games, and also a chance for our para-athletes to get out there and maybe get some qualifying times for the Paralympics later on in Rio de Janeiro. Joining me in commentary, we've got 4-time Olympian Benita Willis, and out on the track, as always, Mossy and Robbo getting amongst the action. Now, Benita, it is finals time tonight. What are you looking forward to?
Oh, first of all, the women's 5K final. It's going to be a fantastic race. I think Millie Clark, who's really up and coming and rising through the distance running ranks, she's qualified for the marathon for the Olympics. I think she's just come back from the half marathon world champs. I think she's going to be a factor, as well as Jen Cars and also Vic Mitchell have qualified for the 3K steeplechase. So that'll be a great race. The men's 10K walk with Dane Bird-Smith, Queenslander, 8th at the world champs last year. He'll be fantastic as well. And I want to see a fellow Queenslander do well. And also we've got the heats of the women's 800. And Tamsin Lewis-Manal, like, she is a legend of our sport. And she's won close to 20 national titles, which is just amazing. And she hasn't run all season. She's raced very well, but not against these girls. And Selma Kayan, she'll be one to beat as well. She's been running really well over the season. So that race, and then the men's 1500 heats as well. We've got Luke Matthews backing up from the 800 heats last night against defending champion Ryan Gregson. So yeah, they're going to be fantastic races, and see who gets through for the finals. Yeah,
the track's going to be killing tonight, but we can't forget the field, and we've got Mossy and Robbo. They're going to be right in the thick of the action. Robbo, what are you looking forward to tonight?
Yeah, thanks very much, Lynchy. Super excited to be here. Look, I'm looking forward to some of the multi-events. You mentioned those coming to a conclusion here tonight, the women's heptathlon, the men's decathlon as well. And look for Cedric Dubler. Something very, very special is brewing there, and likely, I will say, at this stage, an Olympic qualifier for him, the 21-year-old Queenslander. So he is on fire. With the para-athletes, I think there's going to be some very exciting races on the track tonight. The Ambulant 1500 metres in particular. Now, you've got Dion Kenzie in there, and you've also got Michael Roger. When those guys are on the track, there's every chance that you can get a world record. So it's pretty exciting. Throw in there Jared Clifford as well, the youngster who did so well over in Perth to actually upstage some of the able-bodied guys, and I know he'll be out to get some more scalps here tonight. Mossy, we've got you out in the field, and what are you looking forward to?
Well, it's all about the ball and chain tonight. We've got the men's hammer throw, reigning champion Matt Denny. Can he go back-to-back? We've also got Ned Weatherly. He won the junior national championships, the under-20. He's absolutely psyched to get himself on the podium, and Hugh Peacock with the big Ned Kelly beard as well. So it's going to be lots of action out there in the men's hammer throw. That's what I'm looking forward to, Lynchy.
Mate, there's a lot going on. It's only the beginning. This is day one. We've got the Australian National Championships.
Sydney Olympic Park. Get into life.
Look at this, we are here at the 94 Australian Athletics Championships. We're underway in the event, the 1500 metres Ambulant for men. We've got Dion Kenzie, Thomas Goodman, Will Howard, Amakai Borden, Jared Clifford, Kyle McIntosh, Brad Scott, Sam Harding, Aaron Burt and Timon Sideris. They're already on their way around. Leading the way is Jared Clifford. And I've got Benita next to me here in the booth. Benita, look at that form. Jared Clifford, he ran well over in Perth. We saw him at the Australian Junior Championships and he stepped up to the Opens.
Oh, he's striding out really well for straight off the start of the race as well. Looking good.
Very good. And we've also got up here joining us is the Para Development Officer for Athletics Australia, Brett Watton. Brett, talk us to some of these athletes who've had a bit to do with some of their preparation for this meet.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hot field we have here. Out the front there, you can see Jared Clifford, a T12 runner. He's chasing a qualifier for the Rio Paralympics, but also in there we've got the silver medalist from the London Games. We've been Brad Scott. We've also got Dion Kenzie, who's the current world record holder in his class. They're both in different classes. Brad's a T37, Dion's a T38. And just looking through the field here, you've also got Kyle McIntosh from New South Wales and Sam Harding, who will also be in the mix. So it's a very talented field here. Several guys going for several qualifiers for Rio.
Yeah, so it's not just whoever's going to win. There's obviously lots of little goals and little battles going in there. Most of them are running against the clock. We saw Jared, who's leading the way by quite some way here. He got a bronze over there in his age group. He's 19, born in 99, so he'd be in that under 18 age group. So we see a bit of movement down the back there. Dion Kenzie leading that small pack. McIntosh holding down the second position, but coming around with only 4:50 to go, and Jared Clifford is really stretching that lead.
I like watching these races where they're running against the clock because they just really have to absolutely do their best, and it doesn't come down to anything other than getting the best out of themselves on the day. So it's fantastic to watch and quite different to some of the other races that'll be run in the distance.
Jared Clifford went through there to Bell at he needs about a sub 60-second lap, I think, here.
Yeah, he needs 3:56.26 for the A. The B is 4 minutes, but he's done the B. He's chasing that A time, 3:56.26.
And it is a bit breezy out here too, so he's doing all the work by himself. He's done it from the start. We see some movements down there from the other runners in second and third. That's Dion Kenzie, world record holder, T38 class in third position. He's hunting down a few of those qualifiers as well.
And Jared probably will hang on here. He was a finalist in the Doha World Championships in October last year in the 5,000 metres, so he does have that strength. Just whether he can hold on in this breeze to get that sub 4 minute time.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tricky. He needs to come home really hard. I think the B qualifier's already in his hands. He might be able to get that as we see a bit of work down there. But Jared Clifford, the athlete from Victoria, he's only 17 years old, biting down to the line. Looks like we won't see a B qualifier today for Jared, but he's taken out the line honours. And a very fast finishing Dion Kenzie there, just from Sam Harding. Probably under the A as well. 4:16 for his classification, the T38 class. 4:16.69 was the time Dion was chasing there. So he's got that sorted. I think it was about a 4:08 there for that, mate. And we've got Kyle McIntosh there just crossing the line. But there's your race. First across the line, Jared Clifford. Robbo had a chat with him over in Perth. Still see these guys always pushing for the line. Remember, it isn't the first over the line who takes it out. And that's Aaron Bird crossing the line there. Amakai Borden. Thomas Goodwin coming across there, T37 competitor. And just coming across now, Will Howard. Also another T37, so crossing there just outside 4:30 for those guys, which was the B for Rio. So still very excellent times for those two, just there at the finishing. Now we have Timan Sidiris from South Australia coming across, TF20 competitor. You mentioned Jared Clifford spoke to Robbo in Perth there at the Australian Junior Champs. He actually placed bronze in the under 20 1500 metres. So not just a talent in the Paris, but very talented in the able-bods as well. Yeah, good to see him stepping up and obviously chasing. He said he wasn't used to such a clean race running with the able bodies out there. Yeah, normally he is stuck in the middle of a pack and can get pushed around a bit. He's a small runner, and he can run with a guide, but he chooses to run without a guide. So he does get pushed around just a bit. And we've got Robbo down trackside with your winner of that race, Jared Clifford. Robbo.
Thank you very much, Lynchy. Yeah, it's only been a couple of weeks since we last caught up over in Perth, mate, and you got the bronze, as the guys mentioned, over there. But, mate, how was it tonight? You had to do it solo.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, running by yourself whenever is always a tough gig. So today was, just one of those tough runs that you just got to get through. So I did my best. Yeah,
you've got the B qualifier in the back pocket already. How far off do you think, if we get the conditions right, we get some pacing right, how far off do you think you are from that, getting that 3:56?
I think I'm very close. My splits in training show I'm close. I just got to get in the right race, right conditions, and hopefully soon.
Well done, mate. One thing you have managed to achieve tonight, the most attractive coloured singlet on top on the track tonight. So well done, mate. You've taken that out. But thanks again, Jared Clifford. All the best with getting that A qualifier.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for that.
There you go. Jared Clifford, back up to you, Lynchy. Can you match that singlet?
I actually have that singlet at home. I can match that perfectly. I've got the exact singlet. But there's your official results there. First across the line, Jared Clifford, 4:03.11. Dion Kenzie, well under that qualifier he needed, 4:08.16. Sam Harding, third across the line, 4:08.41. And Brad Scott, the silver medalist in London, 4:17. Now we're going to have to wait to see their percentages. To see, looks like Brad Scott there getting under the A qualifier. Just inside that A of 4:18.69. So a good run for Brad as well. Excellent work out there for the first event on the stream for the 2016 National Championships, the Australian Athletics Championships. You see, look at that brand new blue track. It's looking very, very fine. I haven't been back since it's been blue, and it looks good. New South Wales is blue.
I heard some reports that the lane 1 might be a little bit soft for some of the people chasing fast times in distance races, but I think they'll wear it all down, and looks to be good. Don't know about the birds running into the blue track, thinking it's water.
Yeah, no, there was rumours that I think when Melbourne was getting sorted out, there was complaints that maybe some birds might fly into the track thinking it's a lake. And that's definitely probably not going to happen. But over the back straight, we've got the hammer throw starting. We've got 11 in that race. Jack Dalton, William Brown, Warren Button, Hugh Peacock, Todd Bates, Nathan Wilkins, Ned Weatherly, Matt Denny, Matt Bloxham, Costa Kusparis, and Justin Andre. As our first athlete waiting to get into the circle to start off our competition, Jack Dalton. Got a few athletes here who have already qualified for the World Under-20 Championships. Nathan Wilkins and Ned Weatherly, they've been selected to throw in Bidgosh out in June and July. And some athletes who went to the last World Junior Championships, back when it was called the World Junior Championships, Matt Denny, Costa Kusparis. They went to Eugene in 2014. So it's good to see these junior athletes really staying in the event and coming through. And I think Jack Dalton actually qualified for the 2012 World Under-20 Championships back in the day. Just getting injured and unfortunately not being able to throw there, but good to see him back, and looks like it's launching it a long way out there. Just under that 65-metre mark. Olympic qualifier 77 metres. So you're going to have to see some very, very big throws from these boys. I think Matt Denny, if anyone's going to do it, Matt Denny can do it, but he'll need a PB up in the multiple metres to get up past that 77.
Yeah, I still remember those Stewie Rendell days from over 10 years ago where that guy was just smashing them out there all the time. And I think we've just got to get these hammer throwers back up to a good level, but fantastic to see them up there.
And on the track now, that is the women's ambulant 1,500 metres. There's 3 starters in that race: Alicia Burt, Belinda Scott, and Kirsty Newcomb. That's Belinda Scott from New South Wales out there currently in the lead.
Yeah, you have Alicia Burt. She took out the 800 yesterday. Belinda Scott, same thing. Went out very hard in the opening laps, and then Burt reeled her in, as you can see here as they come up. 2 laps to go. Burt just overtaking now. Both of those T20 competitors, both like their distance events. So same medal order, here we are. Burt moving into the lead from Scott.
So that would, yeah, so Belinda Scott really needs to start pushing the pace if she wants to obviously get 1 medal ahead.
We also have, just don't forget, they are running against the world record times. They are being compared to the world record for their class. So Kirsty Newcomb, she's a T38 competitor. So even though, again, as we said, she may finish 3rd across the line, when they do revert those percentages to the world record time, she may finish ahead in the medals.
So it is a race. It's almost a time trial, an individual time trial there for these 3 athletes. Belinda Scott, only youngster, only 15 this year, so hopefully can use this experience and have a long career.
Hoping aspirations for Australian teams. I know she's done the State Juniors, Opens, Australian Juniors, now the Australian Open. She got an international classification sorted this year, which you have to do as a prerequisite to represent your country. So I think down the track, that's something that she's looking at. And probably in the 1,500 metres, that's the event they currently offer for the T20 competitors at that international level, as they don't currently offer every event just due to the large number. We have 29 classifications in Australia, and they run through them at an international level. So you can just imagine trying to run 29 100s for the males and 29 for the female, plus every other event. They just can't do it. So they have a formula with the IPC where they work out what events they're going to hold at a championships, and then they put that in place. So one of them is the 1,500.
Is there an age limit to when they can get internationally classified?
It is. It's a bit younger than, representing your country in an able bod. You can represent from 13, 9 months. So 14-year-olds can get out there and compete. I remember one year, Carly Salmon, as a 14-year-old, picking up a bronze medal in the 200 at Lyon.
And then Isis Holt,
world champion at that age as well.
See there, Burt getting the bell. Matt Denny not yet in the circle. He'll be throwing 8th. He'll have Ned Weatherly and Nate Wilkins throwing before him. There's the boys. Costa Kusparis Sitting down there. He's obviously got himself a nice haircut just before the National Championships. Looking fresh for the hammer. Alicia Burt now 300 metres left. Racing against the clock. On the blue track here at Sydney Olympic Park, the 94th Australian Athletics Championships.
It looks a bit of wind out there, but it looks a bit swirly as well, so I'm not sure that it's too much of a deterrent, but certainly it's not perfect conditions for these 1500 runners.
We did see earlier today there were some tailwinds for a few of the multi-events earlier today, so hopefully that stays that way the whole weekend. We've got some sprints coming up a little bit later with some 400s as well. Usually when the sun sets, it does settle down a little bit. But here we can see Alicia Burt coming into the home straight for the final time.
Pretty close to her season's best here. She's run a 5:30 this year, so she's kept that form up even though the wind's been strong. And she's been running out the front of her own for the last lap and a half. She's just outside that. 5:30.29, I believe, has been her season's best this year. So you can see 5:32 as she goes across the line.
So at least got herself a silver medal, you'd think. She can only guarantee at least a silver.
Definitely.
And we'll have to wait to see what the third athlete there, Kirsty Newcomb, her fellow Victorian athlete. But Belinda Scott, T20 athlete from New South Wales, crossing the line, 5:53. And Newcomb now putting in a sprint finish, crossing the line third, but we'll have to wait again to see those percentages.
So it'll be pretty close here. I'm just having a look at world record times here, and you've got 5:28 for Kirsty Newcomb, and then the T20 world record at the moment, 4:23. So both fairly close to their times, their respective times. So it'll be interesting to see when they work out the percentages who comes out on top.
And we got Robbo downstairs. He looks like he's got a fair field. He looks like he's got the entire field down there, Robbo.
One of my goals tonight, Lynchy, was to interview an entire race, and it looks like that goal's going to come true very, very early. Leash Burt's taken out crossed the line first there tonight. We spoke to Jared a minute ago about being on your own in these 1500 metre races. How was it for you tonight?
Yeah, it was all right. A bit windy though.
What about you girls coming through as well? You had to sort of run your own solo races. How was it from your perspective?
Pretty tough, but we just got to chase a few times.
Yeah. And what about yourself?
I got record. I got 5 minutes 52. I did it. My mum and me, Daddy. I did it. Got my coach, Deb Walsh. She made me very happy. I was faster in the first lap, and I did pretty well. And I did pretty good.
Great stuff. What about that, folks? Sensational emotions there. That's what we love to see. Well done, girls. I'm going to let you go and rest up now and get ready for your next event. I'm going to throw it back up to you, Lynchy.
Thank you, Robbo. She's absolutely stoked about her race. It's good to see that kind of elation out there from Belinda Scott from New South Wales. There's those official results. That's their times, 5:32 for Alicia Burt, 5:53.19 Belinda Scott. And you can just a tick over 6 minutes there, 6:04.36. So we'll have to wait until we see those percentages before we see where the medals are heading.
Just looking off that, might be tight between the silver and bronze there, I think. I think Burt may have tied up the gold if I just sort of did a quick calculation in my head, and then possibly between Newcomb for the silver medal there with Scott.
We've got the 800 metre women heptathlon down there on the track, and Lynchy's got the start list here. We have...
It's not a bad throw there from Matt Denny, getting it over. Getting it out to that 70 metre mark there. Very, very handy. This is our first of the women's 800 metre heptathlon, the final event. Looks like they've split it up there. We had 18 starters. And on the outside there, we've got the camera on Adriana Blackwood. The crowd now starting to come in, getting down on the front straight. We've got some long jumpers warming up in front of us as well, on the front straight and the back straight. They've got their qualifying on. Yeah, that's right. So the top 9 will be in that next heat. But from the inside, got Abigail Rothery, Ruby Holton, Jane Stockley, Joanne Waring, Vicky Clark, Natalie Laurie, Alana Whitnell, Natalie Booth and Adriana Blackwood. As they cross down the back straight, looks like Natalie Laurie taking it out very quickly at the moment. Remember, they are just all running for points. So this could move them up into that top echelon of runners there. Alana Whitnell in second place. There's your start list. They're going through that first 800 metres. Rothery, Holton, Stockley, Waring, Clark, Laurie, Whitnell, Booth and Blackwood. And there's a Victorian Laurie out in front. This is always the toughest way to finish a multi-event. They decide to make the girls do the 8. Boys will do a 1,500 metres later on. We've got Laurie there, the Victorian with a strong lead. Whitnell, then the New Zealander. Blackwood tucked in behind her and Joanne Waring just behind her. The other New Zealander, Booth. But it's Laurie at the moment as the bell goes. She's really starting to stretch her lead. Waring now looks like she's moving around the shoulder of Whitnell. Tucked in behind her, the 2 New Zealanders. This is a battle for the minor places at the moment. This is 18th to 10th place. It's like Laurie, they're starting to tire a little bit. This pack of 4, no one's really making a move out of those athletes just yet. 200 metres to go. And it's still Laurie, the Victorian, Waring, and it looks like the New Zealander there, Ariana Blackwood, now starting to turn on the pace. She certainly has turned on the pace. Ariana Blackwood from New Zealand, with about 180 metres to go, just flicked the switch, and she is flying away from the field now. With a very strong lead, starting to tire, but that lead is unassailable. Joanne Waring now moving into second place, but Ariana Blackwood just tightening up a little bit in those final few strides. But she'll take a line on. It's 2:22. Waring in second, Laurie third, Whitnell holding on for fourth, and Booth, the other New Zealander, fifth across the line.
As you can see, I think a lot of these heptathletes, they find the 800 one of the hardest events. And they're just, yeah, you see them always lying on the ground there on the track, and they're just pumped to be finished.
It's been a long 2 days. They started yesterday morning. And there's our New Zealand visitor, Ariana Blackwood. Really just working hard. May have gone a little bit early, but did enough work in those stages there with about 200 metres to go. Just getting very, very close there. And we've got Robbo down trackside with the New Zealander, Ariana Blackwood.
Thank you very much, Lynchy. Yes, I certainly do. She's just telling me heading for hopefully a PB there. She's come first across the line in that race. But tell us how it was, Ariana.
It was a bit hard. Like, the back straight in the final lap was a bit cramped, but just tried to make it up in the final straight.
Well done. And what's going to happen next? You've done 7 events in 2 days. What's on for tomorrow?
Look around Sydney a bit. See what's up.
Very good. We'll let you enjoy this next one. Well done once again, Lynchy. Quick little bit of information about this next one. So there's only 1 point in it as we go into the final event here of the women's heptathlon. Sophie Stanwell with a 1 point advantage over Cassie. So we're going to see basically the gold medal handed out to whoever can finish first out of those 2, heading for about 5,500 points. So a little bit under what the Rio qualifier is, but let's see how this race is going to go.
Thank you, Robbo. We're going to go to a very quick break. We'll be back with plenty more action at the 94th Australian Athletics Championships.
Get into life.
Straight into the action there from the inside. Stanwell, Lawson, Harper, Hiscox, Simmons, Heading, Redingis, Stasizian and Evans. And like we said before, from Robbo, Sophie Stanwell, 4th at the 2014 Commonwealth Games, only a 1-point lead. Cassie Simmons, who was our 2014 World Junior representative. It looks like Sophie there does have a pretty handy PB in the 800. Looks like she is taking control of this race from the front. Cassie has to win. Well, doesn't have to win, sorry. She has to beat Sophie, but at the moment, Sophie's got a very strong lead there.
Yeah, these races are tough to win from the front as well, so this is going to be a fantastic race if she can pull it off. But she's gone for it, and that's what you've got to do in this 800 in the heptathlon.
That's right. She's not looking to just protect her lead, but she's looking for a great time and a big point score. But that's Sophie Stanwell. She's going to lead them through in the first lap. Tucked in behind her, the Western Australian Kiara Dingus and Jessie Harper, as well as Madeline Lawson. We see Cassie Simmons there's in 8th at the moment, moving into 7th. But it's a long way back. She's got to claw back another 30, 40 metres now. Sophie's very strong in these later stages. We heard from our New Zealand visit at the back straight was pretty tough. The wind is good for the sprinters, but the back straight not very good at the moment. And that's Sophie. She's been a little bit injured since Commonwealth Games in 2014, and I'm sure she'd enjoy taking out this national title. Cassie Simmons there, 2nd place coming into this event by 1 point. Looks like she might be settling for silver. She's only got 200 metres to go, but we see a move there from the Western Australia, Kiara Dingus. Now really starting to stride out. She wants the victory in this 800. It is all for points, ladies and gentlemen. Stanwell finding something on the outside. Can she do enough? It looks like the Western Australian might have gone too early, and Sophie's found another gear. And she will take it out to 18-18. Redingus 2nd across the line. Jessie Harper in 3rd place. Madeline Lawson there finishing on the outside. Kobe Evans and a fast finishing Cassie Simmons.
I see that fight back by Sophie Stanwell in that final 50 metres. Like, that doesn't happen that often in 800. So what a fantastic race. And it's really hard in this final straight to come past someone that's already just passed you and having led the whole race. So fantastic.
Yeah, she definitely found another gear. As we go to the replay, there's Kiara Dingus just coming out wide. And it looked like Sophie was done here, but she moved out wide and just found that extra gear. She mustn't have kicked yet. And just found enough. It's only in those last few stages where she found that little bit of energy there.
What a finish.
She dug deep, crossing the line to 18-18. And we've got Robbo is having a seat down there with Sophie Stanwell. Robbo.
Thanks very much, Lynchy. Yeah, I'm propping her up here. The girl from Georgetown up in Newcastle, the Hunter, she has done the business here today. She's catching her breath. That's what 7 events in 2 days does to you. Soph, we saw you in Canberra down there, about a month or so ago. Things didn't go quite the way you wanted to, but comment about how that last couple of days has gone for you.
Yeah, it's a step forward. I've definitely not anticipated what having a year away from competition will do to you. So I think I lost my competition groove for a while, but I think it's getting back there.
2:18 on that 800 metres to finish there. Roughly what sort of points are we looking at there? 5,500?
Yeah, probably close to 6, 5, 6.
Yeah, cool.
So that's like a step up from what I did 2 months ago. Keep building.
Excellent. I'm sure you will. All the best chasing those extra points. Back up to you, Lynchy.
Thank you. As you see Matt Denny there getting into the circle for his 2nd round throw. Leads with 68.44. He's ripped another one out there. Looks like it might have caught the cage a little bit. That's not going to be as good as his first throw, but he'll still hold the lead. The athletes out there measuring it. Step away from the multis very shortly as we see some of our sprinters walking around the back straight. We've got the heats of the women's 100, followed by the heats of the men's. They'll have 3 rounds. They'll come back tomorrow for the semi and the final. Big fields too. 6 heats of the women's, 6 heats of the men's. It's good to see the sprinters really turning up. Plenty of athletes represented here. A lot from, obviously, around Australia. We've got a lot of New Zealanders, some Japanese athletes, and some athletes from India. And some of our Pacific Islands as well, featured in both the men's and the women's. Just going through their final preparations down there on the blocks. With 6 heats, it'll be the top 3 from each heat, followed by the next 6 best times. And looks like these athletes are getting some good tailwinds at the moment. So we might see some fast times. Hoping to come back tomorrow, we might see some of these athletes have a dig and maybe do something very early. You can see Costa Cusparas stepping into the circle for his second round throw. Just a bit short on that one, just maybe over that 60-metre mark. Don't often see those throwers rocking splitties too often.
No, that's just for distance runners, isn't it?
Usually.
Oh, no,
And we're not too far away now from the start of the sprints on the program. The women's 100, 55 signed in. And there's your start list. Fiona Morrison, Jane Larkin, Lynette Viney, Melissa Breen, the reigning national champ, Hannah Gibbs, Megami Shimizu, Olivia Russo, Wendy Seegers, and Patricia Taia. So might see something special here. The wind is blowing all my paperwork around at the moment, so blowing the paperwork in the right direction for these sprinters. I might see them have a little bit of a dig here and get something fast. Olympic qualifier, 11:32. We've got our national record holder in the centre, Melissa Breen. There's Russo, Wendy Seegers. Wendy Seegers has a PB of 11:18. Went to the World Championships in 1999. Not in 11:18 form at the moment, but very, very quick. First 3 from each heat, plus the next 6 best times. So first 3 automatically through. Next 6 best times over the 6 heats. Getting their final introductions away from the in-stadium announcer. And it won't be too far away. Here we go. First heat of the women's 100. 6 heats. First 3 from each heat, plus the next 6 best times. Away clean in the first heat, and Breen getting an absolute smashing start there. The Japanese athlete Shimizu running well on her outside, but it's going to be Breen streaking away. It's a tough fight for that third automatic spot. 11:52, wind plus 1.4. Breen easily away into that. Semi-finals tomorrow evening.
She looks so fit. She's going to go well.
This is the time to be in shape. 11:51 there, the official. Megumi Shimizu from Japan, 11:86. But there's Breen getting a superb start there in the centre, and then just ran away with it. Japanese athlete will take that second place, and it's tight for that bronze, but we've got Robbo trackside with the winner of the first heat, Melissa Breen.
Thank you very much, Lynchy. Yeah, I've got Mel here back on the blue track, and 11:51 there to shake it out in the heat. How was it, Mel?
That actually felt pretty good, thanks. Yeah, it's a bit tricky out here with the winds today, so felt good at the start, then the gate open here lets the wind in, but it's a good start. Look forward to come back tomorrow.
What's it like coming back to a race where everyone starts at the same level? You had a good run down in stall again.
Yeah, I much prefer running when we all start on the same mark, but still was great. It's put me in good stead for this weekend, so I'm very happy.
Well done. We look forward to seeing you back out here running fast very, very soon.
Thank you.
Thanks, Litchi. Back up to you.
Thank you, Robbo. She must be happy to, not have to give so much away to the rest of the field. Tough work from stall, except when she was in the back markers race, she was way out in front, running against the other lads in that race as well. So a bit of both there. Hammer still in that early stages. We're only just into round 3.
Yeah, I like seeing sprinters like Melissa Breen doing stall because it just shakes things up a bit, and just running on different surfaces and things like that as well. I think that's something that just must keep it interesting and fun as well, and not always being, the one to chase down, but actually chasing people as well. So I think it's really good that she does that.
And it can help for your racing, obviously, with rounds. They're always pretty quick with their rounds down at stall, and it does help to relax when you are chasing. You might not get a good start all the time out here and when the pressure's on, but out there, you'll be chasing on, and the crowd there starting to really move in, getting themselves settled for the feast of action tonight. Friday night, second day of competition, the 94th Australian Athletics Championships. We've got heat 2 there on the blocks, the women's 100. Maisie Stevens, Kelsey Berryman, Rasvinda Gill, Emily Duve, Maddie Coates, Dominica Jenkins, Kendra Hubbard, Kira Womersley, Emily Coppins and Kayla Bunavicius. We've got an athlete in the centre of the field there, Maddie Coates, going to her second World Under-20 Championships. She got selected in the 200 over in Perth. She finished second behind Jess Thornton. There she is, very, very tall athlete in the centre of the field there. She went to Eugene as well for the 200, so she's going to a second one. Watch her come very late. Takes her a bit of time to unravel at the start, but will close very, very fast. Long striding. They're away there. A little bit of a stumble there from Coates. Emily Duve on her inside, but fast running there from the New Zealander, Kelsey Berryman in lane 2. She looks like she might take out lane on as Maddie Coates coming home hard, and Maisie Stevens. It's going to be Kelsey Berryman and Kendra Hubbard there up for second place. Maisie Stevens running well. Maddie Coates will have to wait for those fast automatic qualifiers, I think. Just left herself a little bit too much work to do. That's Kelsey Berryman, 11.82, taking it out. Maisie Stevens, 11.91. Kendra Hubbard, 11.94. See the athlete from lane 2 there, running very, very quick. Maisie Stevens, a youngster. She's only 16. Finishing very strong there and getting sub 12. The wind again, plus 1.4.
And some of these younger runners, they might find these first rounds at a national championships pretty tough because they might just get really nervous as well for the start. So it's interesting to see how they all go. But Melissa Breen, when you see her, she's a seasoned competitor and straight out there. Some of these younger ones, they do get a bit nervous, I reckon. It's good for them, though. It's good for them competing against the top girls and the older ones.
Yeah, definitely a lot less pressure on these athletes, these youngsters coming through. And it's good to see that they've kept themselves up. They've had the big juniors a couple of weeks ago, and must be hard to try and keep the mind and the body fresh to come and do opens, where obviously there's a lot less pressure and a lot less expectations. But it's good to see them putting themselves out of their comfort zone. Next up in the circle, Matt Denny leading the way, 68.44. His second round effort, just clipping the cage. You'll definitely want to get over that 70 metres. We've got Mossy down there right in the middle of the action at the hammer. Mossy.
Yes, that's right down here. As we just mentioned there, Matt Denny with a 68.48. Now, his PB's just slightly over 70, so he's got a little bit of room to move. So he's got plenty going on. But the Victorian champion and our national under-20s champion, Ned Weatherly, huge PB, 64.44. He just hit the netting, so he's had to forego that next chance of a PB. So Hugh Peacock, the next in line, 64.62. Now, he threw that in the third round. Straight away, Ned Weatherly, who is a character, turned to him and said, game on. It's all happening down here. It's one of the best vibes we've had all season. These guys are really G'ing each other up, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the next 3 rounds pan out. Back to you, Lynchy and Bonita.
Thank you, Mossy. Right in the depth of the action there with the hammer throwers. Hopefully keep an eye on the later rounds of those. It sounds like they're starting to heat up out in the cage. We've got Heat 3 now on the track. Katrina Takshi, Stacey Hearn, Stephanie Pollard, Christina Ashton, Larissa Pastanatsky, Ash Whitaker, Kana Ichikawa, Stephanie Power, and Eliza Wilson. Now on the outside, Whitaker getting a very good start. She's at Commonwealth Games represented in the 200. The Japanese runner Ichikana coming home strong. Patsnaski in the centre of the field. But Ash Whitaker, 11.63 win, plus 1.7. Kana Ishikawa and Larissa Patsnaski, they will be your automatic qualifiers from Heat 3 in the women's 100 metres. 11.62 the official time there. 11.70 for the Japanese athlete Ichikawa. You see Whitaker in the fluor orange top there, getting the best of the starts and then running away with it. The Japanese athlete fighting hard in those last stages, but Whitaker did enough work to take it out. And we've got Ash Whitaker now with Robbo trackside.
Thank you very much, Lynchy. Yes, 11.62 for Ash to progress through. And how was it for you there, Ash?
It's not too bad. My start wasn't very good, so definitely things to work on in the semi-final. Hope to go faster, but I'm happy with that opening.
Very good. Well, I'll let you go and rest up, get ready to prepare and go quicker in the next couple of rounds.
So, thank you.
There's Ash Whitaker. She's happy. And conditions still pretty good down here, Lynchy. 1.7 tailwind there. So hopefully it just stays at that nice, consistent level over the next few days for these sprinters, and we see some really fast runs.
Yeah, fingers crossed, Robbo. 1.4, 1.4, 1.7. It's pretty handy at the moment. If it stays around those times, oh, those wind conditions, very, very good. I don't know about the 400 boys and girls later on. I don't like a headwind down the back straight, but it's working all right for the sprinters at the moment.
Yeah. I think the distance runners like tailwinds on the finishing straight. But yeah, 400 runners, I don't know. If I was a 400 runner, I think I'd like the tailwind on the finishing straight. But
No.
the headwind on the back straight where you're out? Or?
You just can't go fast enough.
So, yeah, okay, so it's all about the speed in the first 200.
Yeah, you set it up. You're lactic enough anyway in the home straight. It doesn't matter what's going on. We see one of our Japanese athletes, Amada. We've got the long jump qualifications going on at the moment in front of us and over the back straight. So there's a lot happening here at the moment. They're all facing the right direction with that wind. There's the first one. We've got Vigano, Amada, Hayes, Tolman, Oya, Lapierre, Roper, Clark, Gill, James, Solomon, Gill, and Matrevsky. There we go. That's the first pit. There is another pit on the back straight, but I think Lapierre's already done that automatic qualifying spot. So this is just the qualifying. That will come back later on in the competition. So we've already had 2 athletes get over that automatic qualifying. Lapierre, 790, first jump, easy as you like, no stress for him. And Christopher Matrevsky, 770. So we've already had 2 automatically get that distance. And they'll come back later. Their night's done. We've got Heat 4 now lining up in the 100. From the inside, Daniela Roman, Ellie Graff, Sarah Busby, Nicole Berridge, Sharani Nanda, Nakano Hitomi, Christine Wern, Julia Phillips, Sophie McGovern. A fast start there from the Indian athlete Nanda. She won the 200 at the Perth Track Classic. Christine Wern running well as well, but Nanda, the Indian athlete, will take it out. And Daniela Roman on the inside, 11.59, the second fastest, of the day. The wind settling down a little bit, +1. Looks like Wern second place, and Daniela Roman from lane 2.
We've got a lot of internationals competing here as well, and we might have that chat a bit later about what we think about so many competing for the finals.
There we go. Look at Shabani Nanda from India just getting a killer start and just left everyone for dead there. Christine Wern closing hard, and Roman on the inside holding on for that third automatic position. Here we go. The sun is starting to set here. Daylight savings almost over, so Sunday it's a day session, so that won't worry us too much. Look at that, the beautiful blue track. It's fresh. And we've got Robbo down at trackside with a special guest. Robbo.
Certainly do, yeah. Big welcome back to the country, Fabrice Lapierre. He's been doing all sorts of wonderful things overseas in the last 6 months. But, mate, what's it like to be back on home soil?
Oh, I love it. You know, I love coming back to Sydney, especially this track. I grew up on this track, so it's always great to come back.
And tell us about the qualifying process here tonight. I believe you just got the one jump out.
Yeah, it was 760 today, so I moved my mark back a foot, and I was foot behind the board and got 790, so just nice and easy, so get ready for Sunday.
Now, we've seen you at previous championships with the Spider-Man suit on. Is that coming out again this weekend, or you got something else in store?
No, unfortunately, I haven't got nothing in store this weekend. No, sorry about that.
And final question, did you find a Nando's?
I did, yeah. There's one up the road from where I live, so I definitely got into that on Tuesday, yeah.
Very good, mate. Well, great to have you back. We can't wait to see you flying high and long when the final comes around.
Cheers. Thanks, mate. Thank you.
There you go. Fabrice Lapierre, absolute superstar. Back up to you, Lynchy.
Thanks, Robbo. I'm glad he found that Nando's. That's all that matters. Still got 2 more heats now of the women's 100. Next one, Jasmine Everett, Abby Tadeo, Toya Whistle, Zoe Hobbs, Mark Iwata, Carla Tucci, Brittany Burkett, Holly Bender, and Monica Vargo. We've got Roper on the runway now, hunting down that automatic qualifying spot. He's going through his last mental preparations. They're just fixing up the board. There was a foul the previous jump. They're just cleaning up the clay. So there might be a little bit of an issue with that board, so we may see a little bit of a hold. They haven't moved the cone yet for Darcy. Darcy's already been selected for the World Under-20 Championships in Poland, in Bydgoszcz. So he's got that sorted. Him and Shemaya James is out there as well at the moment. They're just putting the final touches to that clay. It must have been a big foul. They've messed up the board a little bit. So out there's heat 5. Some excellent split screen action here. Got the track, got the field going as well. So that was a bit of a mistake from Darcy there, trying to jump at the wrong time. And we'll go back to it when it's actually his turn. Well, fast start there from Abby Tadeo, getting out very quickly, taking Whistle out of the blocks, and the Japanese runner, Maki Wada, Hobbs in the centre, but Whistle now really striding out, too strong in those final stages. And it looks like Zoe Hobbs and Maki Wada there taking those first 3 spots, minus 0.2. So a little bit still at the moment, 11.59. Official winning time there for Whistle and Hobbs. 11.80, then 11.83 for Maki Wada. As we see Tadeo getting a super start, but once Whistle got into her running, she was just too strong and pulled away from the field. And the New Zealander, Zoe Hobbs, coming home late to just out-dip the Japanese visitor. Tadeo in 4th place. And we got Robbo trackside with the Queen of the Pacific, Toya Whistle.
Thank you very much, Lynchy. Yeah, Toya's down here, just getting a breath.
Well, I'm not from New South Wales. Shocked to hear that, but that's pretty good. But I think just fall behind on the block start to and pick up.
What will you work on in the semi, in the final?
Trying to next semis, try and get into finals.
Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect. We can't wait to see you go fast when that comes around. Well done once again. Toya Weasel, done and dusted. She's through, and up to you, Lynchy.
Thank you, Robbo. I can see why she's saying she's not from New South Wales. On her start list, it does say Toya Weasel, New South Wales. Obviously, NG athlete. See Roper. Now it's Roper's turn to jump. He was trying to jump out of turn before. Let's see if he can get out there. Looks like it's still the second round. He doesn't look too happy with that one. Just plonking down into the sand a little bit on that landing. It was right on the board, but...
Yeah, we'll see what that is. I came over this morning with his coach, Luke Donatini, from Brisbane there, and it's great for Darcy to be competing in this competition, and I know it's only the rounds, but yeah, they want it for the confidence as well, getting through.
That's right, and we are back to the track. The last heat of the women's 100 metres. Nodoka Seiko, Jessica Peris, Angela Burt, Sachi Kayama, Maria Riranui, Thomas and Clark, Sarah Blizzard, Ramakisha Rathanyaki, and Kiara Chambers.
And I just saw there Darcy Roper 7:41 for that jump.
He's definitely got plenty more left in the tank. He did injure himself over in Perth, so this is his first competition back. And it might take a few jumps just to get himself comfortable. Hopefully 7:41's enough to get him through to the finals tomorrow, or Sunday actually, I think.
And actually for the Sydney Track Classic, the wind was going the other way because they had all the sprints that we had on the back straight. So it's great to see that we can have them all on the front straight, but also awesome that they change them around for the athletes as well.
Yeah, give them as many chances as possible to try and get those qualifiers.
Yep.
But yet today, the wind is going in the right direction. And it's also easier for the fans to watch as well. They don't have to leave their seats and move out of the back straight.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, for sure.
They're away in the last of our heat. Angela Burt in the inside getting a start, but the Sri Lankan athlete, Rathanyake, running very well, but here comes the Japanese and Jessica Peris, the Northern Territory athlete, 11:71. The win, the first illegal wind of the day, plus 2.4. But Nodoka Seiko from Japan, really strong in those later stages, taking out sixth and final heat of the women's 100 metres here at the 94th Australian Athletics Championships. There we go, fast start there from the Japanese athlete. And on the outside, our Sri Lankan friend, but Seiko there, just too strong. Jess Peris, right in those later stages, closing the gap there. 11:70 for the Japanese athlete and 11:75 for our Northern Territory athlete, Peris. Daughter of Nova Peris, who went from hockey to sprinting.
Yep.
And now Jessica Peris into the sprinting game as well.
Yeah, we see a lot of families, I think, with the Olympic sport going through. We'll see Tamsin Lewis-Manal later on, and both her parents, well, track and field, but going from different sports. And I went from hockey to athletics as well, so kind of similar path to Nova, but she was a bit faster than me.
Yeah, Nova's pretty quick. Just making their way down around the back straight there just to get the blocks. We've got 6 heats of the men's 100 metres. Some very, very fast athletes here. The men's 100's been good all year. And there's Denny's coming into the circle, and we've got Mossy circle side. Mossy.
Yeah, we've had a slight improvement by Hugh Peacock. He's jumped up into 64.90. Matt Denny in the circle. His first throw was 68.44. He's just got 4 spins, hopefully to launch this one up towards that 69.70 mark, which we know he's definitely got it in him. And he launches this one out. Up it goes. The officials have to move around. He's happy. The crowd's very happy with that one. We'll just wait to hear from that. So at the moment, Matt Denny leading this competition after 4 rounds now. Hugh Peacock from Tasmania in second, and Ned Weatherly with that PB. Third round, 64.44. It's going pretty well down here, guys. It's getting a little bit more tense as we get towards the final rounds. And we're just waiting for that top distance to come through now. It's been a busy day for the officials out here. Someone from the Javelin actually got hit in the hand a little bit earlier. It makes it really tough. And I'll just duck on over to get the score. 68.25, so it doesn't better his first round of 68.44. But Matt Denny, the Queenslander, 2 rounds to go. He's in the box seat to go back-to-back here. Back to you, Lynchy and Bonita.
Thanks, Mossy. I'm sure he'll be happy with that 4th round attempt. We see a couple of these athletes settling in, a couple of fans settling in for a big night. We've got Hamish Gill there, the New Zealander. He's been out here for a few of our track classics. And they're out here for our national championships, repping the blue of Auckland. Here in the qualifying rounds, the men's long jump. So still hasn't got a clean one on the board, Gill. Needs to get something out there, put himself in contention. It's 25 athletes at the moment. We've got 13 on the pit in front of us, and we've got another 12 out on the back straight. So these guys have really got to put something big out there. And with a foul on his first jump, he's definitely put the pressure on himself to try and get a clean one out there in his second round. Well, it's much better. It doesn't look like a foul. He's been given the double white flag, but I'm not sure that will be enough to trouble the rest of the field. See our hammer thrower just getting stuck in the cage a little bit. It is a problem.
I like it over there how Mossy goes over and has a look at the officials' forms there before they actually put the result up on the screen. So that's good. That's good for us, inside information.
That's right. Get the action first. Get it before anyone else here.
Yep.
Back. Tyra Almata. Out on the runway now.
I thought this was a bodysuit, but she's a tight singlet.
I don't mind it. I have been to Japan before for some races, and they're probably the longest tights I've seen.
Yeah.
From a Japanese athlete. Normally they do run in splitties, but it's always Mizuno.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I love Mizuno. I don't reckon Mizuno makes shoes bigger than about size 7 as well. Fits those Japanese feet.
Obviously, they need to go to Adidas. That's obviously the brand. It's better than anything else out there, Adidas.
The Boost.
Very casual in his run up there, but some superb spring off the board. Doesn't look super happy with that one. We do have a lot of Japanese athletes out here. They came for the Queensland Track Classic and they've stuck around for nationals. Australia does send a few teams to Japan in May. That's when their season sort of kicks off, so it's nice to share it around as we see the start list for the first of the men's 100 metres. 6 heats: Chris Musgrave, Jordan Caldo, Joseph Miller, Isaac Wilson, Bradley Edwards, Jake Hammond, Josh Ross and Kazuya Murata.
Yeah, good to see Josh Ross here. I remember travelling around Europe with him in the early 2000s, and character. He's definitely a character, but it's great to see him back racing and see what he can do. Haven't seen him race for a while.
And we got Robbo. He's right in the midst of it with the long jump. Robbo.
Lynchy, yes, I'm over here on the home straight, and we've got flight number 1 of 2 flights, and it's a great word, flight, when we're talking about long jump. But flight 1, I can tell you we've got 2 into the final here at the moment. We spoke to Fabrice Lapierre previously with his 790. He's straight through. We've also got Chris Matrevsky, the Victorian. He's jumped to 772, so he's also through. At the moment on the back straight, we've only got 2 others already through at the moment. The Frayne train is there. Henry Frayne, 766, and Kota Aintuna from Japan, 774. So it's a final of 4 people at the moment. These guys will all get 3 attempts. So we're into the 3rd round here on the home straight at flight 1 as we see Hayes having a jump there. So let's see how we can go. Hopefully we get a nice full field for this men's long jump final.
Thank you, Robbo. Right in the midst of it. Feels like the wind might have switched around a little bit down up here. We can see a tweet there from Sydney Olympic Park. It's day 2 of the hashtag AAC 16, the Australian Athletics Championships here at the Athletics Centre. Great to see the new track. And it's on till Saturday. It is a beautiful looking track. Blue for New South Wales. It's a nice deep blue. It's actually the same blue from the Berlin 2009 World Champs. So that's what it's designed off. And on that race, there was a 9:58 and a 9:19 from this Jamaican guy. So it's fast.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It's pretty bright, this blue.
It is really, really bright. Surprisingly bright.
We'll see how these guys go. Not sure what the fastest 100 that's been run on this track is yet. I'll have to have a look at that stat. See Josh Ross. I don't know if he's wearing... I think he's wearing the bodysuit.
He looks like he's got himself a bodysuit as well. There's a New Zealand flag there, flying proudly. And as our Adidas friends. Ross has won a lot of national titles over the 1 and the 2. Very, very handy. Got some tough running though. Joseph Miller keeps running around that 10:32, 10:33 times. He's very quick. Jake Hammond is there as well. There's Denny in the circle. We're not underway in that 100 yet, so you're not missing anything. Denny had a much better 4th round. This is the 5th round now. Trying to extend his lead. Oh, that's big. That's a lot bigger. He should be happy with that one. I think he's got it. Fortunately, given the red flag, just not being able to control the spin there. Too much force from the big D, and he's going to be fouling that one. Here we are in the 100. Miller from New Zealand should be one of the favourites. Brad Edwards there went to the 2014 World Under-20 Champs for the 4x1. Hammond, runner in our 4x1 at the Commonwealth Games. PB 10:38, spent a bit of time overseas. A step into the blocks, keep an eye on Miller, Ross. Same as the girls, first 3 from each heat, plus the next 6 best times. Miller getting an awesome start. Isaac Walson there as well from Queensland. But now it's up to Miller, and he's taking it away from the rest of the field. Hammond now coming home fast as well, switching off. But Miller 10.40. The wind plus 2.5 over that legal limit there. But it looks like Hammond got up for second. Ross in third position. There's the official 10.38. 10.46 for Hammond. 10.56 for Ross. The wind plus 2.5 at his roper. It's his third attempt. He needs to get something big out. He's already had a 7.51 to his name. It's good on the board. That looks much better. Angles are deceiving from here, so we'll wait till that official result comes through. We got Mossy out there again with an update from the hammer throw. Mossy.
Yeah, so just having a chat to Ned Weatherly. Very happy with his 64.44 in the second round. Nothing's changed here in terms of position. So Matt Denny's still leading with that 68.44 in the first. Hugh Peacock is up the ante. He's still remaining in that silver, but starting to consolidate there, 65.76. Ned Weatherly with a 64.44. But the story as well, he hasn't thrown well so far, but Matty Bloxham from New Zealand now, Kiwi friends over there be interested to know that he's thrown so far 62.79. He's got a bigger PB than that. But his interesting story, he took down a guy by the name of Philip Stephen, who got a silver medal at the Manchester Commonwealth Games 2 years ago to win his first ever national title at 18. Philip was around about 42, and he said, I'm going to keep throwing the hammer until someone finally beats me. So everyone in New Zealand will know exactly what that means. But yeah, he's starting to push up. He's only about 1.10 meters off Ned Weatherly. So here, the Queenslander Matt Denny from the Tasmanian Hugh Peacock and Ned Weatherly from Victoria in third position.
Good to see our one Commonwealth Games representative, Hugh Peacock there in second. Denny loving both the hammer and the discus. And our World Junior rep, Ned Weatherly, in third. There's the second heat. Jordan Renda, Jinsu Jung, Justin Kavanagh, our Sri Lankan athlete, WK Himarsha Eshan, Isaac Ntiamoa, Will Johns, Harrison Andrews, Brendan Harnowek, and Braden Burdett. 9 starters here in the second heat. And it looks like these conditions are good for sprinting. It might be illegal, but it is the heats. I've heard rumours that our Sri Lankan friend has run a 10.26 in February this year, so we'll see what he can produce. Isaac Ntiamoa, our equal Australian record holder in the 4x1, did that in the heats in London, making the final there. We'll see some very, very fast times here.
I don't know if a big tailwind helps them to run easier, if it makes them run faster, or I don't know the things that go along with that with the heats here. But I guess it doesn't count for qualifiers. But
it's always good to get those legs moving nice and quick early.
Yeah.
They do have to come back tomorrow and run 2 more rounds if they want to make the final. Just a little bit of a block mishap there from the Queenslander, Jordan Renda. There's Ntiamoa and Eshan. Isaac been making Australian team since 2003. He's an 18-year-old making the 4x1. A very fast spin there in the hammer throw circle. Fortunately, just outside the sector. There's a big throw there from Ned Weatherly, but stepping up a weight, the under-20s throw 6 kilo. The Opens throw 7.26. So he's going up a little bit of weight there into these open age groups. I'm sure he's just preparing himself for the future when he turns 20. Big throw there from Hugh Peacock, getting it out near that 70-metre mark. On the track, heat 2. The men's 100 metres, first 3 plus the next 6 best times. And away fast, our Sri Lankan athlete, Eshan, getting away out of the blocks very quickly, and he's striding away from the field. Jin Soo-jung holding down second place, but the Sri Lankan athlete switching off. 10.36 with a 1.6 tailwind. It's very quick. Jin looks like he's running himself into a bit of shape now too. He did have a struggling start of the year. Ran 10.27 last year at the World University Games, but 10.47 there for Jin. He's starting to find a bit of shape. 10.36 for the winner. And I think Isaac and TMO there might have held on for third place. Some very fast sprinting here in the early stages. As Isaac and TMO are 10.64, but we see our Sri Lankan athlete Ishan out of the blocks very, very quickly. Jin's usually a pretty quick starter. I think Isaac might have just got pipped there. 64 for both him and Will Johns. And this is Denny stepping into the circle. I heard round 6 is the grunt round in these throws, so let's hope maybe our microphones can pick up a bit of a scream from these boys. Big throw just outside the sector. Might have been because there was no grunt. I didn't hear a grunt from up here.
Yeah, I didn't hear a grunt. I don't mind hearing the grunt. Those officials have got to be a bit careful as well. I know one of the guys at the World Indoors a couple of weeks ago over in Portland, one of the officials got hit with a shot put. One of the photographers actually. So yeah, they've got to be on the ball.
They do, and it's tough. We've seen it. Yeah, we've seen a Jav official get hit in the hand today. I did see her running back, and heard she tried to catch it. Probably not ideal to catch a javelin.
Oh, these officials, they put their bodies on the line.
They do. See the next heat of the men's 100, third heat. We've already seen some pretty quick times go up on the board. The boys are wondering, yeah, this is a fast track. The conditions are good. Let's try and use it, maybe put out a statement there in these first rounds. Put a bit of pressure on the rest of the athletes. There's results there. 10.36 for the Sri Lankan athlete, Jin Soo-jung. 10.47, 64 for Tiamoa and Will Johns. Harry Andrews, 10.80, the brother of Nick Andrews, who 10.39 over in Perth, so it's a very fast family.
How important is it to like put out a mental statement of strong up first heats here in the hundreds, Lynchy, do you reckon?
It's a definite gauntlet, I've got to say.
A lot of these guys, they're so fit that they can just run hard each round, and final can be their best, can't it, really?
Well, it is, and it's only 100 metres.
Yeah.
They do this in training all the time. There's no reason to take it easy.
Yeah.
He's one of our finalists from last year, Jaworski. Got a few fancy athletes in this race. Matt Carter, Lachlan McDermott, Jack Hale, Nick Jansen, Khan Ma, Benjamin Jaworski, Wallace Longscafidi, and Seiya Kusano. And we've got McDermott and Hale. They'll be teammates at the 2016 Under-20 World Championships in the 4x1. McDermott, a 10.59 guy. Jack Hale, now a 10.31 guy. And I'm sure he's hunting down that 10.27 of Trey Williams. Trey Williams not running at these championships. Decided to look after his body. Take it easy. Keep an eye out for Hale. Khan Ma won the back markers gift down at Stall, and Hale obviously was a finalist. We'll see what they can produce out on this track. And we're away. Quick start there from McDermott and Carter on the inside. Now Hale starting to get into his running. He's really pulling away from the rest of the field here. This is dominant running from Hale. 10:39 with a plus 1.3. Wow. That was impressive. Very, very impressive from Hale. That last 50 metres. Whew. Probably shouldn't have pulled up. 10:38 there, the official winning time. Japanese visitor, 10:51 for Saya Kasano. Some athletes pull up, some athletes run through the line. I reckon if he ran through the line there, he probably would have got himself a PB.
He did pull up, though, didn't he?
He certainly did pull up. Sometimes it's for show, but...
Yeah.
Yeah. If you look at that, he didn't get the cleanest of starts, but once he got into his running through his transition, he's powered away from the rest of the field, switching up almost 15 metres out there. And oof.
Fantastic.
Very, very handy running. We've got Mossy out there. He's going to be with our hammer throwers. Mossy's out there. I can see he's got two big fellas either side of him. Mossy.
Yes, we have a podium decided. It's not me who's got the gold medal. It's Big Matty Denny to the left of me. But we might have a quick chat to Ned Weatherly, mate. Come out today. Huge PB in the first round and then the second round as well. So, mate, you must be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. Training had been an indication today that I actually... training this week had been an indication. But come out and throw that well after a bit of pressure, bit of stress through the day. Yeah, it was really good. So I'm really happy with the performance.
Now, coming into the competition, you were really amped because you wanted to get yourself on the podium. Today, you get your first ever podium. What does that mean?
Oh, mate, it means so much to me. I'm on top of the world right now. So, National Gold Juniors, it's fantastic. But to get that open medal, it's really something special. Yeah.
Now, Matt Denny, you've gone back-to-back. That's multiple championships here in the Australian Championships, mate. Getting a clap there from Ned Weatherly. He's a real character indeed. But, mate, you joined the likes of Tim Dreisen, Stuart Rendell as multiple championships winner. How does that feel?
Yeah, no, I'm actually really happy. I'm glad I can actually back it up and throw close to what I did last year, but it was a bit disappointing just with distance, and these last couple of weeks haven't been the greatest, but I'm not going to make excuses today. So had a big foul on the last one, which was a bit disappointing, but I just got to learn how to deal with some bad circles and try and put it together anyway. So just live and learn.
Now we've got to go back upstairs with Matt Denny. We've still got the discus for you. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Ned Weatherly, who came in third, Hugh Peacock in second, and the big fella from Queensland, Matty Denny, taking out the men's hammer throw. Back to you, Lynchy and Bonita.
Thank you, Mossy. Having a chat with our hammer throw medalist. You almost want to say that Weatherly's the future, but so is Matt Denny. And there it is, 10:38. Sao Casano, 10:51. Jaworski, 10:58. Those three will take those automatic qualifying spots. And the others will have to wait to find out if they can make it later on. There's still three more heats and some very, very handy runners to come. Next up, we have a former Stall gift winner, Mitch Williams-Swain. A former silver medalist from 2014, Joel B. And the bronze medalist from the under-20 race in Perth, Nick Andrews. So, could be anyone's race, this one. There it is. Swain, Mitchell Williams-Swain, Joel B., Nick Andrews. And here's a start list. Mitch Williams, Joel B., Nick Andrews, Chris Dale, Elijah Williams, Quinton Dodson, Anthony Collum and John Howe. Quinton Dodson, the brother of Jeremy Dodson, ran for America at the 2011 World Champs, switched his allegiance to Samoa. So Jeremy Dodson, I think, is running the 200 this weekend, so we could see some very, very fast 200s. Keep an eye out for those first three lanes, Williams, B and Andrews. Andrews, the hurdler, getting a very, very fast start with Swain. But Andrews now putting his dominant stamp on this race. He's pulling away from the field. Mitchell Williams will take second. B in third place. 10.55 the win, switching back around a minus 0.7. But Nick Andrews, 10.39 over in Perth to come third in that under-20s 100. He's going to World Under-20 Champs for the hurdles. Good to see him out here mixing it up with the older boys in the 100 metres. There it is, very quick from Williams, Swain and Andrews. But once they got through their transition, Andrews just way too strong for the rest of the field. And we got Robbo with the dancing man from Perth, Nick Andrews.
He is the dancer from Cherrybrook, and we saw him in some fine form over in the West in Perth just recently. But, mate, getting the win there in that heat. 10.54 official we see there. No hurdles to jump over. What's it like?
Look, it's a little different. I'm a fan of hurdles. Not a lot of this 100 at the moment. Going well, but I like hurdles. Jumping things is my forte.
Tell me how you recovered from that epic race, 20s 100 over in Perth. That was a big show.
It was a massive show, yeah. Look, I just kind of recouped myself, figured out anything wrong, and tried to fix it and come out here and just show them that I'm still a challenge. Didn't make. Oh, sorry.
No. And sorry, finally, mate. Just you're licking your chops for the hurdles to come around.
Oh yeah. After this weekend, going straight back into hurdles. Again, can't wait to go to Poland. Yeah, big gosh.
Very good, mate. Have you learned how to spell it yet?
BYDGOSCSZ.
Pretty much there, I think. YD at the start. Back up to you, Lynchy. That's Nick Andrews. He is a star on the hurdles, on the flats, and he's through to the semis of the men's 100.
Yeah, he's definitely worked on his spelling since we last spoke to him over in Perth.
Thanks, mate.
I think it's SZCZ for the end of that. But he got pretty much all the way there. That'll do. That's enough.
That's the closest I've seen someone to spelling it from a Robbo interview post-race.
Yeah, it's not an easy word to spell on the spot, that's for sure. We see, again, another race up here. We've got some fast runners again. We've got our athlete who crossed the line second at the 2015 National Champs baton, Josh Clark, our Fijian friend, Benuve Tambakatoro out there. And, well, without Josh Clark in the field, the fastest Australian this year, Aaron Stubbs, will be in the lane next to him.
All our relay selectors probably watching this race, all these races for a look at some of our guys for the relays, I reckon.
Yeah, they're certainly putting their hands up, but here we go from the inside. Christian McKenzie, Ruan Gunasinger, Liam Gander. It looks like Michael Romain not out there at the moment. New Zealander James Mortimer, James Woodgate, Benuve Tambakatoro, Aaron Stubbs, and Benjamin Hayward.
Seeing these guys here, I thought it was great that we've got some of the hurdlers running the 100 here as well, and I think it must be good for their hurdling. I know Sally Pearson does it a lot, and it certainly hasn't hurt her hurdling. So I like to see people switching events a little bit.
Yeah, James Mortimer, actually a former hurdler from New Zealand too. Pretty handy over the high hurdles. Now having a dig at the sprints. Definitely keep an eye on lanes 7 and 8. Tambakatoro and Stubbs. They're away there. Oh, we aren't away. Not sure who that may have been there. It looks pretty even at the moment.
Yeah, I didn't notice anyone. I don't know, I couldn't pick anyone that...
No, definitely no one significantly broke there. Plus 2.8, what came up on the wing gauge if they were to run. Okay, it's all right. We're just hearing an unsteadiness at the start. No break. Thank you.
Maury Plant here commentating in stadium and got the inside information for us. So nothing happens. No one gets cut out of this.
No, it's good to see. You can see the wind there really pelting those the numbers. It just must have been a little bit of a flinch there from one of the athletes. Some good eyes there from the starters. I didn't see anything even in the slow-mo.
No.
That's our flags around the stadium really getting blown around at the moment. So it's a strong wind. We may even see something bigger than that 2.8 that came up if that race was to run instead of that unsteadiness. But we want to see a 10.16. It's the Olympic qualifier. We've only had one athlete so far do it. Anyone who does that 10.16 will actually move themselves into the top 5 or 6 of all time in Australia. There we go. It's a clean start. Benuve getting an awesome start, the Fijian. But here comes Stubbs into his running. These three athletes on the outside, they're taking control. Stubbs there just easing his way through. 10.32 with a 1.0. That was pretty handy. With a 1.0. Very easy running there from Aaron Stubbs. Benuve, Thumbakathoro just holding on for second. He'll be happy with that. 10.35. It was his first race all season at the Queensland Track Classic. So he should be very, very happy there. Liam Gander, 10.64. Taking out the third automatic spot there. Ben Hayward, 10.66. But our Fijian friend getting an awesome start. Stubbs always a little bit behind at the start. He leaves his running for those later stages. And looking very, very comfortable there. 10.32. We got Robbo down there with Aaron Stubbs, just ran 10.32.
Thanks very much, Lynchy. The news gets even better. 10.31 they're giving him officially. And Stubbsy, mate, coming across the line there, doing the business, getting through. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling pretty good. A few things in the first 15 metres that weren't quite to plan there, but time was good and I feel really good for the semis and the final. A bit more to turn up with.
Very good, mate. Well, we saw Jack Hale running pretty fast in his heat as well. Some of the other guys showing some of their hand early. It's going to be exciting, mate. And 200 as well for you over the weekend.
Yeah, I'll have a go at the 2. It's not my better event, but I'll have a crack.
All right, mate. Well, all the very best. I know you're in for a big few days. Well done on getting that win there tonight.
Thanks, mate.
There's Aaron Stubbs, Queenslander, back up to a bloke who makes Queensland his home these days. Lynchy, how's it going up there for you these days, mate?
It's really hot. Very, very hot. I brought a lot of jumpers up with me, and unfortunately, I can't use them.
I don't think people have been seen in a jumper in a long time up in Brisbane. They have one cold night a year where it gets down to about 20 degrees. But yeah, look, Aaron Stubbs, how's he going, Lynch? You've seen a fair bit of him up there in Queensland this year. We followed him throughout the season. 10.16. Has he got one in him?
After watching that, I think he might. He didn't actually have any. Didn't have the best race at the Queensland Track Classic. Alex Hartman, who's going to be in this last heat, took it out with a PB. Queensland Track is starting to. It's a very old track. I think it was laid in 2001, so it's a little bit of wet. I think people didn't think this track was fast, but I think these people are proving it wrong.
Well, let's hope there's plenty more speed to come over the next few days. But I'll tell you what, conditions still pretty breezy, favouring those sprinters at the moment. We've got some multi-event action coming up very, very shortly with the men's decathlon. 2 more events to go, the javelin and that 1,500 metres. That is going to be a belter, but back up to you guys.
Thanks, Robbo. We got our final heat of the 100 metres.
Yeah, and I think, you see the talented 100-metre men's runners we have in Queensland, and sometimes with the guys, when you've got the competition, you get the results.
Yeah, there it is. There's the official results. 10.31, Thumbakathoro 10.35, and Gander 10.64, taking those first 3 automatic spots. And there's our final event. Sorry, the final heat of 6. The men's 100. 8 starters from the inside. Jonty Flotman, Rodman Teltu, who was actually the flag bearer for Palau at the Olympics. Jake Lynch, Jackson Bennett, Jared Geddes, Hayden Kovacic, Taylor Curry, and Alexander Hartman. Oh, we've seen Taylor Curry there, just unfortunately dropping out of the blocks, and I think that's going to be a false start there for the Sydney University athlete from New South Wales.
So that official in charge there with the orange armband that we just saw walk across the screen, I think he's just talking to the main judge near the starter, and they'll come back with a flag, I think, or some kind of ruling.
We'll see if it was a block slippage or not.
Yeah.
Just on his outside, Hartman. See, watching the singlet on the outside. White, look for a bit of block slippage. Not really sure. I didn't see much slippage there, but it's been given a green, so they're all good to go. Pleading straight down the camera. Come on. And he's convinced the starters to let him have another go. Might be a bit of nerves out there now. They've only had one crack. Keep an eye on lanes 6, 7 and 9. Geddes, Kovacic, Hartman. And I think we've definitely seen a false start that time from the Westfields athlete, Hayden Kovacic. I think he might be gone. That was a big start. Unless there's some unsteadiness there and they can find a way, I think we're going to see that Westfield athletes go. We'll leave it up to the judges.
Yeah, it is pretty brutal. One false start and you're out, but that's the rules.
It is tough.
He's not.
Yeah. Definitely seen the red flag there. We'll see on the slow-mo, the yellow singlet there. Ooh, a little bit of balk there from the Sydney Uni athlete, causing that jump, but I don't know, I think you used to be able to run under protest, but I don't think you can do that anymore. And unfortunately, that could be the end. Oh,
ooh.
He's trying to run under protest here.
Yeah, I think Pete Sinclair.
Yeah, no, the Queensland official. He might need to lay on the track and say, I did not move. Bit of John Drummond action going on there. Des,
remember that?
He's called in Des Johnson.
Yeah. Another Queensland
track
official.
referee's like, come on, mate. I think you moved. And he's like, look, he moved, I moved. Des, the president of Queensland Athletics, actually, he's been around for a long time. I'm sure he's dealt with a few of these situations before. It's very tough on the athlete. It's the national champs. He was undefeated for almost first few months of the season. And security's actually had to come and escort him off the track. Hayden Kovacic, probably a favourite for one of the medals, I reckon. He would have been up there. Won the New South Wales Championships. He's run 10:42 this season. And that's really opened up this last heat. Let's hope we can get this heat underway finally. We've had a couple of goes already. Finally, a clean start. Hartman on the outside again, good start, and he really flies home those later stages. Geddes now moving into second place, but Hartman is going to the line. 10.30. He ran 10.29 last week. That was his PB. He ran 10.30 last year at the national champs to take silver. And it's gone down to 10.29. He's equalled his PB with a plus 1.2. For a big man, he can get out of the blocks.
And a great run, considering all the stuff around they had at the start and things like that as well. Really good.
And there it is, a very quick start there from Hartman. Like we said, for a big fella, he can certainly get out of the blocks. Geddes running himself into a bit of shape too, 10.49. He'd be happy with that. Rodman Teltel there taking that. We got Alex Hartman there. He's just done 10.29 again.
He sure has, Lynchy. I know you and Alex have done a bit of media work recently up there in Queensland, but 10:29, mate, equaling that PB. Lynchy's going through the roof up there with excitement. But, mate, look, conditions are pretty good. You got that tailwind there. You may as well run fast. Is that your thinking?
Absolutely, most definitely. Conditions are good. Make most of them.
Bit of shakiness there at the start there. We had one of the athletes DQ'd. How does that affect you mentally?
Mentally pretty good, so I was just have to go with it. Everyone's got the same conditions, but it's all right.
Very good, mate. Big few days coming up for you with the 1 and the 2, so all the very best, but things are looking really, really good at the start. We're going to throw it back up to Lynchy. Very exciting down here, mate.
Yeah, thank you, Robbo. Now, there's plenty more action left to come. You're watching the 94th Australian Athletics Championships. Here we are back at the 94th Australian Athletics Championship, and we've got the next event on the track, the the wheelchair 400 metres. From the inside, Gregory Luff, Brad Pemberton, Nathan Donaldson, Jason LaChance and Matt Cameron. And then joining us again, Brett Watton.
Yes, thank you, Lynchy. We have in this field a couple of 30s competitors. You see Gregory Luff there, Nathan Donaldson, T34, and Jason LaChance, T33. Athletes with a neurological impairment affecting their legs, little to low movement in their legs, and limited trunk movement. And you see there Matthew Cameron and Brad Pemberton, T54, spinal impairment athletes in the T54 classes. They have no use of their legs, but good use of their upper body and full use of their arms.
Here we go, underway very shortly. And again, from the inside, Gregory Luff from New South Wales. In 3, Brad Pemberton, also New South Wales. Nathan Donaldson of Queensland. Jason LaChance, New South Wales. And on the outside, Matt Cameron. And Matt Cameron.
Yes, you can see him getting away there. Very good start. Matt Cameron was actually a bronze medalist in the London Paralympics and member of the 4x400 relay team for the T54-53 athletes. So expect Matt to lead this field around, and a field of young up-and-coming athletes there coming behind them. But looks like Donaldson probably the best of the rest there.
Yeah, definitely. As you see, Matt Cameron's only got 150 metres to go to push himself around the track, straighten up. You see the athletes there in the middle of the pack. But Matt Cameron, he's definitely a lot older than a few of these other athletes. We have got a lot of youngsters, and I'd say they'd be looking up to a few of these guys. Kurt Fernley as well.
Yeah, I was speaking to Greg Luff earlier in the week, and he was looking very much forward to racing Matt here and getting some tips off him. As you can see, Nathan Donaldson coming through here from Bundaberg, same as Reed McCracken. That'll be Brad Pemberton crossing the line, T54. Greg Luff there on the inside. He's a T34 competitor as they come through across the line here. Tight at the end there, LaChance and Donaldson, the 30s competitors.
Yeah, Donaldson only just coming through now. He's only 14 years old.
That's it.
I think he's only been pushing for a few months.
And Jason Lachance at the back there, even though he's finished last year, he actually has been a Paralympic medalist for Canada in the past at the Athens and Sydney Games.
There we go. So a bit of history in that field there. And obviously, it isn't the first 2 crosses the line. We'll have to wait and see and find out when they do their percentages.
Yes, again, they'll have to convert those. So obviously, Jason Lachance, he'll have his own time because he's the only one in the 33 class. And then you'll have Gregory Luff and Nathan Donaldson being compared to the T34 time, and Brad and Matt will be the T54 time.
And we got Robbo down trackside with Matt Cameron.
Thank you, Matty Cameron. He's not to be confused with the drummer for Soundgarden and Pearl Jam, although he is pretty handy on the drums, I believe. But, mate, how was that one for you tonight?
Well, that was a bit of a fib there. I'm terrible with drums.
Too honest.
The 400 was all right. 56s or whatever, I can't see. 58, 56 is pretty slow.
55.10.
Oh, was it? Yeah, it is slow, but I knew that this track was a little bit tough because it's brand new. After in a year or two, this will become a little harder. And it's just good to see all the younger guys coming through. I think I was the oldest out there today.
You're a bit of a stalwart. You're a bit like old man Fernley these days. And it's great to see a bit of the youth coming through in the wheelchair events. What else you got coming up for the next few days, mate?
I got the 100 tomorrow night, and then I've got about 4 hard weeks of working and off to Switzerland to chase the qualifier.
Very good, mate. Well, all the very best over there. Hopefully you keep coming out, finishing that crossing the finish line, in first place a bit more this season.
That would be terrific.
All right, mate. There's Matt Cameron. Now, while we're down here, guys, I've got a very special guest that I'll introduce to you now, and it's none other than Nova Peris, OAM, Senator of Northern Territory. And Nova, just to make you feel at home, I've got the Northern Territory flag here as well. So there you go. Very homely. I know you're a long way from home at the moment, but Nova. Great to see you here at the Athletics. We saw you cheering on your daughter before. Yeah. And what's it been like as a spectator to come back here, a place that I imagine holds a few fond memories for you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it takes me straight back to the Olympic Games. This was our warm-up, area then before we went over to Stadium Australia. But I tell you what, I actually hate being a spectator, especially when you've got your daughter running. The nerves that I have for her are more than what I actually did in competitions. But it's awesome to be out here.
Now, we need to point out to those that don't know, Olympic gold medalist, but in a different sport, in the hockey in 1996 in Atlanta. First of all, what's that feeling like, winning a gold medal, and how different is that team to the individual stuff?
It is very different, with the Hockey-Roo girls, we could jump all over each other and celebrate, but, when I won Commonwealth Games in 98, it was a very lonely feeling, but at the same time, athletics was my first love, was my first childhood dream, so to actually get out and run at the Olympic Games was just, something that I will never, ever forget as long as I live, and, Jessica, might get there this year, perhaps in a relay, and my niece Brooke Peris, who also plays, she's a Hockey-Roo, she'll possibly get there, fingers crossed, injury free. So I may get there.
And with Jess, your daughter, we saw her running here tonight. You got to be claiming most of the genes there, don't you?
Absolutely. When she's a good girl, I claim them.
That sounds great. Hey, thanks a lot for having a chat. Debut on the live stream. Great to have you on here for a chat, and all the best. And we'll see you over the next few days here at the National Champs.
Yeah, absolutely. And best of wishes to all the athletes on their mission to Rio.
Fantastic. There's Nova Peris. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Robbo. What a coup to get Nova Peris out on the live stream. We see the athletes lining up there for the women's wheelchair 400. From the inside in lane 3 from New South Wales, Emily Prakides. In 4 from New South Wales, Julie Charlton. And in 5 from WA, Robin Lambert. We see our cameraman Brody, they're getting right in the action. He'll be roaming around there, getting all the best shots on the track. I think Jess Peris is the only Northern Territory athlete out here at these championships.
Yeah, that's correct, actually. I did look through the start list earlier. I did see the NT. It always sticks out when you see the Northern Territory in there, isn't it?
It certainly does. It's a rare state. There wasn't actually any Northern Territory athletes at the junior champs, which is a bit unfortunate.
First one for a couple of years, I believe. They normally bring a couple across.
But here we are from the inside again. Prakides in 4, Charlton, and in 5, Lambert. So 2 New South Wales athletes. And a Western Australian.
Yeah, she's just coming back to the sport, Robin. She did compete for a couple of years as a real youngster, but now she's just come back into this. She's a T34 athlete. She has a big future. You see Julie Chutton just on her inside, moving well down that back straight, and Prokiti's actually training with none other than the great Louise Savage. So got a good mentor there in Lou.
And I think Louise actually, I've seen her down here a few of the really early mornings. And I think they would have preferred it when it was the old track where it was nice and hard.
Yeah, they're pretty happy with that Mondo track because they do like that track. This is still a bit looser Rekatan on there, but as Matt said, it'll harden up and become a really, really quick track.
Yeah, and I know Kurt Fernley trains in Newcastle on a really hard track too, and they love it, and that's actually going to be about to get relayed, so he probably won't love it as much. But we see the Western Australian Lambert now entering the home straight with a big, big lead. T34 athlete, so...
It's actually, probably one of the only 400s you'll see where people sub their second 200. They negative split it because it does take them a while to get going, but you'll see as Robert now, she comes into this home straight. They use that momentum they build off the bend, and that carries them through the line.
Yeah, and the West Australian, she will take line honours. Just a tick over 80 seconds there. The Cherrybrook athlete now, Julie Charlton.
So again, it'll be for the gold between Julie and Robin, because obviously Robin is the same classification as Emily, as we see Emily coming home now. So she would have beaten her on percentages, but now we'll just have to wait to see who takes home that gold between Julie and Robin.
Yeah, it'll be tough. We'll head it down to the bunker. We've got our own bunker down here. It's where they look at all the para-athletic classifications and percentages on the world records, and they work it through the computers and pop out a nice result for us.
That's correct. Hopefully doing a bit better than the other bunker we've been watching over the last few days.
Exactly. Now we see the Western Australian. I think we'll see a few of these athletes a few more times over the weekend in these wheelchair events. There were some para-athlete events yesterday. We've got Robbo down trackside with the winner, Robin Lambert.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lynchy. Yeah, Robin's here, and she's had a little taste of the new blue track. How was it out there tonight?
It's a bit spongier than what I'm used to, but it's all right.
Guys, we're just talking about that upstairs. You guys don't appreciate the sponginess probably as much as some of the sprinters.
Thinking a little bit.
Whereabouts do you train over there? You're on the main stadium in Perth?
Yeah, I'm at the HBF stadium. So.
All right, very good. And how's your season been building up to this point?
Yeah, it's been going good. I did the Summit Down Under recently, and it's been building up to this. So, yeah.
Very good. And other events for this weekend?
I just got the 100 on Saturday.
Very good. All right, well, hope you pump those arms as quick as you can and get the result that you're looking for.
Cheers, thank you.
There you go. Back up to you, Lynchy. It is spongy down here, I can tell you. I've been testing it out a little bit myself, but beautiful and blue, and it looks perfect. It's about to take effect here tonight. We saw it as I was here setting up last night. It really looks fantastic come twilight. Beautiful autumn evening, and where else would you want to be?
That's right, Robbo. And we're going to come back. We've got plenty more action to come. You're watching the 94th Australian Athletics Championships. Here we are back. We got some javelin warm-ups going on down at our 100-metre start end. That's the Decathlon. This is their second last event, event number 9. We're keeping an eye on Cedric Dubler. He needs 8,100 points for the total competition. And he's 1,208 points off it with 2 events left. So he only needs to average... Let me get my calculators out. Bit broken. Now he has to average 604 points to qualify for Rio. Now this guy, he got a silver medal at the 2014 World Junior Championships. And he had a little bit of an off season in 2015. I think he only competed once. But now we see that's the one we're looking for. Cedric Dubler throws not his strongest events, but I'm sure if he only has to average 604 points, a big jav will give him a little bit extra space for that dreaded 1,500 that we'd probably be closing the program with.
Yeah, and I think these guys will be loving the tailwind here with their javelin as well. They'll take everything they can get with this.
Yeah, certainly. They've moved the throws down to the southern end. I think that's the southern end. I'm never good with my directions.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
The javelin end. You see Jake Steen, the silver medalist from the 2012 World Under-20 Championships. Very, very handy javelin thrower. Brother actually a 77-metre javelin thrower, so runs in the family. But Jake out there as a decathlon athlete.
And we haven't had someone in the Olympics for the decathlon since Sydney 2000. So it'd be great to have someone representing us over in Rio.
It's been a while since we've even had an athlete score over 8,000 points. So see, they're just going through their final warm-ups. Now, he doesn't need to throw that far. I've got myself a calculator, a decathlon calculator. I'm just plugging in a few little performances. He'll need to throw around that 55 metres to get that 604 that he needs to average. But there from the inside, Zachary Jones, Terry Price, William Steadman, Braden Davidson, Alberto Campbell, Lindsay Hendy, Andrew Simmons and Timothy Foster. This is the Ambulant 400 metres. We've still got Brett Wadden in the studio with us.
Yeah, I think, Lynchy, this will come down to lane 4 there. Davidson, unfortunately, DNS in this race. But William Steadman from New Zealand, a T36 competitor, athlete with a neurological impairment affecting all 4 of his limbs. But Alberto Campbell, he's a T20 competitor. He represented Australia at the Doha World Championships in this event. He's chasing the B qualifier for Rio, 50.46. So let's keep an eye on that. He ran 50.9 in the heat, similar time to the Queensland Track Classic. So we'll keep an eye on Alberto's time. And William, he ran 56 in his heat, which is also, I believe, a New Zealand qualifier for his class.
Excellent. The New Zealand qualifier is usually a little bit trickier.
Yeah, a little bit harder. Our B's 57.50 for Australia for that class, but I think they're just about half a second in front for that.
There we go, so keep an eye on 4 and 6. Alberto Campbell should do enough to get line honours, but when it comes down to those percentages, we'll see how it is. And from the inside, Zachary Jones, Terry Price, Will Steadman. Lane 5 is vacant. Alberto Campbell, Lindsay Hendy, Andrew Simmons and Timothy Foster. And you can see in the red singlet and the long tights, Alberto Campbell hunting down that 50.4. He's been awfully close. He's got a PB under 50 seconds. He's just got to do it at the right time. They're working hard into that headwind. It's tough running. It's going to affect them as they come home. But on the outside, Lindsay Hendy also running well. He's from North Queensland. Hendy?
Yeah.
Come around 150 metres left in this race. There's Alberto Campbell. Only 90 metres left. And he's working hard. Let's see if we can get a 50.40 is what we want to see. This could be very, very close. Lindsay Hendy in second place at the moment. Coming home, Andrew Simmons. Oh, that's agonisingly close.
50.46, so we'll wait for the official time. But he might just be just outside of that. Gallant effort, though, into that headwind down there. Great story about Alberto. Orphan, born in Jamaica. His parents, Paul and Julie Staines, adopted him, brought him over, got him to athletics, and now he's about to represent Australia, possibly, if he gets the time before the qualifying period's up, at the Rio Olympics.
50-50 there, the official time for Alberto.
400s only, just outside that big qualifier.
100s. And it's tough conditions. They've got to work really hard and expend a lot of energy down that back straight. And didn't really show, though, for Birdie. He was very, very quick there.
Yeah, went
trains
out
with
hard.
Craig Burns.
Yeah, he does. In the Annette Rice squad, actually. Training out of QE2.
We got Robbo down trackside with Alberto Campbell.
Thank you very much, Lynchy. Yeah, Alberto's here. He looked up at the time there, 50-50. Wanted just a wipe off that, I know, but mate, great run nonetheless. How was it out there tonight?
Yeah, really good. Absolutely good condition. I did exactly what the coach wanted me to do, so yeah, I'm pretty happy about that. Even if I didn't get the qualifying time, it's good to have people to cheer me on, so thanks heaps.
Excellent work, mate. And you got yourself on the live stream as well, which is always fantastic. You're knocking on the door of that 50-40, which is what you need. What's your next opportunity to have a crack at that?
Probably pretty slim now, but oh well, I just look forward to Worlds next year in 2019. So yeah, I'm not giving up that easy. So yeah.
Excellent work, mate. Congratulations once again. Great stuff, and keep going. And look, very special to now throw it over to Mossy, who's there at the Javelin, the penultimate event in the men's decathlon. And Mossy, how's it all looking over there?
Yes, the Javelin very, very close to getting underway. I'm still working on my calculator. But if he throws a 51.50, that's 611 points. And that would put him about 597 points away from Rio. We've got Mossy down there. A bit of a technical issue, but he's down Javelin side.
Yeah, we've got the gremlins out of our system here, Lynchy. The decathletes in the background. It is starting to heat up for them. It is Cedric Dubler that all eyes are on. He's currently in first position now. I had a bit of a chat to him and said, what's the go with points? What do you need to get? He says, I don't know. I've got an app. I just punch in my numbers and away we go. Now, Kyle Cranston, who no-hided at the pole vault, so he's out in terms of contention for a medal. He said what Cedric needs is about a 50 or a 450 for the 1500 metres. Cedric said he's keen on a 53. His PB's 54.64 and a 450. He should absolutely smash it with his PB 439. So we're looking like Cedric is going to take down his first ever national title here at SOPAC, and in doing so put himself in contention to go over there to Rio. So I'll keep in touch with this one. To you, Lynchy and Benita.
Thanks, Mossy. Very close. If you can get out near his PB, that 54, that'll make his 1500 metres so much easier. And I suppose that's what you want to do. I know these decaf guys don't want to leave it all down to that last event where they have to absolutely drop a bomb 1500. I'm sure that's going to hurt. But there's the official results there from our last Ambulant 400 metres. Alberto Campbell, 4 100ths away from that time that he was looking for. Lindsay Hendy taking second place. But we'll have to wait and see. Throw it down to the bunker. We'll see what percentages we can get. Next on the track, the women's Ambulant 400. We see Alicia Burt backing up from the 1500. It's a tough double.
Yeah, very, very tough double. Not much time to recover from that race. Kirsty Newcomb also in this one as well, ran the 1500, but I think the action will be lane 3 and lane 5 here. We've got Jemima Simpson in lane 3. B qualifier 63.10. She's run 63.34 this year. She's a T46 athlete.
There's the start list. Caitlin Patworth, Sarah Negus, Jemima Simpson, Caitlin Sharp, Tarita Isaac, Kirsty Newcomb, Brittany Bilby, Chloe Iwanoshko and Alicia Burt.
And going back to that, Jemima Simpson, T46, athletes with a limb deficiency, and Tarita Isaac has already done an A in this event. So they'll be close on time, but different classifications. Tarita Isaac, T38, athletes with cerebral palsy.
So yeah, keep an eye out on 3 and 5. Tarita Isaac trained under
Wayne Lever.
Wayne Lever, that's right.
Coach the recent Store gift winner, Isaac Dunmore.
The coach of Tom Gamble, unfortunately, a little bit sore. this weekend and won't be competing here, but I'm sure we'll see him dropping some bombs later on in the future. There's Kirsty Newcomb, who did run the 1500 as well, so very tough program.
Yeah, showing the versatility, 1500 to 400.
Yeah, you wouldn't see many other athletes. I don't think you've probably seen another athlete run the 15 and a 4 at a national championships.
Yeah, it's within a couple of hours of each other.
Exactly.
Less than that, actually.
Barely 2 hours. It's just ticked over to 2 hours.
So the times we're looking for: Jemima Simpson, lane 3, 63.10. Tarita Isaac, lane 5, 64.26.
It's definitely possible. And they are away from the inside. Caitlin Patworth, Sarah Negus, Jemima Simpson, Caitlin Sharp, Tarita Isaac, Kirsty Newcomb, Brittany Bilby, Chloe Iwanoshko and Alicia Burt. The athletes on the outside, Brittany Bilby going out hard.
Tarita Isaac just behind her. She really likes to take out the first 200 tough and then try and hold on for a second.
And has got a very handy 800 on too, so she should be strong in the later stages.
World record holder for the T38 800, actually, Tarita Isaac. So she does have that back-end speed endurance that you want in these 400 metres.
That's right. And on the inside, in lane 3, Jemima Simpson, the tall, striding South Australian. And they're going to enter the home straight. It's going to be Tarita Isaac holding on to the lead, born in Moree in New South Wales, so she's a New South Wales athlete, just running for Queensland at the moment. But Tarita Isaac holding the lead at the moment. Jemima Simpson there on her inside now, starting to fight back and stride out. The times to look for, 63.10 and 64.26, but for Jemima Simpson, 63.10 is what we want to see. Oh, very close. Just a tick over. Unfortunately, it seems the way they've gone with these 400 ambulance, just so close.
Yeah, you get a bit of that wind on the back straight and you can just take that little bit of edge out when you're coming home. But a great effort from Jemima Simpson. Only thumbs down there, but she's only 15 years old, so still a massive future for her in the sport.
Yeah, she's got plenty more Olympics, I'd say, and Paralympics ready to go later on in the future. There it is, 18 100ths away, and just over a second for Tarita Isaac away from that qualifier. Doesn't look like it's good for conditions at the moment. It's not really helping them out.
No, they really like that still wind there, so you just don't feel anything on either way, or a slight maybe tailwind down the back straight, I think.
Yeah, nice little, very still. You can get still conditions here. I think it's just a little bit early at the moment, but maybe in the future we might have something. We've got Robbo down trackside with the South Australian Jemima Simpson.
Thank you, Lynchy. Yes, look, these Ambulant 400 metres, they're just finishing outside what they're looking for there. Jemima, how was that run? How are you feeling at the moment?
Oh, pretty dead, but I was looking for a Paralympic B qualifier and a bit disappointed because I missed that by 0.2 of a second, so just a bit annoyed.
You're clearly in the form to be able to do it. I mean, we're talking very, very minute portions here to get you over. You're confident you'll be able to bag that qualifier soon?
Hopefully I can. I've got a metre or so left to try and get it, so I'll try.
Very good. We'll be cheering for you. I'm sure everyone watching at home will be cheering for you as well, and hopefully you get that qualifier and we see you in Rio.
Thanks.
There we go. Jemima Simpson down here. Painfully close. We spoke to the winners of both the men's and the women's 400-metre races there in the ambulance, and so close, Lynchy. What is it? What does it take? You've run 400s, mate. What does it take with 50 metres to go? Where do you find that when the piano's on the back?
Oh, 50 metres to go wasn't my forte. Go out harder.
Yeah.
That's probably my tactic. It's just tough. It's tough conditions, and they can't really lay out that speed early, and I'd say if they maybe ran on a different night where it might have settled down a little bit later in the day, but unfortunately everyone's running in the same conditions.
Just I'm going to bring you around here a little bit over my shoulder here. This is the women's 800 metres, and they're getting set up, and I see someone who usually we see on the live stream team, Tamsin Lewis Manu, and she's over there about to make a a bit of a comeback of sorts. I guess she's never really left the sport, but she's swapping the microphone for the spikes this weekend. We won't hear from her, unfortunately, on the stream team, but cannot wait to see how she's going to go on the heats tonight in the women's 800 metres, as well as the likes of Selma Kayan, Brittany McGowan, and the rest of Australia's best two-lapper female. So that's what's happening down here trackside. But Mossy's got some updates over there at the men's decathlon in the javelin. What do you got, Mossy?
52.54 seconds, 88.92%, just 0.7% between these two young men. Representing Queensland, Lindsay Hendy, T20 also.
Yeah, we're waiting for some of those updates from the Jav. Been seeing some big throws out there. Going to see, hopefully, Cedric can get over that 54 metres, get himself a nice PB. Only 2 more events left in this decath. The javelin 6:30 and come back at 8:15 for that last event, the dreaded 1500 metres. I can say the last time I did a 1500, I think I was at Little A's and I'd never enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And these guys are doing 10 events and it's the last of the 10.
Oh, it's tough. And I was there that night of the final in London Olympics when Ashton Eaton did his 1500 to win for America there. And, oh, they're just... I don't know how you could do it. I've done plenty of 1500s in my time, but not after 9 other events.
And there it is, Cedric Dubler on the runway for his first attempt. Let's see what he can get out there. We're going to say goodbye to Brett Watton. As there are no more para events on the program later on this evening, we may see him back again later on, but here comes Cedric Dubler. Looks like he's just getting one safe one out there. Looks like it may be just a tick under 50 metres for his first round throw. I think he's definitely got more in the tank. Just getting a little safety bomb out there.
Yeah, because it is a real problem in the decathlon or heptathlon if you just stuff up one event. And so they've just got to make sure that they're consistent across the board and you win these events and do the qualifiers when you're almost PBing every event or right at the top of your game. And something like that I find very hard.
You don't want to let the excitement go.
So we're over for the women's 800 now. Heat 1, Alan Shafe, Wilma Nakali from Sri Lanka, Selma Khan from New South Wales, Isabel Scott from South Australia, Keely Waters, West Australia, Joanna Cubis, New South Wales, Alison Andrews, Port New Zealand, Abby Delamont from Victoria, Lillian Price from Queensland, Maddie Skyring from New South Wales, and Amy Brown from New South Wales as well. So we have 11 in this first heat. And normally we wouldn't have this many, but we just have so many girls in the 800. It's such a strong event. Olympic qualifying is 201.5, and we have no one qualified at the moment. So very exciting event because you want to try to win this national championship, but you also want to get the time. And we've seen all these races across the season have been tough, being very tough. And we've seen Selma winning a lot of them, and she's in this race here now in lane 3 from New South Wales. And we'll see how these girls go, but could throw a blanket across the field when we get to the final. And got to make it first, so it's tough to make the finals in these middle distance events.
Yeah, with 3 heats, it's top 2 plus the next 2. So even though there's 11 in the field at the moment, they're only going to take 8 to the final. So it's going to be tough. You'd probably say Selma and Abby Delamott's a 203 runner. They'd probably be... I haven't seen Abby this season, though. I'm not sure what kind of form she's in.
Yeah, it's tough being in Heat 1 because you don't know what the other heats have run. So you really want to run hard, but no one wants to run hard in the heats. So it's very tactical in these races, and you want to have a good last 200. So, yeah, I think Selma's going to get through. The other person, I'm not quite sure. It's just going to come down to that last 100. And then the fastest loser time. So those fastest losers, there's 2 of them. And that's going to... You really want to be in a fast heat to get one of those times. So... I think these girls are going to be pretty nervous. Looking forward to a good race, though. You've got to run it like a final. You've got to run the heats like a final to get in.
Exactly, and there's 11 in the second and the third heat, so big fields. And away in the first of 3, the women's 800-metre heats from inside in 1, Shafe, Namali, Kajan, Scott, Waters, Cubis, Andrews, Paul, Delamott, Price, Skyring and Brown. It looks like Amy Brown there on the outside going out very quick. Selma there tucking into the lead. The Sri Lankan athlete just behind her, and the number 4, Isabel Scott. Isabel Scott there, moving now into second. Looks like Selma wants to take the control of this race and run it from the front.
Yeah, Selma's gone straight to the front, and that could be part of her tactics, just to stay out of trouble and just really guarantee that she gets into the final. She's part of the Melbourne Track Club with Nick Bordeaux as her coach, and she would have seen a lot of those guys run really well in the middle distance races last night in her training group. So she's inspired by that and gone straight to the front, but she's slowing it down now. And you can notice that when they all bunch up. Lillian Price there on the outside, coached by Jackson Elliott up in Queensland. She's improved a lot. Queensland champion, improved a lot. So we'll just see how they go through.
60.5 there for Kiyan. And she's got a nice lead here, so it looks like she's slowed it down and then sped it back up. You see the little accordion effect with the lead changing there, but still Isabel Scott, then the Sri Lankan Namali. Starting to really stretch out now as they come down the back straight. Tough weather down in the back straight. All the wind into Selma's face there, unfortunately, but when you're out in front, you've got to deal with it.
Yeah, she does, and she's got the headwind there, but when she slowed down with 400 to go and then sped up, it really just spread this field out, and that was a very good tactical move, and will guarantee her a spot in the final now. She doesn't look like she's going to be out of the top 2.
No, I don't think so. I don't think the rest of the field have just the legs to chase her down. Isabel Scott there fighting hard. It is a battle there. Delamott now moving up around the Sri Lankan. The Sri Lankan's moving around the South Australian, and it is a battle for that other automatic spot. Namali, the Sri Lankan. There's another fast finishing athlete on the outside, but it's going to be between Delamott and Namali, for that minor placing, and it's going to be Delamott there. 2:05.09 for Selma. Very comfortable.
Yeah, very comfortable, and slowing down a little bit as she crossed the line. Selma's PB is just under 2:02, and 2:01.5 is that A qualifier. So they really want to run that fast in the final. I think the final could be fast.
And especially if Tamsin Lewis Manu makes her way to the final, I think it's going to be fast.
Yeah, Tamsin loves to front run, and we haven't seen Tamsin up against these girls yet in the Australian domestic season. She's run heaps of Milers Club meets over in Victoria against boys. She's run a 2:02, low 2:02 in a Vic Milers Club meet a couple of weeks ago. So Tamsin's in shape, and a lot of these people, they want to go and get qualifiers overseas, but Tamsin might want to just get her qualifier in the final. But she's got to make it first, so that she's only thinking about making it now. As we see Selma here finishing, just easing up. Looking good, Selma.
So we got Selma Kiyan with the winner of Heat 1 with Robbo.
Second winner of the silver medal, 63.28 seconds, 88.05%. Of the T46 world record, representing South Australia, Jemima Simpson.
Yeah, a bit of a technical difficulties down there. The Gremlins are in the systems today. We've got to see our second heat lining up there. Another 11 athletes. Only 2 will automatically cross, but I think we've got that technical issue sorted out there, Robbo.
I hope. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Selma Kiyan, Benitez there saying how good you were looking there at the finish, 2:05 tonight. Your reaction to that run?
Yeah, no, very happy. Just wanted to win the heat pretty much and just kind of get the legs kind of ready for Sunday, rolling around. Felt a little bit rusty, just easing up training the last couple of days. I feel a little bit lazy, not used to it, but I'm sure I'll feel better and be better for it on Sunday.
Crystal ball time, prediction for the final. Is it going to be fast? Or we just take 5 steps back?
I think so. I'm hoping there's quite a few tough competitors this year in the 800. And great to see Tamsin here as well. So I think if we all just really work together, I think we can get some really fast times going.
Excellent. Well, we can't wait to see that final. If we flip the camera around, we can see Tamsin right here, right now. She's about to fire up for her next heat here in the women's 800. But thanks very much, Selma. I'm going to send it back up to Lynchy.
There we go, Tamsin. She's normally on the camera up here in the stands, but now she's out there on the track. There it is from the inside. Georgia Griffith, Rosie Kelly, Anna Saw, Adrienne McIver, Tamsin Lewis Manu, Connor Gist, Tia Brady, Renee Doggett, Lucinda Buckley, Ariana Harper and Georgia Evans.
Yeah, Tamsin, she's going to be nervous. She certainly hasn't run against these girls this season at all, but she knows she can do it, and she's just such a tough competitor.
I'd say you're probably thinking Georgia Griffith and Rosie Kelly, maybe the next 2 in this race.
Yeah, I think this heat's quite wide open.
Yeah, compared to the first and the last, but from the inside again, Griffith, Kelly, Saw, McIver, Lewis Manu, Gist, Brady, Doggett, Buckley, Harper, and Evans. And there we go, straight from the gun, Tamsin, Lewis Manu striding out into the lead, and we'll see if anyone wants to challenge there. Georgia Griffith, I think 4th place at the 2014 World Under-20 Championships, and then there's Rosie Kelly tucking in beside her as well. But it doesn't look that quick at the moment. They're bunching up.
No, Tamsin straight to the front, and this is how she always used to run when she won her national titles. She's a few years older now than she's last raced against these girls, but straight to the front, and I think she's just going to wind it up now. She doesn't want a really fast finish for the last 200. She wants just to run it out and kind of do what Selma did. So be interested to see if she does that.
Yeah, Rosie Kelly there tucked in right behind her, and just behind her is George Griffith. So it's a Victorian 1-2-3 at the moment. We'll see what they went. The first heat went through in 60.5. And they're just going to be a little bit slower than that, 61.83.
Yeah, so they'll all know what splits they went through in 400, and they'll probably be thinking there might only be 2 going through from this heat. So they'll want to make this last lap fast.
That's right. So, yeah, if they've seen that pace, they need to turn it up. I'm not sure what the minor placings were for the last race, but Kian won in 2:05, but Tamsin and Rosie Kelly, Georgia Griffith, these 3 are starting to pull away from the rest of the field. I think Griffith might have to start turning on a little bit more pace if she wants to take down these 2 front runners and get that automatic spot. Going through 600 in just a tick over 90 seconds, 94 for that. It looks like they're starting to wind it up now. Very even, though. Yeah, very even, and that's the best way to run these kind of races. And you can see Tamsin here just extending her lead a bit, and she looks very good. She looks, I mean, she's going to do so well in the final, and she just sort of had a few nerves when she started, but look at her finish here. Fantastic. Yeah. All she's doing is just turning up the cadence, and it seems to be just pulling away from the rest of the field here. Georgia Griffith's now moved up into that second spot to take the automatic finishing. And there we go, 2:06.25. So easy.
I see Tamsin had a bit of a glance onto the big screen to know that she was going to win that. Just easing up, and that's a sign of true champions and someone that's been around for a long time. And I love seeing her compete.
Yeah, super comfortable. And it's going to be good to see her compete in that final against all these girls, and see maybe she can drag some through for that qualified 2:01.5. It's not out of reach.
No, it's not. And, you know, they've been chasing it all season and for many years now, and they just haven't been able to get under it.
Yeah, as you can see, as they come into the straight, Tamsin just turning up the leg speed a little bit. Georgia Griffith now pulling wide so she can pass Rosie Kelly. Kelly will have to wait and see those non-automatic qualifiers, but yeah, Tamsin's just too strong.
Yeah, and I mean, she's won a world title at indoors in 2008, and she knows how to win these big races. So I'd love to see her do the same thing in the final, but I think it's going to be a big race.
And we got Robbo with, there we go, Tamsin Lewis Manu.
Thanks, Lynchy. I don't know whether it's 2016 or 2000 down here. We had Nova Peris on the track before, relay team member in that same 2000 4x4. Tamsin Lewis, as she would have been then, but Tamsin Lewis Manu. 2 laps there tonight, coming out on top and straight through to the final. How's that?
Actually, it felt really good. So whenever I do an 800 as a sprinter moving up and it feels all right, I don't feel like throwing up, I'm happy.
Now, we said earlier, substituting the microphone of the live stream for the spikes tonight. They're very fantastic spikes, I must say. But looking up at the screen there, the guys caught you looking at the screen. You're just seeing that the stream was working well, yeah?
Well, I just said to you guys earlier, being up there in the box, I didn't get to speak to you guys enough, so I thought I'll run 2 laps the track just so I can have a chat.
Well, we finally did it. Well done once again. Can't wait to see that final on Sunday. And well done, and we'll throw it back up to Lynchy for the next heat.
Thank you, Robbo and Tamsin. We might be seeing Tamsin again, maybe on this side of the camera, but there we go. The start list for Heat 3, Becky Pyle, Bianca Grimaldi, Brooke Hines, Laura Story, Brittany McGowan, Sally Naylor, Natasha Tipashak, Lily Harding-Deleuze, Holly Campbell, Whitney Sharp, and Catherine Katsanavakis. Now, not as open as the other races. I think it's going to be tight in this race.
Yeah, this has got quite a few girls that can run about 2:02, 2:03. Laura Story is one that I'm keen to watch, coached by Penny Gillies, and 400 hurdler, but she's been running very well this season. Catherine Katsanavakis trains with Tamsin, trains with Justin Lewis as the coach, Tamsin's brother. I think she'll be inspired by Tamsin running here as well, so yeah, it's going to be close. Brittany McGowan, national champion last year, but she hasn't been in the same form this year, but she's good in big races.
Yeah, she's certainly has that kick. She won in 2014 and won in 2015, so she's gone back to back, and she might be going for 3 in a row, but going to be very tricky as we see Cedric Dubler there on the runway. He's already got one safety on the board. That one looks a lot better. He's getting it out around that 50-metre mark. Just needs to average 6:04. So if you can get it around that 51, you'll be getting up there. But here we go, third heat. From the inside again, number 1, Pyle, Grimaldi, Hines, Story, McGowan, Naylor, Tibajak, Harding to lose, Campbell, Sharp, Katsanavakis.
These girls would have seen the first 2 heats, and they would have seen 2:05 winning the first heat, about 2:06 the second heat. So if they can run fast here, they'll get 4 through.
And they're definitely capable of it. You see Holly Campbell. Oh, that's Harding to lose, sorry. Lily Harding to lose. Her twin sister, Amy, is going to the World Under-20 Champs for the 1500. And they went 2-3 at the 800 metres over there. But looks like Katsanavakis now starting to take up the pace, and they're really spreading this field out. And I think it's going to work for those minor positions there. So it's Katsanavakis, Harding to lose, Story, McGowan. It looks like Campbell just tucked in there as well. Those are your first 5 athletes.
Yeah, they're running really well here, and they're bunching up just as we go through 400. And Story's in a very good position. Katsanavakis is going for it as well. So they want to make it fast and get plenty through. 101.71 for 400. So it actually is a bit slower than the first and second heat. So they're going to want to kick on. Yeah,
they definitely need to start winding it up. Not as quick as that second heat. A little bit off, and the first heat as well. So they're starting to bunch. You see Story now move to the lead. And McGowan doesn't mind a kick with 2:50 to go.
Yeah, McGowan, she's really had something to prove and didn't run quite as well in the Brisbane Track Classic. But she's a big-time performer.
Yeah, still really bunched in that pack there. So it's going to be interesting to see. It's really going to come down to this kick, and sometimes you don't want to have to work that hard in the heats if you don't have to, but these girls are going to have to. They're very close, only a couple of metres between first and fifth and sixth at the moment. McGowan there now turning on the pace. Story needs to answer that from McGowan, but McGowan just a little burst, just enough to get her into the lead, and she's switched off again. Story pretty comfortable as well. It's going to be about the same as the other races. 2:06.11 McGowan, just enough to get there, and Story, same again.
So they're the qualifiers, Brittany McGowan and Laura Story, but there was a bit of a gap back to Katsanavakis, and I'm not sure that she's going to get through on a fastest loser time, so we'll just have to see the results come up. But yeah, that was a good race, and Brittany McGowan, I tell you what, that's the best race I've seen her run all season, and it was in the heat at the National Championships, so you know she's coming back.
And if you just see them come off the bend here, just a little turn of the legs there, just to get her into the lead, and then switching off, comfortable with the screen positioned how it is. There is 2 screens, one at either end, so when they're coming down the home straight, they can actually watch themselves finish the race and just have a little glance around and see where they are. But we've got Robbo down there with the 3rd heat winner, Brittany McGowan.
Sure do. Queenslander Britt McGowan has taken that one out there, and Brittany, Benita Willis upstairs is saying that's as good a run as she's seen you do this season. How did it feel for you?
Definitely. It's been a interesting season so far, so you know, to come out tonight and feel fresh, and even though the time's not fast, just to get the win in that heat was really good. And you know, Laura was controlled, so you know, she's probably saving a bit more for the final, but I'm feeling good, so I'm happy with that.
Excellent. We know you've won, you know what it takes to win a national champs before. I asked Selma the same question. How do you see the Sunday final shaping up? Will it be a quick one?
I don't know. It'll, you know, the girls are hungry for the Olympic qualifier. It's an Olympic year and anything can happen. You know, we've got the great Tamsin Lewis in the race, so, you know, I'm just excited to be feeling better than I was before. I've been a bit ill and had a couple of interesting races, so I'm just happy to be progressing at the moment.
Great work. We'll rest up. Can't wait to see you on Sunday. What's going to be a ding-dong battle. Well done.
Thank you.
Britt McGowan there. Back up to you, Lynchy.
Thank you, Robbo. We're going to go out and check these results. There it is, McGowan and Story. 2:07.41 for Katsanavakis. Not sure if it'll be enough to get her through. We'll have to wait and see. But we've got Mossy down there with an update from the Decathlon Javelin.
Yeah, we're into the second round at the moment. Just a couple of throws to go. Cedric in his first, Cedric Dublo that is, who's currently in contention to get the Rio qualifier. First round 48.39. That would only give him 565 points. We need over 600 points for this event to give him a good chance. He would have had to run a PB for the 15. But I'm glad to tell you, Lynchy, you talked about that one being a big throw out there. Confirmation 53.26 for the big fella. That's a whopping 638 points. That means he's getting closer to that 5-minute mark for the 1500 metres. So I tell you what, Cedric has really put himself into great contention out here, and I look forward to at the end of the competition. We saw him last night at the completion of day one. He got himself on an electronic or a motorised skateboard out here on the ground, and I tell you what, we're looking forward to that, having a chat to him at the end as well. Can he get there? He's currently just spoke to him. He's very nervous. He said he's been sick. He hasn't been eating that well for a couple of days. I told him, use that nerves, use the energy as fuel for your chance to get a qualifier. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. He's getting very, very close, and I do see him quite often from my office. Riding around on his electronic skateboard. He hasn't come off yet, so he's pretty safe. We've got some more. Maybe he's going to be watching these 1500 metres. Up next, we've got the men's 1500 metres.
So we've got 59 competitors in this, and
well, it looks like we've been whittled down to 48, so we've had a few people, maybe some people missed their planes.
yeah, I've been very excited about this men's 1500, and these heats are going to be fantastic. We've got the top 3 and the next 3 best times in each heat going through to the final.
That is
brutal.
Cutthroat. So they're going to go from 48 to 12 athletes. Ouch. And, yeah, you don't want to be in that first heat. With 4 heats of 12, 48 athletes down to 12. A quarter of these athletes will make it through the final set. Kyle Cranston now from New South Wales. Unfortunately, no hiding in the pole vault, so his competition's effectively over, but good to see him still out there having a throw. He's got to bring himself back from that unfortunate situation in there, but you can see the back straight. The boys are lining up. We've had some awesome 1500 metres there, but the start list from 1, Josh Wright, Reece Jones, Adam Pike, James Hansen, Jack Stapleton, Julian Oy, Zach Faccioni, Michael Marantelli, Jack Davies, Josh Torley, Brendan Press and Daniel Mitchell. That's a good race as it is.
Yeah.
Josh Wright, medalist at Nationals. James Hansen's been running well. He almost went sub-4 over in Perth. Jack Stapleton's gone to the World Juniors. Zach Faccioni's coming up, very young. Josh Torley, same as well. First 3 plus the next 3. Never know who these guys are going to be.
No, and I mean, sometimes it comes down to who can run the fastest over 800, and sometimes the first few laps are going to be really slow, and it's going to be that kick finish. And yeah, it's going to be very tactical and very interesting, but no, I'm excited. And you don't often get to see these middle distance runners actually race. Like, often they're doing time trials or chasing a certain time, but today it's all about the placing.
Yeah, it's good to see these tactics, and obviously when they go to those major championships, tactics come into play, and obviously these aren't going to be as fast as the Olympic heats, but it does give you that chance to run a few relaxed laps and warm into it and then have to turn on the speed.
Yeah, and it's a huge part of championship racing, and they really need plenty of practice at this. And unfortunately, these days, I don't think people get enough practice, so that when they go to the Olympics, for example, they just don't know how to do the round. So this is a great run and great practice for all the guys here to get through the final and just give it all they've got.
Yeah, they always called it championship racing. And then Radisha decided to break a world record in a distance event at an Olympics. So he kind of blew that.
Yeah.
I think that's the exception, though. That's definitely not the rule. You don't see that very often.
No, I mean, we saw El Garouge in Athens Olympics, but yeah, you don't see it often.
There we go again from the inside. Josh Wright, Reece Jones, Adam Pike, James Hansen, Jack Stapleton, Julian Oy, Zach Faccioni, Michael Marantelli, Jack Davies, Josh Torley, Brendan Press and Daniel Mitchell. Going to see the guys always a little bit quicker that first 100 just to get themselves settled. You can see Wright and Hanson. And then just tucked in behind them, you can see Stapleton again in the same uniform as Josh Wright.
Yeah, and often they get really nervous at the start, so they start fast and then they slow down a lot, and gets really boxed and really messy here. A lot of guys get spiked in this section.
Yeah, definitely some ins and outs and a lot of elbows getting thrown there as the boys try to just really get comfortable.
See Adam Pike moving up on the outside, the little fella.
Yeah, he's definitely a bit at sea to see Josh Wright there, hands on the back of Hanson, just trying to work out, but you don't want to get swamped and stuck on the rail there. So Pike just probably getting himself out of a bit of trouble.
Yeah, he's coached by his father over in Victoria in Melbourne there, and he's a good little runner and has really come along this season as well. So I'd love to see him up at the front, but you've got to be tactical in this race. You've got to be tough.
And Reece Jones from South Australia now deciding to turn it on. And the boys really just working themselves out. Jack Stapleton now moving to the front. We haven't seen anyone break away just yet. We may see these have a faster last 800 than first 800, I think.
Yeah, definitely faster last 800. And yeah, they just, when you see them in single file like this, it just means that they're putting on a bit of pace, but not enough to break the field up.
No, definitely not. They are just stretching it out a little bit. Remember, it is first 3 plus the next 3 fastest times. So those guys out there, we see a pack of 5 there. Jones, Stapleton, Pike, Hanson and Wright. It looks like they've broken up a little bit, but remember, only 3 of those can get through automatically.
Yeah, it's going to be cutthroat in this last 700 metres now, and I'm just having a look at 800. They're going through 800 in about 2:02.5.
So not super quick.
No, not quick at all.
No, but these 5, they really are stretching away from the field. They've got a good 10-metre lead from the rest of the pack, and someone's going to have to do some work to bridge that if these other athletes are a chance to make it through. There's Davies, he's leading the second pack from Victoria, but these guys are really starting to stretch it out. Jones, Stapleton, Pike's in there, Josh Wright, James Hanson. So 2 New South Wales athletes, a Victorian, a Tasmanian and a South Australian. We've got Robbo down. He's right in the thick of the action. Might be able to hear the bell through your microphone, Robbo.
Yes, Lynchy, here we go. We're setting things up here. The famous bell. And there it goes. And it's young Pike taking them through the bell there. This is going to be an absolute battle to the finish. As you guys said, it's a cutthroat race to see who can make this final. It's a group of 5 up there at the moment. I'm going to send it back up to you, Lynchy, to call these guys home.
All right, 300 metres to go. It's Pike, Wright, Jones, Hanson. Stapleton now starting to fall off the pace. But that move early from Pike put him in a good spot, and he's really running with this race. Now it looks like we've got a group of 4 athletes. Only 3 will take that automatic spot. Jones now slipping off the back of the pace. Hanson just cutting across Wright. But it's Pike, Hanson, Wright and Jones. And I think Jones, his race might be done a little bit there. He's struggling. Pike still pumping those arms out in front. Wright now, he's a medalist from the national champs previously, and they've got that strength. He was just playing with these guys. But here comes Reece Jones. Thought he was out of it earlier, and he might cause Hanson to miss out, and he has. 3:44.69 for Josh Wright. Pike and a very fast finishing Jones taking those first 3. And James Hanson, he slept on him a bit, and he's been popped out the other side in 4th.
Yeah, Josh Wright, I mean, great win there and great last 50, but Adam Pike just really put that big decisive move on with 400 to go and really broke the field up. And Josh Wright from the Sydney Running Academy here in Sydney, coached by Ken Green, and yeah, I would say that's a great run, great effort, and it's all about the final now. Once you're in the final, we know that Pike's in, we know that Wright's in, and we know that Jones is in as well.
Yeah, Jones looked out of it, but just found that extra gear, and I suppose that's what you got to do.
Yep.
As we see Cedric Dubler, 53.26 on his second round, 638 points. He only needed an average of 604 from his next 2 events. Let's see if we can get another big one out there. His PB's 54. Oh, it's not too bad. I don't think that's going to trouble it. We're on a funny angle here, so they are throwing from the opposite end as we are right now. I think he should be pretty happy with that, and he should go relax and get ready for that 1,500 metres. We got Robbo with the winner of the first heat, Josh Wright.
Thank you very much, Lynchy. Josh Wright. Well, he's done all right here tonight, I got to say. And look, he's held on just off air. They were talking a little bit about heats, and you know they're a little bit tricky navigating through it. You've got the win here tonight, but what was that race like, mate?
Race, so much chopping and changing, pushing and shoving, but works out all right for me because I'm a bit bigger, so I get bumped. Like, it doesn't really affect me, so it's good being a bit more chest heavy.
That's it, mate. Keep doing those upper body days at the gym. We're going to let you get a good seat, mate, and watch these next couple of heats. It's going to be fantastic to watch. Throwing back up to Lynchy. I'm out of words. Sorry, guys.
That's all right. You can javelin it back up here. We've got our second heat. They're lining up on the line. Another 12 athletes. We'll only take 3 through to the final. And we've got in number 1, could be a sign for the future there, Ryan Gregson, Alexander Seal, Craig Huffer, Douglas Hammerlock, Matt Dempsey, Philo Saunders, Andrew Buchanan, Charlie Hunter, Benjamin Buckingham, Nathan Pearce, Bryce Cole-Sinclair and Bryce Watson. Now we've got some pretty handy runners in here. Ryan Gregson, Craig Huffer, he's done a 3:36, and Philo Saunders, if he's in a race that's run about a 3:40, he's always there.
39-year-old Philo Saunders. He's been around since before my time. But, yeah, Craig Huffer trains with Nick Willis. We saw Nick Willis getting a fantastic bronze medal at the World Indoor Championships 2 weeks ago, and he'll be inspired by that.
Yeah, over in Michigan, I think he spends a bit of time. Also Victoria, his home state. We've seen Matt Dempsey there go to the lead. And Philo would be coaching a few of these athletes too.
Yeah, Philo's got a good group over in Canberra, and he's a physiologist over at the AIS. And yeah, Philo's a good coach. He's always away training with his athletes as well, and just a fantastic athlete at his age as well, and always out there competing. He often pace makes as well at a lot of meets.
You see our athlete in the blue. It looks like Douglas Hammerlock really just turning it on and wanting to take the lead. The Tasmanian, you just saw his fellow Taswegian get pipped at the post, James Hansen, for that automatic spot. So Hammerlock, he's running a race by himself at the moment. Philo now moving up to 3rd place. He actually coaches Dion Kenzie, the athlete we saw before, get under that para A qualifier for the 1500.
Yeah, it's just a real tactical race, these races, and we see them going through 400 metres in 101, which is very slow, but these races are going to be slow at the start and just wind up, and it's just about, it's a game of chess really, I think, and it's just about getting in the right position at the right time to make your move with, 500, 600 to go. It just really depends on what their coaches have said to them, how they're feeling in the race, how fast the race is going, and they've really got to think in their heads and decide for themselves when they're in the race. And that's what I love about these middle distance races. It's not just running robotically like time trials. Yeah, well, you can see Gregson sitting almost back in eighth position there, just out on the outside of lane 1, and as I say that, he's moved himself almost up into 3rd. And Matt Dempsey there, who went out early, looks like he's just shadowing Gregson at the moment, which is probably a good tactic. Yeah, some coaches do tell you to shadow some of the top runners, and it is an interesting thing because if they're having a bad day, you don't want to shadow them. But I would not suspect Gregson will have a bad day today. But the sign of a good runner like this and these top athletes is just to be able to relax as much as they can in the heats. And 2:03.55 through 800. And yeah, it is very slow, but they're just thinking about their final moves now to the finish. So you see Dempsey there now. He led early, but it's about on the shoulder of Hammerlock. Gregson in 3rd position at the moment. I think it is really slowing down. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I think it's going to come to that last, probably 450. I don't know. We'll see if anyone makes a move here in the straight with just over 400 to go. Yeah, you can see Gregson now cutting out across the field to get himself out of that box position. But Hammerlock there still in play. And a top athlete like Gregson, you know he could go faster now, but he's just biding his time. Alexander Seal there in the red shorts, and just outside of him, it looks like Bryce Cole-Sinclair and the tall Huffer on the rails. But now Gregson's taking control of this race. Hammerlock's still there. So is Dempsey. Alexander Seal, and Craig Huffer in 5th place. But Hammerlock's done a lot of work early. Gregson looks very, very comfortable though. Yeah, Gregson put on a bit of a surge with about 350 to go, and then he's just kind of running along now, and he wants to comfortably make it to the final, but he doesn't want to use up too much energy. So it's a fine line. And he's definitely out of trouble at the moment. Everyone else has got to be chasing him down, and as we said before, with this big screen,
down the home straight. We don't often have it. It's usually at the other end, but we've got two screens here, so he can have a little peek. The Gregson there leading into the straight. Huffer, the tall Victorian, coming home very, very quick. And it looks like the three athletes who will qualify from this of the heats, Gregson, Huffer and Hammerlock.
Great.
3:46.72.
Great effort there. And, yeah, you can see Gregson, similar to Tamsin Lewis before, just looking up into the screen and relaxing a bit. And Craig Huff is a great athlete too. He's coming off an injury. He's been training with Nick Willis over in New Zealand, coached by Ron Warhurst over at University of Michigan. So he's coming back into good form. But Ryan Gregson, Melbourne Track Club athlete, Nick Badeau coaches him. Luke Matthews, the same group. So he's inspired by his other teammates as well. And fantastic race, Ryan.
There you go. Just very, very comfortable. And Huffer there coming into the straight in fourth position, turning on a bit of speed there. He ran close to sub-4. I think it was a 4:00:02 mile over in New Zealand recently. So that equates to around a 3:42. So that was pretty good shape back then. And he's just gone through in a 3:47:01. So with a time like that, James Hansen from the first heat's probably still in those positions. But we've got Robbo down trackside with Ryan Gregson, the winner of the Heat 2.
Thank you very much, Lynchy. Yes, I'm here joined by the Little King. He's done the business there in that second heat. How was it out here tonight, mate?
Yeah, it was a good run. The level of middle distance in Australia is pretty good right now, so it's never going to be too easy, but it was a pretty comfortable run.
Spoke to Josh Wright before, his sparring partner, who's saying he gets a bit nervous with the heats. They're often a bit tricky. There's a bit of chopping and changing, not the quickest. How have you found you stayed out of trouble there, mate? Staying out in front, was that the strategy?
Oh, it was a bit of pushing. I didn't really worry where I was at the start. I just made sure I stayed on my feet, and then 2 laps to go, just moved through to make sure I was safe, and I just tried to stay there after that.
Awesome, mate. Well, might be chatting to you again before the weekend's out. All the best. Well done. Ryan Gregson there, and I'm going to get my javelin out and toss it over to Mossy, and he's over there to give us an update in this men's decathlon. It's getting to the pointy end.
Thanks very much, Robbo. I'm here with the only man in world athletics with the last name Dubler. It is Cedric Dubler, mate. And Cedric got a silver at Eugene in the World Juniors. He's lining up today. You've got to get 8,100 points. You've come out here to the jab. The first one didn't get out of the hands too well, but you put yourself in a position with a 53.29 where you've got to run a 4:58. 1,500 metres. How's the body holding up? Do you think you can do it?
Oh, it's been a long 2 days, but body is holding up. I'm feeling quite good, thanks to like the physios and the whole support team around me. So I am feeling quite good. 4:58 is very, very doable. I ran a 4:57 at States. I've run a 4:39 in Eugene when I needed to. So yeah, look, just want to get through the last event and get on that plane.
Yeah, now you've got 40 minutes to go to your final event, the 1,500 metres there. What do you do between now and then?
Snapchat, vlog, update the social media, but then I'll just be lying down, get my headphones on and just get in the zone and just think about how I need to run it and what I need to do.
Yeah, well, if you've got a second or third screen available, I suggest you get onto YouTube, go to Cedric Dubler. He'll show you how to do a plane trip in international competition. And we look forward to chatting with Cedric, who will be, hopefully, with all things permitting, a winner here. His first ever national championships in the Open and a Rio qualifier. Back up to you, Lynchy and Benita.
Thank you. Now we're underway in the third heat of the 1,500 metres from the inside. Number 1, Brett Robinson, Sam McKenty, Geordie Williams, Mitch Brown, Nick Toohey, Josh Johnson, Nicholas Whiteman, Michael Roger, Dave Bradney, Samuel Blake, Timothy Lefroy and Guy Walters. Now, we got some guys backing up from the 5K yesterday.
Yeah, we've got first and second from the 5K last night backing up and with Sam McKenty and Brett Robinson. So it's going to be an interesting race because those two guys are in really good shape, but it'll just be interesting to see how they back up. And Jordan Williams, he was in the 800 heats last night and just missed the final, so he's backing up as well. Geordie and Sam both go to Villanova University in the States, in Philadelphia.
Yeah, so Villanova, it's been a place to go for distance runners from Australia. Pat Tiernan, who came fourth in the 5K last night, also running over there as well, so pretty handy. But they've gone through in 62.42, so that's even slower than the other race.
Yeah, it's going to be come down to this kick finish. And you see Geordie and Sam running right at the front there. Brett Robinson just tucked in behind. And I think it's just going to come down to this last probably 400. But It's very slow, and you can see how bunched it is, and these guys are just biding their time.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit too much respect for these runners out the front at the moment, not wanting to challenge them yet.
Yeah, it is all about the respect thing, and often people just don't want to go in front of them, and they just kind of just let them pick the pace here. And
well, it's like what Brett Robinson said in down at the 5K champs in Melbourne. He said, a lot of people sometimes in Australia just let me do what I want, and the Kenyan wasn't letting him do that in the 5K down there, and he said it was good. It's because when you go to a world champs, they don't know who you are, they don't care who you are, they want to win.
That's right, yeah.
Sometimes you just got to throw a little bit of disrespect out there, but it's still Sam McKenzie, and then on his outside, Josh Johnson. Just behind him, Brett Robinson, and the athlete with the number 10 on his hip, Samuel Blake from Victoria. But it looks like Josh Johnson now starting to turn it up. I think it was the pacemaker at the Sydney Track Classic where he was a long way in front of the rest of the field. He was running at a good pace. No one else really followed him, unfortunately, that night. But
yeah, no, they just let him go, and that was unfortunate because no one's qualified for the Olympics so far in the men's 1500. So they're all chasing the time. The time to get is 3:36.20, and we've just got, coming through here, Geordie Williams is coming into third now, and he really wants to be in this final on Sunday. And
yeah, it looks like we've got Johnson now really striding it out. Brett Robinson is done his 5K last night, is the only one. Well, so we've got two qualifiers in that race, and Geordie Williams probably disappointed with the way his 800 ended up. He's got a 3:36 to his name. He's very, very fast.
Yeah, Geordie's very good, and he's very fast over 800. Very good 1500 runner. He's come back from the States, trains with Melbourne Track Club, as does Brett Robinson as well, and McEntee. So those guys, they're all training partners, and they all run together. But tonight, it's all about the competition.
Yeah, it is. If it becomes between one of them each to make it through to the final. But we've got Josh Johnson now. He's going to lead this field into the straight. Geordie Williams on his outside. He'll want to take line honours and make sure he's comfortably through. Brett Robinson looks pretty cruisy there in third place. No one coming home. Only the first three can make it. It's going to be around the same time, a little bit slower than the others. It went Geordie Williams, Josh Johnson and Brett Robinson. 3:47?
Yeah, it's a little bit slower. Sam McEntee was fourth there, but coming off his 5K win last night, I don't think he's going to be too worried. He'd like to run in the final, but Geordie Williams, great run by him.
Yeah, very, very comfortable. I think just a little bit disappointed about yesterday in the 8, but we've got Robbo with the winner of Heat 3, Geordie Williams.
Thank you very much, Lynchy. I'm here with Geordie. Geordie, comment a little bit firstly on your 800 experience yesterday. Was there a little bit of wanting to prove a point out there tonight?
A little bit of that, but I think I put most of it down to jet lag. We just came in about a week ago, so pretty quick turnaround, but probably just needed that one race, and I came down really aiming for the 800, and just lucky I entered the 15 as well, huh?
Yeah, that's a bonus. Now you've got a PB of 3:36. You know your quality over the 3 3/4 distance, but it sets things up pretty nicely. You've seen Ryan and co qualify already. Comment on this final, mate. What do you think is going to come with it?
No idea. I've been out of the game in Australia for a long time, so you know, a couple of familiar faces, but a lot of fresh faces, and I know from what I'm hearing, they're all really good, talented, young, fresh faces. So, I mean, I'm just going to wait and see. I'm going to put myself in it. I'm not trying to come down all the way to Australia from America for nothing. So, I'll be there. I'll be going for it.
Final question, I don't know if this is for you to comment or not, but I would say, would you say you'd be more well known in athletics in the USA than you would here, thanks to some of your exploits on the NCAA scene?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I'm just fortunate to have a, good coach over there, a bunch of good guys to train with. Not to discredit anyone here, but I don't know. I guess maybe I'm a little more well-known over there.
Now, you might be going under the radar, but that won't be happening for very long. Well done again on getting that win, mate. Look, can't wait to see you in the final.
Thanks a lot, mate. Good to talk to you.
There you go. Geordie Williams, the Wildcat from Villanova. He's out here in Australia for a limited time, and hopefully he can do some damage in that final. Back up to you, Lynchy.
Yeah, well, it is lucky he entered the 1500 because he's going to be going through probably one of the favourites. He's got a very quick time. He can do the qualifier. But here he is, the last heat. Tom Forthorpe, Jordan Guzman, Brenton Rowe, Jeremy Roth, Joshua Barn, Adrian Plummer, Jack Holden, Lachlan Aspinall, Will Austin Craig, Chris Dale, Tim Logan and Jordan Tyler. Now, these guys have seen these other races and They know what's needed to get through. They need to, if they can get this pace under 3:44, maybe a little bit quicker, well, they could pull 5 through from this race.
Yeah, I think it's a huge advantage being in the last heat. You see it at these major championships all the time. They know what they need to do, and if they don't go out with pace and someone takes the lead, they're just not taking the most advantage of the situation as well that they're in. And they need to keep the pace moving. You can see it slowing down again. They're all bunching up, and that's not what they want to do if they want to all get through.
No, someone needs to do it. And as we can see, Brenton Rowe there moving through the field. He's a multiple minor medalist at a lot of distances, 5Ks. He's done the 5K here twice and the 1500, getting medals in all of those. Tom Forthorpe, he was a New South Wales champion. He's from Victoria, came up and won the New South Wales 3K at about 8:03 with a very quick finish. And even tucked in behind him, Jeremy Roth, a 3:34 guy. So it's some handy runners out there. Jordan Gusman's there just at the back of the pack. He's got a 3:40. He did that again here at the Sydney Track Classic, so he doesn't mind kicking from the behind. He's right at the back at the moment, and hopefully these guys really start winding it up and we see something a bit quicker.
Yeah, Jeremy Roth's been around a long time, and he's very experienced at these kind of races. He's wearing that blue headband there, coming second, and he knows how to run these heats. And I think he's just got to try to make sure that he gets through here. And I love watching him run. He's tough. He trains with Ken Green here at Sydney Running Academy as well. So that's another big group, and the Melbourne Track Club. So those two groups have got a lot of these 1500 guys.
Yeah, we can see now they're starting to spread out a little bit. Forthorpe. There's Roth, Rowe, and Gusman. And I think we're going to go through 800 again, just a tick over 2 minutes. But I think they're really starting to wind it up. We should see a faster. There we go. It looks like the fastest first 800. Well, they're going to need to do it.
Yep, that's right, Lynchy. And I think it's just about a second faster than the other heat. So they've just got to keep working and keep the pace going now, because if they're slowing up in this 300 to the last lap, so in this last 700 metres, if they're slowing up, they're not going to get the time and not going to get all those fastest losers through to the final. No, and I think a few of the other guys have noticed that the pace is starting to pick up, and they've tried to tack themselves on. Brenton Rowe now really attacking it, and he's said he's had enough of it and he wants to bring the pace through. He wants to make sure if he gets picked off at the end, he wants to get one of those minor placings and get through as a non-automatic qualifier. Yeah, it's very smart running by Brenton Rowe, and he knows what he needs to do. He's very experienced, a bit older than a lot of these guys in the field, but he's going for it. This is probably the first time I've seen Brenton Rowe run as Victoria instead of Austria. Too, he switched allegiance to Austria, but he's from Victoria, from Geelong actually. But here we go, the bell goes, and we've got Brenton Rowe out in front, Forthorpe, Gusman now just moving his way in past the leaders, and Adrian Plummer's there. So we've got 5 in this lead pack, and if they are doing the right thing, we might see all 5 of these guys get through. If they can get all pretty close together under that 3:45, 3:46, I think we'll see them make it through. Yeah, Jordan Guzman, he's made a good move to the front there, and he's coached by Dick Telford in Canberra, and he's a great athlete. I've watched some of his interviews, and very, very tough, and I'd love to see him doing really well here and making the final. Yeah, last year he ran a 3:40 here at the Sydney Track Classic, and it was just tactics that made him miss out on the final. He just let someone slip past him at the end, and he doesn't want that to happen again. It is quicker. It is a lot quicker, 3:44, and I think Roth, who just dipped at 5th, we may see him get through as one of the fastest qualifiers. Fingers crossed. Yeah, seeing Guzman taking that out. We've got Rowe second and Plummer third. I think we're going to see quite a few fastest loser times coming from this heat, and which is it's a smart way to run. And if you want to get through when it's so cutthroat, yeah, you've got to be tough. We're just going down now to Robbo.
Thanks very much, B. Yeah, Jordan Gusman's here, fresh off the track and off a pretty handy win there in that heat. Mate, comment on the thoughts coming into that. You've seen the other heats go around before. Did that pan out how you wanted it to?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I knew going into that race, 3:47 was the time for third fastest qualifier, and with my track record with the past few nationals, I knew that might come into consideration. I've missed out a few times on that final, but glad to just tuck in and be able to finish strong, and it didn't feel too bad. The pace was honest. But it felt okay for a 3:43, so hopefully a bit more in the final.
Expectations for that final, mate. A number of the squads in here. We've seen some famous chat around the social media circles with the Melbourne Track Club guys, and they've always a dominant force. But what do you think you can do in that final?
Oh, they definitely are a dominant force, and I mean, it's going to be hard to top Grego. He's the king at the moment, and he's obviously shown that he's a step above the rest of us. So, I mean, I don't like to say that I'm fighting for second place. I'm going to go for that win, but yeah, it'll be tough. I just want to get myself in a good position and kick as hard as I can, and hope I can close quick that last lap.
Well done, mate. Can't wait for that. Set up to be a mouth-watering battle. Congratulations once again getting through to that final. That's George Gusman, proud product of New South Wales North Coast, God's country. Back up to you, Lynchy.
Thank you. Now we've got some 400s coming up very shortly, but we're going to go to a break. You're watching the 94th Australian Athletics Championships.
Sydney Olympic Park. Get into life.
We are back. We've still got a few more minutes till the semi-finals for the 400, and it's all going to wrap up on Sunday for the Gala, Athletics in Australia Gala, being held at the Waterview Room over at the Bicentennial Park here at Sydney Olympic Park. I think it's going to be a cracking night. I've got myself a ticket. I've got my suit. I've pulled it out of the suitcase, and hopefully I look good in a suit.
Yeah, I think you'll look all right. I've got the dress. It was in the suitcase, so I've got to probably give it a bit of an iron. But anything to see Dave Colbert in action, and Tamsin Lewis as well hosting it. Yeah,
Tamsin will be out there hosting it, and they're going to announce the team for Rio. The AOC will be there. Bruce McAvaney is going to be there as well.
Oh, I still remember seeing Bruce McAvaney.
There we go on the screen now. The start list for the first semi-final: Jackson Collette, Fraser Wicks, Luke Stevens, Ben Offrens, Clay Watkins, Sam Baird, James Kermond, and Alexander Crew. It looks like Sam Baird hasn't made it to the start line, unfortunately. I did hear a rumour that he injured his hamstring dipping for the line, so we're going to see lane 7 unfortunately vacant. Now it's the first 3 from each heat, followed by the next 2 best times. Now throwing a spanner in the works after this, Ben Offrens is an absolute classic 400-metre runner. I've been running against him. We're the same age. We've been running for years and years. Haven't seen him run all year, and he runs a 46.6 in the heat. Puts him right in contention for a medal. All of a sudden, he's there, and it's going to be good to see him run against Luke Stevens. Luke Stevens is the fastest so far this year, 46.06. Offrens on this track, not obviously the relay track, but the old run ran 44.86. Wow. So he's handy.
Yeah.
He's very, very good.
I'll tell you what, I don't think any of these athletes are CEOs of any athletics federation.
No, I don't think so. I don't think we see, Duncan Tweed or maybe Dave Ginther out there later on. If they do have a CEO's race later on in the season, I think Ben Offrens will probably be the favourite.
For sure, and I think ACT are going to love seeing him racing today.
I'm surprised he's not actually in the ACT kit.
Yeah, he should be.
It's interesting that he is from WA, so he's spent most of his athletics career over there, but he is the CEO of Athletics ACT.
Oh, if you're from WA, though, you don't change allegiance to any other state, do you?
You stay there. The black and yellow WA. Feels like the wind has settled down a little bit as well. But I think there's still a couple more minutes before this race is supposed to get underway. Having a little bit of trouble with the gun and the receiver down there. So obviously we want to make sure everyone gets a clean start.
Yeah, I thought they were practicing with the gun before, and I thought it sounded like the swimming gun.
Yeah, I did hear a swimming pool beep.
So we can't have that.
No, we don't want anyone to dive out of the blocks instead of now with a blue track especially. So hopefully they're going to fix that up, change the settings from swimming to running.
Yeah.
That'd be nice if that's all it took, just a flick of a switch. But Luke Stevens undefeated so far this year in the 400. We'll see what he can do there. Few crowd left on those beanbags. just a tip with those beanbags, never sit on a black one during the day. The hottest thing you'll ever sit on.
Yeah, I could imagine. They look pretty hot today.
Yeah, definitely. Now, I just did hear the proper noise from this gun, so it looks like we are underway for the first semi-final. Clean start in the first of our semi-finals from the inside. Collette, Wicks, Stevens, Offrens, Watkins. Lane 7 is vacant. Kermond and Carew as they go down the back straight. Offrens going out very hard, already on the shoulder of Watkins. Watkins is a sub-46 guy himself with a 45.9. And we've got Carew and Kermond working hard down the back straight. It looks like Luke Stevens running very hard early too. Normally his tactics to take it easy for those first few 100 metres and then start to wind it up. So it's going to be interesting to see Luke Stevens leading into the home straight. And as we see Luke Stevens into the home straight, Offrens still fighting hard. He's a 44.8 guy. And here it is, Offrens wanting to take it out. He's leading this field. We've got the other boys fighting hard, but very quick, 46.39. He's gone faster again. Kermond just doing enough there to find himself in that next minor position, but fast running there from Ben Offrens. He's reborn.
It was a great finish, geez. Sometimes that enthusiasm, it just comes back in spurts, and he's certainly just pumped.
46.65 to Ben Offrens.
There we go. As he come into the home straight, Stevens going a bit harder than he normally does. But Offrens just finding other gear. He's had an Achilles issue for quite some time. And it's good to see him back running again. He's only 30 years old. He might have a few more years left in those legs. We got Robbo with the winner of semi-final 1, Ben Offrens.
I'm calling it early here. I think it is a athletics member association CEO record there whilst holding the post. 46.38 I'm thinking there, Benny Offrens. Mate, where have you been for a few years? What have these spikes been doing in your cupboard?
Been collecting dust. That's what I've been doing. They're 4 years old now. They still look fresh, but no, it was nice to come out here and have a bit of run. It's been a long time. It's been 3 years since my last run. Been through a bit. Had to deal with an Achilles injury. Had surgery 12 months ago. First one back. Starting to feel it now. It's been a long time since I've had that feeling in my legs, but it's good to have it again.
Mate, it's great to see you back. And look, the final is upon us. Can we, bit of a broad question, I guess, but can we get a scenario where we get a relay team for Rio? And maybe we could get you to feature in there as well.
Look, I hope so. You know, one thing we've got going for us is the relationship with all those 400 runners. We all get along really well. We all have a common goal, so as long as we all sort of band together and make sure we keep pushing each other to get better, I think we've got a good shot.
Can't wait to see you in that final, mate. Back up to another old 400 runner, Matty Lynch.
Yeah, thanks, Robbo. You probably won't see me out doing a 400 anytime soon either. But there it is, the official results. 46.38 there for Offrens. 46.65 Stevens. Kermond 47.09. And those minor places at the moment, 47.45 for Alexander Carew. And it looked like a 47.2 for Watkins. So those two guys waiting to see this next semi-final before they can make it into the final later on. Very quick. It actually took a sub 48 to make it to the semis. That's good to see. We might have not had that many guys right down in those 45s, 46s, but we've had a lot more getting quicker under those 48s. So sub 48.00 was the 17th qualifier, so he missed out. This is a good race. This has got a lot of sub 46 guys in it. And there's potential for a very, very fast race. There's 4 guys that could win this race, not including the Japanese athlete. So very, very interesting developments possibly underway with DC Steve Solomon back out there on the track. That's Nick Boyle, the Queensland champion. He's got a 46.48 to his name. Up until Ben Offrens ran that, he was the second fastest this year. There's Alex Beck, came 5th at the World University Games, but from the inside, Will McNamara, DeLuca Lawson-Matthew, Alex Beck, Tomoya Tamura, Craig Burns, Steve Solomon, Christopher Ballew, and Nicholas Boylett.
It is good to see the depth in these fields. And if, Lynchy, you're saying one of how many? 5 could win?
Yeah, so
Pretty awesome.
Beck's gone sub, Burns has gone sub, Solomon, we all know he has definitely gone sub. Boylett's a 46.5 guy. It's going to be interesting to see who takes this race. We are away. The boys are going to have to go hard. They know what they need. McNamara, Lawson-Matthews, Beck, Tamora, Burns, Solomon, Ballew, and Boylett. It looks pretty even at the moment. Solomon there, Burns trying to go up on his shoulder, but the Japanese, Tomoya Tamura, really going out hard. The Japanese do like this. They do it in a lot of their events, but he is absolutely gassing out. It looks like he's gone through in low 21s, and now Solomon starting to wind it up. It's really good to see Solomon. He made the final in London, but the Japanese athlete is going to lead into the straight. This is Solomon's area, though. The last 100, here he is. He's kicked off the bend. And Beck's fighting hard as well. Burns is trying to get there. The Japanese athlete's getting lactic. But Steve Solomon, he'll take it out. 46.24. Burns in 3rd place. It looks like Ballew might have got up there he ran his first sub-46 this season. Steve Solomon doing enough to win, but that Japanese athlete really took it to them, and he paid the price, unfortunately.
Yeah, only one was split shorts, and I think he blew up the most as well in that last 50.
Yeah, he certainly probably did a PB first 250 in that race. But as you can see, look at him just looking very comfortable. Doesn't look that lactic, but just could not find that extra gear. And unfortunately, just getting swamped in these last stages. Solomon just way too strong. Just like the Terminator, having a look around. Beck coming home. Burns, the big striding athlete, doing enough there. And Burns coming in with a 3rd automatic qualifying position.
Yeah, I'm loving the look of Solomon, eh? Loving the look of him.
Yeah, he's comfortable. It's good to see him back in a good kind of shape. You see, look at those big, bright lights there over that finish line. That helps our photo finish judges get the best photo possible.
I like seeing people coming back from injury really strong as well. And we've got Robbo down there now with Steve Solomon.
Yes, look, I've got Steve Solomon in disguise. Would you believe it is? It's Craig Burns, and Solo's just ducked off. We hopefully catch up with him sometime over the next few days. But he's very modern. But Burns is always up for a chat. And mate, you got the auto qualifier there into the final. Some fast times being run in those heats, mate. Was that what you expected might happen tonight?
Yeah. Well, it's been a weird season. Like, no one knows how everyone else is going because there hasn't been many races filled with all the normal athletes, so it's been weird, I guess, in that sense. But yeah, I guess we're finding out now who's in good shape or not.
And with one more race to go for you, mate, in the 400, are you going to do the 200 as well?
No, I'm out. Not this Nationals. Righto. I love it. I like being a robust athlete and having fun and running, but no, not this year.
All right, I'm going to get you to do one more thing for me. Can you please throw it back up to Lynchy?
Up to you, Lynchy. Thank you, mate.
Thanks, Burnsy. We are going to have a quick little break, and we'll be back with plenty more action at the 94th Australian Athletics Championships.
That personal best, that win, that medal.
We want that feeling to share the moment.
It's like nothing else, that achievement of going faster, higher and further than ever before.
The joy as you surprise your friends, your family and yourself.
The pride in overcoming all obstacles and reaching your goal.
And you know you deserve it too.
You were there at every session doing the hard slog.
You pushed yourself when you were tired, when you hurt and when you thought you couldn't go on.
You didn't know if it was worth all the sacrifice.
You didn't let rain stop you, and you wouldn't let injury keep you down.
Along the way, we had some successes and some failures.
You experienced all the highs and all the lows.
But you refused to let anything get between you and your goals.
All you ever asked was a fair go, a level playing field.
That way, the rest is up to you.
And you did it. You did it.
You don't need drugs to win. You don't need to cheat. You can do it on your own. Make the right decisions for you.
For all of us competing side by side.
And now you are a better you, both physically and mentally.
The IAAF Nestle Healthy Active Kids Athletics program is fun, fast and awesome. It's an action-packed program filled with activities for all abilities from 5 to 12 years old. It's fun, fast and awesome. You can enjoy this program too now through the Sporting Schools program in primary schools across Australia. Come on, join us and sign up for athletics. For more information, check out athletics.com.au.
Here we are, we're back. There's still plenty more action to come at the 94th Australian Athletics Championships. We've got the 5K final, we've got the 10,000 metre walk, and we've got an event that we've been looking forward to, the Decathlon. And we've had Mossy and Robbo have been right in the middle of the action in that Decathlon down there. Mossy, what was the feeling down at the Javelin?
Well, as I spoke a little bit earlier, Cedric was telling me he's been a little bit sick and he wasn't quite sure whether it was nerves. He's had a little bit of a sort of stomach thing over the last couple of days as well. I said to him, look, use that energy. That, you know, when you do get nervous, it gets the adrenaline flowing. And he said, yep, that's what I've got to do. I found it interesting just having a chat to him there, and he said he's just going to go do a bit of Snapchat, bit of vlogging, just doing what feels comfortable for him. We know that he needs to run a 4:58 to get himself a qualifier for the Rio, and there's a great bit of history behind that as well, Robbo, as far as it's been a while since we've had an Australian.
Well, it has. I've had to go back and ask some of the knowledgeable statisticians around the building here tonight, and if we go back 16 years, that's the last time an Aussie was...
I don't even think Cedric was born then,
well,
was
he was only a wee lad at that point, but that was the last time we had an Aussie at an Olympic Games competing in the decathlon. Now, that was Scott Ferrier. He was unable to complete the competition that time, so we have to go back to Barcelona 1992 to see the last Aussie that actually completed the entire decathlon at an Olympic Games, and that was Dean Smith. And I can tell you Cedric wasn't born at that point. So look, there's a lot of history potentially to be made here. Look, we're a bit away, but look, I think justly we can get pretty excited here. Got a little Brazilian flag. Maybe we can present that in a little while if Cedric can come good, and this clock behind us reads 4:58 or less.
And we know that his PB for 36:29. The one thing is we do know this is a little bit of a slower track, being a newer track here at Sopak. So, you know, if he's a little bit sick, and, you know, we do need 4:58. He said he ran a 4:57 at the Queensland Championship. So he's got the form there, but it could be touch or go. But no, I'm backing him in. I reckon we got a guy who's going to run a qualifier, that 8,100 points, which will put him third all-time in the Australians.
It'll be interesting to see how he does come into it. 4:39 is the PB. He's only got to run that 4:58, so I imagine at the end of a decathlon, you just do what you need to do and get out of there and get back onto Snapchat, I guess. But and he's winning that 11th event, isn't he? The social media. He's doing it so well. But look, that's going to be great. But as the guys said, we've got the walks coming down here a little bit later on, and the women's 5,000 metres. It'll be their turn for the 12.5 lap journey here tonight. We're still reeling from how good that men's race was here last night, Mossy. But look, we've been here for a few hours now. We've seen the sunset. Beautiful night here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. What have been some of your highlights so far?
I mean, I just wanted to quickly talk about off the track. It's been a great vibe here, a bit better than the Sydney Track Classic a few weeks ago, but also, as you may sort of notice, there's people with beanbags on the hill as well, and to see for the men's decathlon with the Javelin there, probably about 150 people, probably about 70 of them sitting on a beanbag, all clapping, the likes of Jake Steen, David Brock, Kyle Cranston, the local boy, as well as Cedric Dubler from Queensland. I really like that. I think it's one of the things here I like most about the Sydney Olympic Park. But on the track, obviously today, Matt Denny, just great to see a young man in his prime. I mean, well, he's still probably got about 10 years till he hits his prime. He's just won his second of many national championships. What about yourself, Robbo?
For me, it's all about the old stages, and I mean that with the utmost respect, but Tamsin Lewis Manu winding back the clock in that women's 800-metre heat and getting herself through to the final, and then Benny Offrens, as we just spoke to, then also booking his spot in the final. Fantastic effort from both of those guys, and they add a little dimension, an extra dimension to those finals. Can the young bucks, come out and overcome these experienced old campaigners? So look, they're only young, really. Still, they're still in the prime of their life, that's for sure. But look, it's going to be great to see how it builds up on final Saturday, final Sunday.
If we look a little bit further in the competition, we've got day 3, day 4 coming up as well. Some mouth-watering things. We saw Luke Matthews not involved in the 1500 metres tonight. I was a little bit surprised by that, but he's keeping his legs nice and fresh for that 800 metres. Nick Badeau knows what he needs to do and has put him in good stead for that. What other events will you looking forward to, mate?
Long jump for me. I had the opportunity. First time we've had a chat with Fabrice Lapierre on the live stream this season, and he's only recently back in the country. But the long jump for me, I think there's going to be some big performances there. Been a bit of a slow builder, but there's a guy I want to have a chat to now, and I think we can bring him in. He recently celebrated his birthday, and we can bring him in here now. I'm going to hand over the microphone to Darcy Roper. Here, mate. Jump in the middle.
Jump in the middle, mate. In the scrum. A rose amongst two thorns, mate. A little bit of a jump out there today. Got the qualifier, nice and easy.
Yeah, it's pretty cruisy. I mean, good competition. Love the new track. Hey, it's pretty nice, fresh as. And met Fabrice for the first time. That was awesome. That was so cool. Yeah, he's a nice guy, and he just got straight out there, in his own, and he just got the job done and left. So, he killed it. So good on him. And it makes you look up to those kind of guys, and you see Henry and Robbie Crowther and everyone. They just get out there, get the job done, and and leave, and that's the main thing. So qualifying rounds just a breeze, and then getting keen for Sunday.
Now Matt Lynch is up in the stands. He knows this track really well. It's a home track for him here in New South Wales. He mentioned that the sand, it's not the best sand going on. It's a little bit hard. You want to talk us through
grainy. It's so grainy. And when I jumped here, actually, it was Nationals a couple of years ago. You get marks and stuff on your butt if you don't wear compression underneath. So make sure I got the suit on, the essentials. But it's really grainy. It's so thick, the sand, and kind of get your shoes all dirty. Not good because I have fresh kicks today. But not to worry though. Sand to sand, just if you can avoid it longer, then you're going to be fine, and you're not going to get as dirty. So it'll be fine.
That's right. You got it all stuffed.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'll share your microphone there for a sec. What about the beanbags? We were just picking them up here a minute ago. What do you reckon? We might be able to even organise the beanbags for the athletes down here. I mean, the spectators are getting a good run. But what do you think?
Yeah, we should get them down the front of the pits, just right in front of the long jump. That'd be so good, and we could get some officials like the old chill zone that we used to have. Remember the chill zone we had over here? Yeah, we could get a chill zone going, but for the long on Sunday, because it's Sunday, it's going to be cruisy as everyone's going to come straight over.
Quick one, Cedric Dubler. How well do you know him, and how excited are you for him right now?
I love Cedric. I'm so keen. That's why I waited around to come watch him qualify, because he'll definitely get it. And he jumped so well in high, he ran so well in the one. He's just been killing it, and we've known for the last couple of weeks he's just been nailing it at training, because we train at the same track on the back straight. And I know Eric Brown, his coach, will be absolutely stoked. And they've just done all the right things this whole off season. Well, this whole season they've just been ticking all the boxes, and Cedric, he's just eyes on the prize, and he's going straight there. So keen as. So hopefully he's just got to. I said to him just before as he walked past me, I said, come on Cedric. I was like, what is it, 4:58 he's got to get? Yeah, I was like, it's just a warm down, bro. It's just a warm down. Just jog it, warm down, and you'll be good to go. Yeah, it's like, book your ticket, you got this. So gave him a big hug, and hopefully we'll see some smiling Cedric afterwards.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think we might have a commentator for us there. The kid can jump, he can talk, and he's a good looking rooster as well. We'll put him down here on the finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Darcy
Darcy Roper. Look forward to watching him during the competition in the finals very shortly. We'll throw this one back up to Lynchy and Benita.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Mossy, Robbo and Roper. Now we're going to off to a break. We've got the 5K coming up shortly. You're watching the 94th National Australian Championships.
Sydney Olympic Park. Get into life.
Famous for my face. I want to be famous for my heart.
The IAAF Nestle Healthy Active Kids Athletics program is fun, fast and awesome. It's an action-packed program filled with activities for all abilities from 5 to 12 years old. It's fun, fast and awesome. You can enjoy this program too now through the Sporting Schools program in primary schools across Australia. Come on, join us and sign up for athletics. For more information, check out athletics.com.au.
We are back and lining up over at that 200-metre start line. We have the women's 5,000 metres. That is the next event up on the track. It is a final. This is for the national championships. We've got a fair, good field. Actually, it's a small field, but it's a very quality field.
Yeah, it is. It's a very small field, but quality. We've got Lucy Starrett, Vic Mitchell, Courtney Powell, Genevieve Lacaze, Tali Bird, Kate Spencer, Millie Clark and Gemma Maini.
Yeah, very, very handy field. So we've got a few athletes in this field who aren't qualified in the 5K, but have qualified in other events. So Vic Mitchell and Jen Lacaze there in the steeple. So they'll feature again on Sunday. And Millie Clark for the marathon.
Yeah, so Millie's run a 2:29.07 in Rotterdam Marathon last year, so she's qualified for the marathon. She's coming back from coming 13th at the World Half Marathon Champs in Wales last weekend. So fantastic race for her for that. And our team came fourth in that race. And I see Eloise Wellings over here in the stands, and she actually has qualified for the 5K for the Olympics, but's not running. She's just recovering from that half marathon last weekend. So she's not running, and Madeline Hills isn't running either, and she's also qualified for this event.
And you can see down there on the line. So these officials there, the lap scorers. So they've each been given an athlete each. They'll record the lap and the time. So there'll be also an athlete down there, an official down there timing each of the laps and calling it out. So every time your athlete crosses the line, you'll write down the split. And all these athletes at the end of the race, they'll probably get their own splits as well from the officials, but we see the race going away. And Millie Clark straight to the lead. Not really her tactic that often, straight to the front.
No, but she's had a good season, and she's run PBs across the board. And even in that half marathon last weekend, she ran a PB over 10K and just gaining like a minute on the on one of the groups that was just in front of her. So she's just having a fantastic. And I like seeing her run the shorter races, because often these girls, she's still quite young, so it's good for her to go back down in distance and have a crack at her PB tonight.
Yeah, definitely. So she was only just in Cardiff, like you said, with Eloise Wellings not that long ago. Wellings coming 12th, Millie coming 13th. Only a second between them. And, yeah, back out here for a race 4 times shorter over the 5K.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how she's recovered from that race, because I know when I did half marathons, it was tough for me running 5 days later in a 5K. But, you know, she's having a crack at her PB and having a crack at a national championship. And she's running so well that she does have the ability to win this race tonight.
Yeah, she definitely does out there. I don't think I see Vic Mitchell out there, though. I'm not too sure if I can see her. There's definitely 8 out there, though, so...
Yeah, I think she's out there.
Tucked in there in 5th place. I just don't recognise her without fluoro pink hair or something crazy. It's very understated Vic Mitchell out there at the moment.
Yeah, Vic Mitchell had the fluoro pink hair at the Athens Olympics, and that's the only Olympics that she's been to. Jen Lacaze, Vic in the steeplechase, and Jen Lacaze was in the London Olympics for the steeplechase, and that was her first Olympics. So those two girls have both qualified for the steeplechase, and they'll also back up for that race on Sunday. But what I think is interesting is Madeline Hills isn't running tonight. At the World Champs last year in Beijing, she ran the 5K and the steeplechase and just missed the final in both. So I think just by specialising in this national championship, I think she's kind of decided, look, I'm going to go for the steeple and I'm going to have a real crack at obviously making our team in that, which I know she will easily, and then having a big crack at the Olympics. And she's another runner, along with Millie Clark, who has just improved so much at these distance races. Madeline Hills run so many PBs throughout the season.
Yeah, 8 years off Hills had.
Yeah.
From 2006 to 2014, and very close to qualifying for Melbourne Com Games, and then ended up coming 4th at the Glasgow Com Games in the steeple. So very talented athlete, and it seems she's just going stride for stride now with all these PBs. But Gemma Maini there at the front, the Victorian, leading the pack.
Yeah,
Clark, Lacaze, Spencer and Mitchell there, the next athletes.
Yeah, just going to the front there, Gemma, and we're just coming to the first K, and it's not going to be too slow, and sometimes these races start a lot slower. 3:11.59, it's not too slow, and you see Courtney Powell at the back there. She's coming back from injury. She won the national cross-country championships last year, so she's one to watch as well, but don't know if she's in her best shape.
Now, Mossy's somewhere out on the track. Mossy, where are you?
Yes, I'm down here at the start line for this race right here, and I tell you what, it is an absolutely great scene to be a part of. As you see the girls around about 25 metres behind me, and you'll almost feel them brush past me as they come around. They'll be breathing heavy. You'll also feel the sweat, and oh, there we go, the wind just streaming down my back there. Fantastic stuff as we see some of the best athletes in Australia. As we said, 3 of them got qualifiers. Millie Clark, well, could she come out today and run a qualifier as well? She's already got one in the marathon in the bag. This is more her event. Can't wait to see how this one pans out. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Mossy. Getting right in the thick of the action there. Now, with this pace here, obviously they're about 3:11 pace for a K. How much would that differ from a marathon?
Oh, I mean, it's a lot faster than Millie's marathon pace and even half marathon pace. And I don't think they're going to run a qualifying time tonight. It's 15:24. You've really got to be on the pace from the start to run that kind of time. But they're going to have a real crack at their PBs. And Millie's PB is 16:18. So I think she's going to give that a real shake. And these girls, they want a hard run, but it's all for a national championship as well. You know, and if whoever wins this national championship, they're going to go and try to get the time somewhere. You know, and they're going to leave that spot open until the 11th of July when we name our team. So, I mean, national championships, they're tough to win, and there's so many girls here in contention right now.
And especially with like a marathon national championship, if you're not ready at that time to run that, it's not going to be a title that's won very often by these top athletes. They're very rare to do, and obviously marathons, you're not going to do that many a year.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, you know, there's something more prestigious about winning a national title on the track as well. And I know any of the distance national titles I've won or the big races I've done, yeah, it's a lot of prestige.
We got Robbo. He looks very, very comfortable down there.
Indeed, Lynchy. This is comfort personified, that's right. And look, it's the way to do it when you're here at the Australian Athletics Championships. Find the beanbag. We've been spruiking them all night. But here we go. Some of the fittest individuals in the land going around at the moment. And Millie Clark really showing some great form, as the guys have mentioned upstairs. And hasn't she had just a fantastic last 6 months? I would think she's going to go very close to taking a good slice off her PB here tonight. But look, I'll send it back up to you guys to continue to call this women's 12.5 lap, 5,000 metre race.
Thank you, Robbo. Stay down there, stay comfortable. It looks very good. You might be able to get a good sprint finish down there and straight in on the interviews, but still going around. What is this, about 2Ks now as they cross the line?
Yeah, it'll be coming.
There it is, 6:19.80, so it looks a little bit quicker.
Yeah, that second K was a bit quicker. It was it was a few seconds quicker. So they are really having a crack here. And in that pack as well, Jen Lacaze, and she's run PBs across the board from 1,500 all the way to 5K, running 15:41 at the Briggs meet over in Hobart. So she's in good shape as well. And I see Kate Spencer there as well.
Yeah, Kate Spencer there in third position at the moment on those fluoro spikes.
Yeah, they're hard to miss. But these girls, they're all in good shape. And Vic Mitchell, we know she's in good shape as well over the steeplechase. And haven't seen her in a lot of 5Ks, but she's a very good racer and just hanging on to the back there. Yeah,
just Spencer caught just a step outside the rail there at the moment, just running a little bit further. And girls obviously not letting her tuck in, make her do a little bit of extra work. She went to the 2014 World Juniors. She actually got a couple of qualifying times for the Com Games, but obviously they had a few of those athletes there. But there's Jen Lacaze, made her debut at the Olympics, and she was fifth actually at the Commonwealth Games, 2 times national champ over that steeplechase. That 2014 steeple, that's when Vic Mitchell fell into the steeple and then still kicked past the New Zealander and took out the race.
Yeah, Jen Lacaze has had a really good season this year, and coached by Nick Bordeaux, part of the Melbourne Track Club, and we've seen a lot of those athletes running well, and I think they feed off each other. And one of her training partners, Melissa Duncan, came sixth at the World Indoors recently over 1,500. So they're all in great shape, this group. And Millie Clark, coached by James Fitzgerald, Jenny Blundell is also in her group, and gee, he's doing a good job with these girls. Jenny Blundell, a really good 1,500 runner. She's in the final for the 1,500 coming up tomorrow. So I love seeing these distance runners improving, and the strength of these groups, I think, really helps all the people in them. And yeah, it's very hard to be a very good distance runner and just do your own thing all the time. And I think these runners, they feed off each other, and there's a lot of good groups here in Sydney and also in Melbourne. Kate Spencer, coached by Ken Green, Sydney Running Academy as well. So
there, see on the side, Vic Mitchell, Commonwealth Games finalist in 2006, so she's been around for quite some time. Main event is that steeplechase, but we're seeing her over the 5K. It looks like we've had a breakaway pack of 4 now. Gemma Maney's just dropping off the pace, and it's Clark, Lacars, Spencer and Mitchell. And Millie just really doing all the work, and no one wanting to take the lead after Gemma Maney took it. It's been all Millie Clark since.
Yeah, and when we see Millie Clark cross the line here, we're going to see her 3K split with 5 laps to go. So we'll be able to, once we see the 3K split, we'll be able to have a good idea of what kind of pace they're on. And then we'll be able to predict the 5K finish time. But really, they're going to want to kick on from now to run anywhere near the 15:20s, but it's going to be a bit outside that range.
Well, it's getting quicker. I think it's about a 3:05, so it looks like they've dropped about 3 seconds. 3:11, 3:08, 3:05.
They're doing very well. Yeah, the fastest kilometre of the race there, and Millie Clark is really just pushing it. Jen Lacaze is sticking with her, and as you see these gaps opening up, it just shows that the pace is on. And I know all the fastest 5Ks that I've run, the last 2K has always been the fastest of the race, and you see those really strong runners getting away from the field and finishing well. And these girls are going for it. They're going for it for sure.
So this would be a bit of speed work, you'd probably think, for Millie at the moment.
Yeah, it's speed work, but gee, she's a good athlete, and I think she's got so many years of development in front of her that it is really good to see her front running like this and just doing so well and coming straight off that long road race. But Jen Lacaze isn't going anywhere, and I know Jen has talked in the media and talked to people, and I've talked to her coach as well, and her mindset this year is just so strong, and she's a different athlete. I think her racing ability and how she's gone about everything, I think she's just come forward in leaps and bounds this year.
Yeah, so these two really now starting to... that pace is hurting Spencer and Vic Mitchell, and they're starting to lag behind. They've almost got a 15-metre lead. 4 laps to go. And they could be on around that 15:40 pace, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. Somewhere, I mean, it might be in the 15:30s, low 15:40s. It really just depends on how fast they can finish the last K in. And, you know, they're probably going pretty much max now. But, gee, it's a good run, and it'll be a good finish between these two, I think. Jen Lacaze has run some good 1500s throughout the season, and we probably haven't seen Millie Clark run any 1500s. So Millie Clark's coming from the distance end, and Jen Lacaze is really coming from the sprinting end. So this is what I like to see, these kind of matchups, because they're different athletes coming together to race in the 5K. It's going to be a great finish.
Yeah, it's as we see, they're starting to really streak away from the rest of the field there. Vic Mitchell's now gone into third place, but they're almost 30-40 metres back from these two at the front, and these two just Millie doing all the work out the front. Lacar's just tucked in behind her, not letting her get away. Maybe even moving a little bit out to the side to just have a peek, and I wonder to see when a major move will be done.
Yeah, and this is an interesting time of the race because, you know, when you're within the last few laps, but you're not in the last lap, it's a mental game as well. And Millie Clark will want to be dropping Jen Lacaze, and Jen Lacaze will be trying to keep up. And Jen Lacaze is thinking, when will I make my move? And she might be thinking, I'm too tired to make my move. And Millie Clark is like, I don't want her breathing down my neck. So it is very interesting, and mind games do come into play. And we're going to see them going over to the 200 start line over there with 1K to go. So this last 1K is the make it or break it time in a 5K.
Yeah, we'll see if they can keep up the pace. They've gotten a bit quicker each time. 9:26 was their 3K split. We'll see what they're going to go through 4 kilometres in. Looks like the pace has slowed down a little bit. There it is. So it's still a 3:09, so it's quicker than that first K, but probably the second slowest kilometre so far of the race. So I think that middle 2K really just broke up and broke the rest of the pack.
Yeah, for sure. And I think sometimes that 4th K, it is tough to keep the pace rolling unless you've got a lot of people pushing the pace. But these two girls have really gone for it, and I know this last K is going to be the fastest of the race, and they're just going to finish with all they've got left in this last 800. But these two girls, there's nothing in it, and Jen Lacaze is thinking, do I have enough to make a move and get Millie Clark? And Millie Clark's just thinking, I'm going to hold on, and I'm going to be running like she ran in the World Half Marathon Championships in Wales only 5 days ago. And she negative splitted that race and ran so fast there. But this is a different pace, a hugely different pace. So, Yes, it's going to be interesting. It's an awesome race to watch.
Yeah, it is. We'll see if they can just tack onto each other again. They've really just, the case just really worked off Millie and let her do the pacemaking pretty much for this race. And hopefully we can see something nice and fast. Maybe it even pull Jen through for a PB as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a big PB from Millie, and Jen's PB's 15:41. So we'll see here if Jen can do a PB. But Jen's just biding her time because she knows that she can out-sprint Millie if she can keep up. But Millie's trying to get the gap. And down to Robbo.
Yeah, thanks, B. Distance running royalty joining me here, trackside. Elsie Wellings, fresh from great performance at the Cardiff World Half Champs. Elsie, tell us what's going on behind us here.
Yeah, there's a big match-up between Millie and Genevieve, and I think my tip is probably Genevieve in the final lap, given that Millie's a marathon runner, but who knows, she's running really well right now. She's let it out from the front, so it's an exciting race.
Excellent work. I'll let you go and enjoy the final stage of that. Elsie Wellings, back up to you guys. Call it home.
Thank you. There it is. It's just only a step between the two of them. No one's really made a move. Millie still holding down the lead, and Jen just tucked in on the rail. It's going to be interesting to see when they can drop this last sprint and when the move's going to happen.
Oh, it's going to be a great finish, and neither of these girls have ever won a 5K national title.
There it is.
Yeah, Jen the case.
Just holding on, 250 metres left. Millie Clark, marathon runner, now just getting left behind. Unfortunately, that speed of Jen just a little bit too much. Millie's starting to hurt, but Jen really turning it on. This is a big, big kick there. Turning up the leg speed again. We saw it in the 1500s. Just that short burst to get her out in front. She's gapped Millie Clark now, good 15 metres behind. Entering the home straight, she's going to win her first 5,000 metre national title. She'll get close to a PB.
Yeah, it's going to be a great finish, and gee, Jen, she's going to celebrate this. First national title over 5K, and it's fantastic.
There it is, she's happy. 15:43.85, Millie. All the work at the start, a big PB. Put about 30 seconds PB there for Millie.
Yeah, massive.
After just doing a half marathon only a week ago. And there's Vic Mitchell there finishing with the bronze medal. Some tough running out there tonight.
Well, it was a fantastic race, and just between Lacaze and Millie Clark there, it's just great to see that kind of rivalry as well, and girls coming from just massively different sides of the sport within distance-wise, but great to see, and good to see Millie Clark backing up, and that's tough to do. It's very tough to do, and I can't say I could have ever done it even 15 years ago.
Yeah, well, with the girl who only finished a second in front of her, Ellie Wellings, just on the sidelines watching, enjoying it.
Yeah, for sure, and Eloise didn't even attempt to back up, so, I mean, Millie Clark, what a run.
Yeah, very, very big. 13th at the World Half Marathon Championships, backing up only a week later, flying back from Cardiff in Wales to run the 5K and pick up a silver medal.
And Jen Lacaze, I'm so pumped for her as well, and she's just seen so many of her teammates, the people that she trains with as well, and she's, fantastic athlete, and she's going to be pumped going into that steeplechase on Sunday and give Madeline a good shake.
Yeah, 15:47 for Millie Clark. So what was the PB? 16:18.
Yep.
So very, very big chunk there. Jen Lacaze, 15:43, and there you go. 250 to go. Just a quick turn of speed, and that's the difference between the marathon pace and a girl who can run a quick 1,500 metres.
Yeah, and I mean, Nick Beddoe used to always tell us, you've got to run like you stole something to get that gap. And he used to always tell Mottram and I that kind of thing when we used to race on the track. And this is exactly what Jen did. And you've got to get the gap. And then she's comfortable, you know, she's just striding home and finishing. But initially, you've got to make that fast move. And Jen had in her head exactly when she was going to go and what she was going to do. But Millie Clark, what a run as well. Fantastic athlete.
Very, very holding on still for a massive, massive PB.
Now Jen Lacaze, she's just got to have a bit of a rest now for the steeplechase, which I think is the last event on Sunday.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to close the program, the event before the gala. And we've got Robbo down trackside with the gold and the silver medalist.
Thank you very much, Lynchy. Yeah, I feel like I'm intruding on a hairdressing comment here. The girl's just talking about Jen's hair and where she got it done. But yeah, I'd love a bit of your hair if that's all right. We'll see if I can get a transplant. But well done, first of all, Genevieve. Congratulations. Only missing your PB by a couple of seconds there. Finding that little kick with a couple of hundred to go. But how was that run tonight?
I mean, it was tough, but you got to credit to Millie because, you know, she led in the wind. It's tough out there, but in the end, I was just hoping to be able to use my kick at the end, and thanks to Millie, I got a bit of a ride. So, you know, great effort by Millie. She's just come back from the half marathon, so I can't take all the credit there.
You've won national champs. You had that gold medal around the neck before. What will it feel like to have another one on?
Oh my gosh, a really good feeling. To win a national championship, it's just a great feeling because we spend a lot of time out of Australia, but you can't take away the feeling of winning an Australian medal ever, so I'll enjoy tonight.
Very good. Now, Millie, 30 seconds off your PB there. You're 3 minutes off your half marathon PB over in Cardiff just last weekend. And I haven't even mentioned your marathon, 2:29. What's been going on? You and your coach Jimbo have obviously hit the right buttons in the last 6 months, 12 months.
Yeah, you know, I think it's just a combination of just years of solid effort. I mean, I've just constantly done the work, and I'm just really glad that it's all coming together now. So, yeah, it's a huge relief, and it's also really exciting. So.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to leave you guys there. Go and rest up. Go and bask in the spoils there, taking out first and second in the women's 5,000 metre champs. And it's back up to you, Lynchy.
Thank you, Robbo. They sounds like they're still a bit out of breath there. They did just run 5K. That's fair enough.
Yeah, tough race. It is a tough race to do an interview afterwards, but they're looking good. They're not looking...
No, they're not. They don't look too dead.
They're not lying on the track like these decathletes might be after this 1,500.
Yeah, they definitely are. We know these guys are going to be leaving it all out on the track. This is the final event. And then we see we could be 5 minutes away from a qualifying. Here we go, the start list. Brent Newdick, Cedric Dubler, Jackson Henry, Kyle Cranston, Jared Sims, Jake Steen, Max Atwell, Lance Faulkner, Wesley Salisbury, Martin Clark, Aaron Booth, Andrew Padrana, David Brock, and Aaron Page.
It's a tough time, I think, in the decathlon, what these guys are thinking about on the 1,500 start line. Oh, we're just going down to Mossy on the start line.
Oh, how exciting down here. I can sense the anticipation in not just the crowd, myself, Brody, the cameraman, but also Cedric Dubler. You can see him there, the man with the bluish shirt there, the nice orange spikes. This one is going to be an absolute belter. We're going to see the crowd go off. He's got to do a 4:58 here, and he'll be the first qualifier we've had in the decathlon, in the Olympics, since the year 2000. Here we go. It's about to start. Back up to you guys.
There we go. We are off. We won't see anyone absolutely drop the pace here, but hopefully Cedric can tack on the back of someone, find that comfortable pace. When he did his 4:57, like he said before, at the Queensland Champs, he did that by himself. He was miles and miles in front of everyone, and there wasn't anything on the line. It was just a state title. He complete, I think he was a 7,700 points, so he could be on here for a 400-point PB, and, well, this is the time to do it if you're going to do it somewhere.
And if he's done it before by himself, you know, it's evidence that he can do it again, and he's got to have that in his mind. He's got to go for it. He's really got to go for it.
So that's it. We're not looking at the first guy across the line here, although they will take line honours. We are going to keep an eye on the athlete. Currently in sixth position in the purple singlet, Cedric Dubler. He needs a sub 4:58 to qualify himself and grab that Rio Olympic qualifiers. Ooh. Looks like he may have been just having a bit of leg cramp there at the moment. He's punching that quad, talking it through. Let's fingers crossed that that's not the case, but knowing Cedric, he will push through this to get there. Let's really touch wood there for Cedric, and hopefully it's not a serious issue.
No, and I mean, I think the leaders here have just gone through in 1:09, so he was a few seconds back there, and yeah, if it's a serious issue, it's going to be trouble, but he's just got to keep running and keep running on.
That's right. You never know what his body could do, and he looks pretty comfortable there at the moment. He doesn't look that much in pain, so hopefully it wasn't anything serious, but he certainly gave his quite a big punch as he went through that first 300 metres.
Yeah, it's a bit of a scare, but I think he looks like he's running all right, and he's just got to keep the momentum going, and you know, and look at those guys in front of him and really feed off them, and just try to increase his pace as much as he can over this last 800.
That's right. So they're going to come around with 2 laps to go. Fingers crossed he can just tuck on the back of someone. I know the crowd has really been hanging around. It's a big crowd. There's not many more events left to go. in this program, but Cedric could be 800 metres away from an 8,000 point performance, and this is big if he can get through here.
Yeah, we're going to watch his 800 time. He's just going to be coming through 800 in about 50 metres or so. And we'll just see the winners have gone through 800 and 2:24, or the leaders, and we'll just see his time here.
2:34. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but just got to keep going.
Yeah, keep rolling that pace. It is very, very tricky to get out there, especially if he is having some kind of leg cramp issues. But he doesn't look too uncomfortable out there. He's still striding along, plugging along. It's got to be it's doomsday for these 1,500 runners doing a 1,500. Sorry, the Decathlon runners doing a 15 at the end there. It's very tough.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so much further than the shortest distance they run, which is 400. So it's kind of, yeah, I could imagine that they're never looking forward to it, but they've just got to keep moving and keep going, and we'll see what he's got to do for the last lap here.
Yeah, the crowd's definitely getting behind him. He's got about 450 metres to go. And he's got to find something very, very special. It's going to be very close. He's got a bit of time up his sleeve, though. He's going through the bell 3:36, so he could have a minute 20.
Yeah. 80, yeah.
About 86 seconds, and that's not too much of an ask.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit faster than what he went through 800 in, or about, it's quite similar. So we'll see what he's got here. 300 to go. We're at 3:57, so he's got to break 60 for the last 300. He should be able to do that.
He should be able to do that. He's a pretty fit guy, obviously showcased by the fact that he's doing the decathlon and could qualify for Rio, but this whole crowd in front of him, I want them to lift up. I need to find something huge. He's got 200 metres left. I think he could do this. He's got 40 seconds. That's only 20 seconds per 100. It sounds easy in your head, doesn't it?
Yeah, he can do this. He can do this.
We see a huge finish here from one of our other decathlon guys running very quick there. That's Max Atwell, the New Zealander. We see 2 New Zealanders finishing off there, but Cedric, he's only got 100 metres left, and he's got 20 seconds to do it. The crowd is absolutely going crazy. Cedric, come on, mate.
Everyone's here. Go, Cedric.
Let's go, Cedric. You've got to find that gear. Let's get to the line. It's going to be close. I think he might be able to do it.
Yep. He's done it.
4:55. He did it with plenty to spare. Cedric Dubler, that is a 2016 Olympic qualifier, and he's going to be the national champion. He doesn't even look that tired.
No, he doesn't, but oh, wow. And everyone here in the stadium, all the people that have just run that women's 5K, everyone was just yelling at him.
That is humongous. He is absolutely pumped. Robbo's in there straight away.
You're right.
He might have to go talk to his coach first and his fans.
He's got to just go and catch up with the fans, guys, and we'll give him that permission to go and do that. What about that, folks? The crowd here, well, it's only a pretty small crowd, you'd have to say, but the crowd here has been absolutely entertained, and he may be just off to go and sort himself out.
Sneaky vomit. I think that's where he's headed.
Look, that's very kind. That's the kind and generous nature of Cedric. He didn't want to vomit on the live stream commentator, so we'll see. But look, we'll have a chat with Cedric very shortly. And that has brought the crowd alive down here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. That's right, Olympic Park. We had one here 16 years ago, and that fella might be off to one very, very shortly. He's only 21 years old, Cedric Dubler from Queensland, and we'll hear more from him hopefully very, very shortly. But we'll tally up the points, because that's going to give him a pretty healthy overall point score, and it'll be somewhere in the vicinity of top 4 or 5 all-time Australian rankings for decathlon. So not an event we've done particularly well at probably in the last few decades, especially at an Olympic level. So hopefully 21-year-old Cedric might be able to get that ticket for that plane to Rio. We'll wait and see and hopefully have a chat with him soon. But back up to you, Lynchy.
Yeah, he's probably just very kind to we've got a brand new track, so he didn't want to vomit on our new track. He's taken that under there very, very politely, just under the thing. But it's probably the biggest cheer I've ever heard for a 4:55 men's 1,500.
Yeah, for sure. And it was just fantastic because everyone knew the situation as well and they knew what he had to do. And that's what I love about the sport, because the people here, they really know what they're cheering for and they know what they're around for. And even the other events, they know how much it takes to get everything right and to try to qualify and do that qualifier in the Olympic year.
We got Robbo down there with another one of our awesome decathlon athletes, Jake Steen.
Thank you very much. Yes, Jake Steen has been kind enough to come out and have a chat with us. I remember a couple of years ago, mate, we had a pretty famous chat where you're a little bit excited and a little bit knackered at the end of a decathlon. No couch today, mate, but still you've completed your 10 events in 2 days, and how has it treated you?
Tough. First decathlon in over 600 days, and I kind of forgot how hard they were, so it's just good to be out here. Legs don't feel the same, but you know, it's unreal seeing Cedric score 81, probably close to 82 in the end. So, mate, we haven't had a decathlete at the Olympics for 16 years, so hopefully I can get some training in and join him in a few months. So it's pretty good.
Excellent, mate. You know, I hope that dream can come true too. I'm sure there's a tracksuit with your name on it, and you tasted the green and gold over in Glasgow a couple of years ago. But where to now, mate? You will find another decath to do. Have you got something already in the mind?
Hopefully go back into some training. Townsville in 8 weeks is the next decathlon, so just some 6 weeks of injury-free training will be nice. So it's pretty tough for us guys in the decathlon. We're always hurt, so if I can get 6 weeks of good training, then try and have a crack and see how I go, and then maybe one overseas. So still a few chances, but yeah, just recover from today first, see how we go.
Well, from first place all the way down to final place in these decathlons, I have a huge amount of respect for you guys. So well done, mate, taking the silver medal today. And yeah, congratulations. We'll be cheering for you all the way for that big score.
Cheers, mate.
Jake Steen there, and great to have a chat with Jakey. Now, Cedric Dubler, look, it's hard to get a chat with him. When you start doing qualifiers for the Olympics, the media want to talk to you, people want to get your autographs, you've got to go and say g'day to your parents and your fans, but we're going to grab him very, very shortly. But Lynchy, it is just a sea of happiness down here at the finishing line in honour of Cedric Dubler.
Mate, he's on his way over to you, Robbo. I think you might want to stay down there. There he is. He's got his Australian flag draped around him. And it's mossy. Someone's going. There's people going everywhere.
Oh, Robbo's got the, I think he's got the Brazil flag or the kangaroo. I don't know.
Here we go.
We're just going to make a bit of room here because we've got our next event and we're going to cover that very, very shortly. But here he is, Cedric Dubler. Congratulations.
Thank you. Oh, it's been a big 2 days. It's highs and lows, and it took a while to get going at the start, but I'm in the shape of my life at the moment, and although that 1500 was a little bit slow, I'm glad that I was able to, I don't know, just bring it together and bring it home and post that Olympic qualifier.
So happy for you, mate. As we said, the crowd has come alive here tonight, and everyone was right behind you for every metre of that 1500 metres. What about the punching of the quad there early on, mate? Was that just a talking to your body, bit of positive self-talk?
That was some major cramping. I was getting cramps in both legs. It was actually quite stressful, and so I was a little bit worried for it, but it's all good at the moment, and it sort of eased off towards that second last lap. So,
and mate, you've got the Australian flag draped around the waist there. There's something else I'm going to present to you here. This is the Brazilian flag, and I know we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here now. You've done everything in your powers to get selected, and we hope that will eventually happen. We'll find out on Sunday night. But what will it mean, mate, if you do get that call up to get the green and gold tracksuit and get over there to Rio?
Look, I think it's a dream of every athlete to make an Olympic team, and you know, when I was 14 years old, you know, I never thought it would be possible, but it was always in the back of my mind. It's one of those dreams to strive for and achieve for, and I've made it. So it means so much, and now I'm going to have to go back to the drawing board with my coach and come up with some new goals and plans and how we attack the next few months.
Been enjoying watching the updates on the social media as you've been going along as well. The 11th event, as Lynchy calls it. But how many PBs have we ended up with out of the 10 today and yesterday? A handful?
Yeah, maybe 6. I think it was about 6 events. So, there's a lot more there, and it took a while to get going, even though I was posting a couple PBs. But it was around that high jump, the 4th event. Halfway through, I really switched on, and I was like, this is a big competition. It's on the line. Like, this is it. And that's when I pulled it together and got there.
Excellent work, mate. Have you done the calculations in your head, the final points? Do you know what you've ended up with there?
I've got no idea. I saw a lot of predictions on social media about what I'm aiming for and what I'm going to achieve, but honestly, it's over 8,100. That's all I care about.
It's got you into the upper echelons of Australian all-time decathlon points there as well. So, mate, so happy for you. You've got the flag there. You can get yourself excited if hopefully that Olympic selection does come true, and we'll look forward to chatting with you and following you on that whole journey.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
There we go. Cedric Dubler. He is pinching himself. I'm pinching myself. We've got another Queenslander out there in the lead at the moment in the 10,000 metre walks, but it's back up to you, Lynchy.
Thanks, Robbo. He's absolutely pumped. What a 1,500 metres there from Cedric Dubler to finish off the decaf, take out the gold. But we're underway now in the combined event. It's the men's and women's. We've got the men's there first at the 10K walk. Rydian Cowley, Tyler Jones, Danny Hawksworth, Dean Nipperis, Jay Felton, Jason Kazika, Kyle Gibbons and Dane Bird-Smith. And now this is a mixed event. So there will be some women in this race walking out there with the men's, and that's Dane Bird-Smith. He did the Australian record in the 5K at the IAAF Melbourne World Challenge. And he could be on his way out here again, maybe for another. Could he get himself another record?
He's a fantastic athlete and a very good runner as well, and coached by his dad, who's called Dave. Great group here in Queensland and up in Queensland. Trains at University of Queensland Track, and I've seen their group train a lot, and they're very professional. They've got a lot of world class and top level walkers in their group. So a great group up in Queensland.
Yeah, and up here we've also got so it is a combined event with the women's. Simone McInnes, Natalie Laurie, Jess Pickles, Clara Smith, Tanya Holliday, Taylor Page Billington and Becky Smith. Now, we've got some very fancy walkers and out here. So Tyler Jones, he went to the World Under-18 Championships last year, and he's got picked for the World Under-20 Championships this year. He'll find his way over there for the 10K walk. In the girls, Clara Smith and Taylor Page Billington, they've both been selected. Becky Smith walked in London as well. So it's some pretty handy walkers out there. Tanya Holliday from South Australia actually has the meet record, 45:08.42. So very handy. And it looks like the national record is actually Dane's dad.
Nice. Okay.
So that's what he'd be hunting down at 3:28.90.
You want to break your dad's national record?
Yeah, so the dad's still got something holding above him. So I'm still a better 10K walker than you.
And we see here as well Clara Smith, who's also coached by Dane's father, Dave, up in Queensland. And she's a great little walker as well, young, junior, and she's been improving a lot over the years. And I've actually spoken to her at her school in Brisbane and to a lot of her classmates about cross-country running. So they're very interested in the running side of things. And I know I used to do a lot of running with Nathan Deeks when Nathan Deeks, who was at his top in the walks when he was running, when he was walking the when he won the world title at the Osaka World Champs for the 50K walk in 2007. He'd come to London and train with us, and he'd run 10K every afternoon, but they'd walk and run combination of over 200K a week. So very high volume and just a lot of training time, these walkers.
Yeah, exactly. And just like you said, they still go for the 10K runs as well. Like Dane could probably, if he wasn't walking, he could run a 47 400 metres. He's got a PBs of 48. He can run 1500s. He can run 5Ks, and very handy at all of them as well. So he's just decided that if he wants to be the best in the world, it's going to be in the walk, and that's what he's showing.
Yeah. Oh, just an all-round athlete, and I just love to see him compete as well. And he is a competitor, even in training, and I've seen him do a few sessions. But watching him at the World Champs last year, I think that was a breakthrough for him. And coming 8th in that race, fantastic to watch, and I really enjoyed that race.
Yeah, no, it's real good, and hopefully we can see some. Maybe if he's out there by himself at the moment, so he's going to be definitely pushing the pace. But I'm sure he's got the meet record, Dane, 3:38.57.16, and maybe we'll be hunting down his dad's national record that was set in 1985, so 31 years ago, if he can take it out.
And as we know, this is not an Olympic event, and the 20K and the 50K are. 20K for women and men, and the 50K just for men. So I don't know how often is this 10K walk done on the track?
Probably mainly just at the national champs, you'd say. it does give the walkers who are mainly out of stadia a chance to compete at the national champs at the same time on the track, and gives them a chance to get a bit of speed going around. And I wouldn't be surprised if he was knocking out some kilometre splits that are around that 4-minute, sub-4 minute K splits. But there it is. Look, he won the World University Games gold, and he was 8th at the World Champs last year in Beijing, national champ. And there it is. That's the 5K. That's actually the national record, I think. I think he might have gone a little bit quicker than that. So he did that. I think he did one of those up in Queensland. He paced a South African walker for a 3K, and that South African guy got the South African national 3K record, and then Dane kept going and got the Queensland record. So did a double job there.
Yeah, that's tough to do for sure. He's definitely going really well, and you can see all the judges spread across the track there. They're just making sure that he's not doing anything he shouldn't be doing with his form, and then they'll give him a card. And I don't think we haven't seen any cards yet, but there are plenty of judges around the track here, and then we have officials counting laps as well. So it would be very hard to keep count because Dane's already lapped some people. So this is an event where we need a lot of officials out there, and staying for the last event. They're all here.
Yeah, so you can see Matt Donker, a very hard-working staff member of Athletics Australia. So he will ride around to grab the red cards from all the officials, okay? So obviously the officials aren't communicating with each other, so they don't know whether anyone else has been given red cards at all. So someone could have collected a red card from each of the officials and 3 red cards and you're done. But if they don't communicate with each other, then we're not sure how they will go. And you might see, if we catch it on the screen near the straight, there is a whiteboard, and that's where all those results go. So this guy's getting a drink. There's actually a technique about working the cups and the waters there. I've had to do it a few times, and I've been scolded by a few athletes for holding the cup the wrong way. But you might see soon, as Dane comes around that bend, a whiteboard on the inside, so that'll have all the athletes and all their cards and how many they've got.
Yeah, it's a very interesting event, the walk, and Craig Hilliard, who's the head coach at Athletics Australia, used to coach some of our walkers from a long time ago, Nick Ahern and Kerry Saxby from a long time ago.
Yeah.
So he knows everything about the walks there.
There's Becky Smith there, coached by Craig Hilliard, down from London 2012, walked out there, and I think she got proposed to by her boyfriend, I'd say now husband, as soon as she finished. So I don't know if she was delirious when she said yes, but we've got a guest up here to help us through this 10K walk. We've got Heather Mitchell. She's how long have you been an official at Athletics New South Wales?
Oh, about 30 years.
30 years. And how long have you been involved in the walks?
In about 20 years.
There you go. So Heather Mitchell there, international walks official. So what are the officials? We've obviously got some stationed, say, every 50 metres around the track.
Yes, we have 6 judges around the track, and they're each watching in their own area that the walker's doing it correctly. If they think the walker is nearly making a mistake, they'll show a yellow card. And on that yellow card, there'll be a wriggly line. That means the walker's lost contact. Or there'll be a funny thing like a bent knee, and that means that their knees aren't straight and under their body.
Okay, so we also see Matt Donker riding the bike around. So I've had to do that job before. I didn't get a bike when I did it, but I had to walk. So I think I walked 10K as well. So he's out there collecting the red cards in case anyone does get a...
Yes, if in each judge's opinion someone's making a mistake and doing it incorrectly against the rule, they will write out a red card and he will collect it. If any walker gets 3 red cards, they will be put up on the whiteboard down there, and they will be asked by the chief judge down there to lead the track.
So who's our chief judge this evening?
Well, there's two chief judges. There's Zoe Bryson, and I think there's Kirsten Crocker. They're both IAAF judges who've recently been succeeded in being two of the top 25 in the world at an exam by the IAAF in London.
Okay. Yeah, so how much does it take to be a walks judge? Say if Lynchy or I wanted to become a judge.
It would take a long time. you've got to go for various exams, you've got to have experience, and then you've got to work at these Australian championships, state championships, and then if you're fortunate enough, you're invited to become a Oceania judge, and then you're an IAAF judge, and then you become an international walk judge.
And that'll help you maybe get a couple of trips around the world to judge at those higher meets?
Yes, I was the Australian judge at the Commonwealth Games in India in 2010.
Wow.
So there you go, yep. You can fly around the world. And so if they do, say for a 20K walk where they might be on a loop, how spread do they have the judges out? If we've got some, say, 6 on a 400-metre track,
yes.
How much would they have out there on an out-of-stadia walk?
In an out-of-stadia walk, they can only have 9 judges. And those 9 judges are evenly spread around the loop. So
yeah, so if it's got a, say, 3K loop, they're spread, say, every 500 metres, or
well, no,
the
maximum loop is 2K.
2Ks, okay.
Yes.
There you go. So it looks like Dane's still fighting out there. 17 laps to go for Dane. He's hunting down his dad's record. I remember it was very close that year in 2014. We were down there streaming there. But we're going to go grab ourselves a break, and we'll be back with more from the 94th Australian Athletics Championships.
Sydney Olympic Park. Get into life.
Welcome back to the live stream. Still here with Benita and still chatting with international walks judge Heather Mitchell. Now, Heather, you said you've been an official for 30 years. What got you into that role in athletics?
I started off at Little Athletics. As a parent, you have to help. and I'm not the sort of parent that just sits around. I like to get involved, so after a little while you take an exam, you get a little bit more involved, and you get more involved, and your children grow up and come to senior athletics, and then you've got a little bit more time, and you do more exams and work hard as being a volunteer walk judge and a track judge, or anything they would like me to do, and that's how you become an official, and you keep coming as an official.
So what brings you back to all these meets, just to help out? It's obviously the love of athletics.
It is actually the love of athletics and the love of walking. Besides being a walk judge, I'm the president of the New South Wales Race Walking Club, and we meet every Saturday in the winter. So race walking is a big part of my life, being involved.
There we go. So we still are. Did you ever compete in the walks?
No, never. No.
You don't want to get out there and...
No way. I mean, when my 4-year-old started to be able to beat me up and down the driveway, I gave up.
So not only just do you do the walks, but yeah, like you said, you might be needed on the track as a track judge or in another position.
Yes, that's right. Well, today I've been an umpire, and yesterday an umpire, and will be for the next 2 days. Sometimes I'm chief track judge for New South Wales, and I do have accreditation in jumps as well, admin and out of stadia. So just to keep yourself busy, and it's the enjoyment, as you know, from athletics.
Yeah, exactly, and I suppose being a walks judge, you'll need that out of stadia judging as well. Most of it does happen outside of the stadium.
Oh yes. The challenge, of course, is the 50K.
Yeah, they need a bit of space for the 50K. Looks like Dane, as he comes through, he'll be getting close to his 5K split soon, and we'll see just how quick he is. He's definitely probably lapped a fair few of these athletes.
Yeah, so he'll just have another half lap to go, and then we'll get a 5K split over the other side of the track.
I'm glad we've got a 10K runner here who knows where the splits are. I have no idea. I was just assuming where we were. So we've got Mossy somewhere out on the track, getting amongst the action. Mossy.
Thanks very much, Lynchy. Yeah, I'm out here on the track as we see Dane Bird-Smith. He's just past the hammer cage where we saw Matt Denny this afternoon take out the men's hammer throw. And up close and personal with the athletes here, a little bit like the 5,000. You can feel the breeze brush past you. But yeah, the Birdman, everybody's heard about the Bird. He's an absolute character out there. And we're going to see him coming down past us. Now, for those people who are walk aficionados, Taylor Page Billington from Victoria, the under-20s champion, well, unfortunately, she's gone a little bit ill, as there goes the Birdman. A little bit ill, so she's no longer part of the women's competition here in this mixed event. Now, these guys here, look at Dane Bird-Smith. He's going past pretty quick as Becky Smith just brushes by me. One of her dreadlocks almost knocked me over. I can tell you that going so fast, I reckon they would run a 10K, walk 10Ks faster than I run. It poses a question, Benita, I'm sure you ran a 10K recently. Lynchy, I'll throw it back up to you, mate. When was the last time you ran 10K?
I don't think I've run 10K even in a week when I was sprinting. I remember once I did a week that went for 2.5 Ks. So, no, but Benita's knocking out that kind of running. Probably, yeah, I don't know. I just don't go near that distance stuff. It doesn't sit well with me. Here we are. We're still going around. Benita, what was that 5K split from Dane?
Yeah, so Dane went through 5K in 1923, which is going to be interesting there for that record.
Yeah, he's going to have to negative split if he wants that record. Got the meet record 38.57, so we'll see if he can get that. He'll need to even split to even get close to that.
And Heather, if he's going to try to negative split, do some walking athletes, do they change their style, or are they at risk of getting cards if they're trying to negative split these kind of races?
No, the walkers don't change their style. They will increase their speed, but if they change their style, the walk judges might decide that they are doing it incorrectly, and then they'll get a red card.
And is there there one judge that can automatically disqualify someone?
Yes, the chief judge down here is an IAAF judge, level 4, and they can disqualify in the last 100 metres without any other red cards from any of the other judges, just in the last 100 metres, if, in their opinion, the walker is doing it incorrectly.
So that's just to stop someone from getting into a sprint in the last...
Exactly.
Can any other time except for the last 100, can someone get automatically disqualified?
No, it's still got to be the 3.
Okay.
Everywhere else.
Okay.
And a judge can only obviously judge in their field?
In their area, 45 degrees, and they can only give 1 red card to each of the walkers for one offence. It can be either for loss of contact or for bent knees.
Bent knees, yeah. So what about the scoreboard down the end there that we see where they put the thing? What's actually going up on the board?
They have the walker's number, which is the number on their chest, and then they have a symbol and for knees, or a symbol for contact, which is written on that board, and then the walkers, as they pass it, they can see if they've got 2, and it's a good idea if they do have 2, they slow down, because if you get 3, you're disqualified.
Yeah, we've seen that happen to
yes, we have,
just across the road in 16 years ago. We did see it.
Yes, we did. Yes.
Yeah, and Jane Saville, good friend of mine, and yeah, that was horrible at Sydney Olympics, but part of the walking sport.
Very nice from Nippers there, just moving out. So Dane could pass up on the inside. Looks like he's working hard out there. He's pushing the pace, and well, fingers crossed. We're not sure if he's got any warnings or marks, but
no warnings.
Warnings don't go up, do they?
No, warnings are the old word. The new rule is red cards. And
there it is. Steve Kane, there's a tweet there. He was our decathlete in Glasgow. Him and Jake Steen, our last 2 decath representatives, and obviously very happy to see Cedric score that 8100. I'm still not sure what his exact score was there, but look at they're all coming out of the woodwork now. Ben Harradine, he's got himself a qualifier in the discus, and we might see him throw on the weekend, and they can start doing some training. Might have to stop. Someone might have to confiscate his electronic skateboard so he can stop riding it around everywhere. And there's Dean Barton-Smith, our last athlete to finish a decath at an Olympics in 1992. He would be absolutely stoked that we've got another decath athlete out there for Rio. They should put the walk in the decath too, just to mix it up.
I think that would be rather time-consuming and a too great a challenge for these great athletes who already do 10 marvellous events.
What distance would they have to do? They'd have to make it pretty far. They'd have to make it a 5K walk.
Yes. No, well, there's no such thing as an 11 event.
Yeah, or we might have to start it.
Well,
we'll put it in the works.
Yeah.
Talk to your people at the IAAF and see if we can get it rolling.
So Jane Bird-Smith went through in 23.15 with 4K to go, and he's just coming through now, and he'll have 9 laps to go.
9 laps to go. Hopefully he's got himself in a mantra to get him over that finish line, but it's going to be tough. Heather, I might let you go now. Right. You can enjoy some dinner.
Right, thank you very much,
Thank
Matt.
you for teaching us the ways of the walk. It's a hard one for a lot of people to understand, but it's good to get that inside knowledge about what's happening around the outside.
Right, thank you very much, Matt.
Thank you, Heather.
Thanks, Heather.
Go. It's getting dark here. We've still got a nice big crowd hanging around.
Yeah, I think we might have Mossy maybe with 3K to go. So Dane Bird-Smith still has a couple more laps, and then he's got 3K to go. So we're looking forward to that split. Oh, it's a long way, this 10K walk, and I know 10K run, one of the most brutal track events I ever used to do. So these walkers are out there for that much longer.
Yeah, it's got to be tough.
It's mentally tough as well. So physically, but mentally, 25 laps drills you.
I can't talk from my own experience, but I heard from other 10K runners just that around and around and around. At least like at a road 10K or something, you're seeing something new all the time. There's more stimulus, but here it's just da-da-da, 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 and it's hard to stay focused.
It is, and you know, these guys and girls out here tonight, they don't do the 10K walk on the track very much, and 10K track runners, they do that event quite a lot, and they're quite used to running around in circles. So I think that would be even tougher for these walkers out here tonight. And mentally, though, I mean, I only ever got one 10K right, and mentally it was just very tough.
Now, we're going to shoot off for a bit for an ad break, and we'll be back with plenty more action at the walk.
We're back with the 10K walk at the Australian Athletics Championships, and I'm joined here by Nikki Frey, who's the NAS Transition Manager for Athletics Australia. And welcome, Nikki, to the live stream.
Thanks, Benita.
It's great to have you here tonight, and certainly we'd love to just chat a bit more about the girls walking in the race tonight. And also, firstly, what does your job entail at Athletics Australia?
I've sort of moved in the last 6 months from the junior program. Moved from the junior program into working with the senior athletes. I look after roughly 35 athletes and their coaches on the NAS program, and so my role involves getting around the country and visiting athletes and coaches that are on NAS. So a really rewarding job.
And you coach some of these girls in the race here tonight?
Not coach them, but I'm APA, or the performance advisor for Becky Smith and Tanya Halliday, who are walking pretty well tonight. Becky's coming through to the finish line again to get 6 laps to go. Becky's working very hard, obviously looking for an Olympic berth, as is Tanya. They have Olympic qualifiers, but there's a number of girls qualified. Obviously, Rachel Talent's already grabbed one of the spots, so there's 2 spots up for grabs.
Oh, wow. So 2 spots up for grabs in the 20K. And do they take into account how they go in this 10K?
Probably not the 10, because the event is a 20K, obviously, for the Olympics. But this is a really good hit out and gives their coach a good indication of where they're at. They're heading off very soon to Rome for the World Walking Cup, and that will be a very important race for Olympic selection.
Okay, yeah, so it looks at that kind of thing as well as, and we've had a 20K championships.
Yes, we had that in Adelaide after the Adelaide Track Classic, and that, that was a very, very competitive road race, and Rachel Talent took the win there, and the other girls sort of tucked in behind, Tanya second and Becky third there.
And Nikki, do you know much about Clara Smith, or can you? Yeah, how's she been going?
Yes, Clara's a real talent. Out of the Dave Smith stable in Brisbane, and she came to World Youth last year. I was actually her team coach there, and very, very talented young walker. She went to a World Walking Cup a couple of years ago and came away with a team medal, and last year finished in the top 8 at World Youth and heading this year to World Juniors in Big Gosh. So certainly an accomplished young walker.
Yeah, I've had a little bit to do with her in Queensland, but yeah, it's fantastic to see her out here and walking so well. And Dane Bird-Smith there, coached by his father, Dave. They do have a very good group in Brisbane.
They do, yeah. No, terrific group, and they had a terrific camp over the January-February period. They go to Rainbow Beach and do a sort of a walker's version of Falls Creek, I guess. They, a fairly good block of training, which means they've sort of are right at this pointy end of the domestic season. Dane, obviously, in terrific shape, and he heads off in about 10 days for his overseas preparation into Rio.
Wow, so it's all on for the walkers. And how's Dane? So Dane's got 4.5 laps to go.
Yeah, Dane looks terrific. He's probably at the sprint end. He walks the shorter distances very, very well. He's a natural athlete, and he certainly eats up the shorter distances.
Yeah, and I know he was a really good runner as well. So we love seeing these all-round athletes. And I know Nathan Deeks played Teal Cup, AFL Teal Cup, and he's one of my good mates and certainly a real fantastic talent in the walks. And I know he'll be here on Sunday and here for the gala as well.
Terrific,
so, it'd be great to see him here.
Well, Dane was an extraordinary junior athlete. There was probably a number of ways he could go. He's certainly a very good middle distance runner, but he could hurdle and he could pole vault and did all the events. But obviously walking is his passion, and pushing into the world-class area now in this part of his career.
We're actually looking for Dane Bird-Smith. I think he's going after his father's record here tonight. So we've got to keep an eye on him with 4 laps to go there. But, so how are these girls going? Where are they around here?
Here's Becky. Becky coming through now. Becky's put in a terrific block of training over the last month or so, and so she'll be very pleased with this effort, I think. She looks very strong, and she'll be very, very, very pleased. Tyler coming through now is another World Junior rep. Again, went to World Youth last year, so he's got a couple of internationals with World Walking Cup and World Juniors, so busy year for Tyler. And Tanya's approaching the finish line too.
And so we're talking about Jared Talent as well and getting upgraded to the gold medal from the London Olympics. And how much does that inspire these walkers, or does it just give them hope that these cheats are going to get caught?
I think, look, the walks community are a very supportive community, and Jared obviously has enormous respect within that community, and I think they are all so delighted for him. And yes, absolutely, I think they certainly Dane will be going in feeling like he's on a more level playing field, with these people being caught. And it's certainly, I think, been a great result for the walks community here in Australia. And they'll all be so thrilled for Jared. But I think it gives them all hope that they might be, competing on a more level playing field.
Yeah, and we've just got such strong tradition in the walks at the Olympic level. And I know Jane Saville, bronze medal in the Athens Olympics, and she almost won the Sydney Olympics. And we've just had so much good talent coming through. Nathan Deeks got a bronze medal at Athens as well,
That's
I believe.
Right. Yeah.
So, I mean, just fantastic talent. And I'd love to see Dane Bird-Smith improve on his 8th at the World Champs last year and get up into medal contention or even in the top 5. And do you think that's a possibility?
Look, I think Dane's definitely talented enough, and he's really putting in the work. He very, very committed to that cause for sure. And as I say, he heads overseas. His dad and he have planned a very good preparation into Rio. He'll do some work in Morocco, and then he'll walk at World Walking Cup, and then he heads to the Great Britain, or into England for a block of time, and then into Cologne. So he's got it all planned. He's got some races in along the way, but certainly gets better every year, Dane. He's adding layers each season.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and he's still young, and I know he's got a lot ahead of him, but certainly he can see all the people that have gone in front of him and what they've achieved as well.
And look, we've all seen he's a tough competitor. He leaves nothing out there. He will always walk a very honest race. So I have no doubt in Rio he'll be very, very competitive. And, yeah, let's hope he's pushing into that pointy end. That'd be terrific.
And I've seen that he has just gone through with 2 laps to go, 35.43. So 800 metres to go for Dane Bird-Smith, 35.43. So we'll see what pace he can finish this race with.
What's he looking for? Have we got a goal there?
Yeah, we have 38.29 from Dave Smith. So Dave's going to be looking at his record, but probably unlikely.
Yeah.
So we've got, so we'll just finish up now, and Lynchy's back. But thanks, Nikki, for the chat.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Lynchy back on.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, 38.57 he did at the 2014 National Championships, and that's his PB. So if he can get close to that, but his dad's record, 38.28.90. Don't know whether he'll be on that kind of pace at the moment.
He's increasing his pace, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what their max. I don't know what.
Yeah, he's getting faster and faster, but he's into the straight, 500 metres to go, and we'll see what he can do now.
Yeah, he'll be having to close in, sub 75 seconds probably. See him coming through now with 400 to go, 37.15.
37.15. Let's see what he can do here. He's going to be, it's all by himself, but that's what he's been since the start.
So he's got to finish in just over 80 seconds, about 81 seconds, and he'll have the record. But yeah, we'll see how he can go.
He's definitely on pace for a huge PB. We've got to give him that.
Yeah.
But 38.28.90 from his dad 31 years ago.
And I reckon Dave Smith is on the back straight there, and going to be yelling at his son. I think I can see him over there on the back straight in the maroon jumper.
Yeah, he'll be out there. Looks like 200 metres to go. There he is. What's he got? Oh, he's got to do a pretty fast last 200 metres.
He's not going to get it.
Don't think the record's there, but he's going to do a huge PB. He's going to drop a bulk PB on the field here. It shows just what kind of shape he's in.
A really good effort, and he's got a lot ahead of him this year. Just having a chat to Nikki Frey, and she was letting us know what he's got ahead. So
I'm really liking the gentlemanly efforts there from the other walkers, moving out so he can pass on the inside. But here comes Dane Bird-Smith, the record just ticking over there, but he's going to do a huge PB. He's going to be the national champ for the 10,000 metres, and he could be representing Australia in the 20K later on. 38.44.63. Destroying it.
Oh, he's happy, isn't he?
He is cooked. Oh, he's going to do some sit-ups now. Maybe he's not that tired, I'll lie.
He's a funny guy too. He's got a great sense of humour, and I love him. He's great. Got the six-pack out. Great effort. And, you know, it's a PB's a PB, and when you look back at a career and highlights and things like that, you don't do PBs every race, so you've really got to celebrate it when you do. Yeah, just walking around there and just relaxing now, cheering on all the other walkers, and he's going to be out there for a while cheering everyone else on because 10K is a long way, but he's certainly lapped some of these athletes multiple times, so they're going to be out there a bit longer, and I bet he stays out there for the last person to finish. And we see Clara Smith here just crossing the line. So she's got 4 laps to go. So she's one of Dane's training partners, coached by Dane's father, Dave Smith.
Yeah, she'll be going to the World Under-20 Championships for the 10K walk later on this year. And she went to, she finished 8th, I think, or 7th at the 5K walk at the World Under-18 Championships in Colombia last year. So she's got a bit of walking pedigree there as well. And it's not a bad training partner to have Dane, who's done everything ahead of him, and have someone like that go through. I know Riddian Cowley, who was out there walking, not sure if he's still out there at the moment. I can't see his blue singlet. May have jumped off the track. Trains up there as well. There's Becky Smith, the 2012 London Olympian.
And Becky just went through with 2 laps to go. So she's in the final 800 and looking really good. And Nikki Frey was just chatting a fair bit about her, and she's a great athlete and doing really well in this race tonight.
Yeah, big supporter of the local walking scene in New South Wales too, doing some of the short course events and long course. So still walking those regular meets. It's a bit like someone doing an all-comers or a shield meet for their local club. So, but seeing those Olympians come out and do it. So it's good to see them supporting that local scene.
I love that about Victoria, and there's just so many of these local races that they do support and local walking events as well. And it just really brings that community atmosphere into these elite athletes' lives as well.
And it is a community, the walking community. They like to walk together.
I'm not afraid to say that some of my best friends in athletics were walkers. And when I was first at the AIS, Jane Saville and Nathan Deeks were there. So they're two of my great mates in the sport and fantastic people, and they work very hard.
Pretty handy walkers too.
Yeah, pretty handy for sure.
So Becky Smith now, we've crowned our national men's 10K walk champion. And Becky Smith now with 1 lap to go.
So just going through with 1 lap to go, 42.06.
The meet record is 45.08, and I think that's going to get beaten.
She is going to smash that.
Yeah, by Tanya Holiday, who's actually in this race as well. So tough national record, 41.57, Kerry Saxby Jr. So that's pretty quick.
She was amazing, Kerry Saxby. I still remember her as an athlete, and gee, she was tough. From country New South Wales, but used to train in the AIS and for years under Craig Hilliard as her coach.
Now Becky, 2:50 to go for the Essex West athlete, New South Wales.
Her hairstyle looks a bit like Jen Lacaze's.
Oh, she's actually got dreadlocks.
Oh, she
She does.
Nice.
There we go.
It's all about the hair. If you've got long hair, you may as well do something with it.
200 metres left, 45.08.42. That will be smashed. She should sneak under 44 minutes here too.
It's going to be a great walk from her, and I know she's thrilled. She's going to be pumped when she crosses that line. And these athletes, they don't get to walk 10K on the track very often as well, and to be at a national championship, it's just fantastic if they can perform their best here tonight.
This would probably be like a little bit of speed work for these athletes. Obviously focusing more on the girls, especially the 20K. That's the Olympic walk distance.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be very, very quick. Peggy Smith crossing the line. Just a minute, more than a minute under that national meet record. And we've got Robbo. He's comfortable again, trackside with your male 10,000 metre walk winner, Dane Bird-Smith.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lynchy. Yes, look at this. 10,000 metres round and around the track, and then you get to have a little sit down on the beanbag and have an interview for the live stream. How was that tonight? You're a PB machine, it's safe to say, recently, Dane Bird-Smith. Rattle off your PBs in the last little while.
Yeah, so this season started off pretty well. I started off the season with a 5K up in Brisbane, PB'd there, then turned around about 10 days later, did a PB in the 20K in Adelaide for national titles. So yeah, put in the hard yards for that one, and then went down to Melbourne, pulled out another PB and a national record, and then one more tonight. So yeah, can't really complain. I mean, I was in really good shape coming into this, but there's a couple of little things that have gone a little bit wrong in the lead-ups, but you can't complain when you PB. I mean, I know I'm in good shape. It would have been nice to chase down Smithy's record, but yeah, stuff happens.
That's the tough gig, isn't it? When you got it in your own family, that's the one that keeps haunting you.
Yeah.
Taking Dad's PBs. You're knocking at the door, mate.
Yeah, absolutely knocking at the door. I mean, he was pretty terrified this one. Not going to lie, he was shaking in his boots the whole way. You can hear him rattling over there from the 200 metre. Then big sigh of relief as I come across the line, but. Yeah, no, it's always good trying to chase down his stuff, and it's always good banter back home. But I thought I was going to be on shape for it coming into it this week, but yeah, again, it's some things that go wrong, just you can't help them. A little bit of cold, a little bit of niggles and stuff, so yeah, it happens.
Next thing for you, mate, heading overseas, I believe, and you got some more comps over there?
Yep, heading across to Spain. Going to disappear up into the mountains for a little while. Head across to Rome for the World Walking Cup. So I'll be joining Becky and a couple of the other guys out here. Head across there and race around the Colosseum. So should be good. Then it's disappear again back into the mountains and wait till the Rio call-up.
Sounds good, mate. Well, you spoke of Becky. I'm going to bring her in here. Bring the beanbag in. Becky Smith, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Well done, and good to have another chat with you on the live stream as well. How was your evening, your performance out there in the 10,000?
Yeah, that's a really, really big PB on both road and track, so super happy with it. Super happy.
Do you guys find, like with the runners, there's a bit of a discrepancy at certain distances? Do you have faster performances on the track generally, or it depends distance?
You're generally faster on the road, I think. So I've had a good few months training since our trials back in Feb. So it's just a good confidence boost that things are going well, and that trusting the process is what you need to do sometimes. So yeah, really stoked with today.
Excellent work. And for you, coming up next, will you go overseas as well, find some more training competition?
Yeah, so we've got our World Cup in Rome, as Dane said, and that's pretty much the last few spots for the women's, for the Olympic team. That's where we've got to perform to try and secure our spot. So fingers crossed I can back up and double the distance and do just as good, and hopefully I'm on that team to Rio.
Well done once again, and congratulations getting that gold medal here tonight, and look forward to cheering both of you on all the way over to Rio, and good luck with the upcoming performances. And here you go, you can have some water.
Thank you. Cheers, thanks for that.
All right, that's the Becky and Bird show, and it's back up to you, Lynchy.
Yeah, thank you, mate. Good to see they're still pretty talkative after a 10K walk.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? And they're funny and they're happy, and they're pretty pumped to be on the couches there on those beanbags with Robbo. I don't think they really want to leave.
No, I think they'll be a staple for the weekend. I think we might hide a couple of those beanbags. The crowds are going to start rolling in tomorrow and Super Saturday and Special Sunday. So I think we might need to hide some beanbags and make sure we can lock them in for the week. We've still got a few athletes out there cutting up their last few laps.
And Becky Smith, she's gone sub 44. I think 43.55 is what I thought she might have got unofficially, and just great effort. And I think that would be a huge PB, but more importantly, meet record by a long way. And yeah, she was pumped.
Yeah, and I don't see, unless we see one of those juniors really step up, I don't see them breaking that for quite some time. I know Clara and Taylor, the two girls going to the under-20 world champs, were around the 47, 46 mark. So on the track, I think they were just under 48, which is a long way from sub 44.
Yeah. It's interesting to hear them say that they walk a bit slower on the track than the road, and in running, it's a bit faster on the track than the road. So it's just the grip, I think, and how they find the surface, and all those kind of discrepancies I think are quite interesting between the race walking and distance running. But certainly these athletes are quite similar to a lot of these distance running athletes as well. And they all go to altitude to train. They have all these different world championship events and walking cups and things like that the track runners don't have.
Yeah, I'd say if you did a marathon on the track, it would be slower than a marathon out on the road too.
Yeah.
I don't want to see a marathon on the track. It would be tough to watch. I'd say it'd be tough to run too.
Yeah, I've seen some really weird races in Alaska on the track there.
They've got a track in Alaska.
Yeah, they do. The first 4-minute mile was broken on the track in Anchorage in Alaska 2 years ago. I was there.
In summer, I'd hope.
Yes, it was in summer, but it's an indoor track. Indoor 400-metre track, fully
cheating.
indoor.
No hands from Matt Donker. The last few athletes getting the bell. There's still 4 out on the track. If he stacked it right now, that would be so funny.
They're just finishing off their races, and everyone is a different pace, and these 4 athletes here on the track, they could all be on for PBs. You're just not quite sure, and you've got to work to your level. So it's fantastic to see that the other walkers are hanging around, and they're just giving it their best right through to the finish.
That's right. We see one of our athletes now coming into the home straight. That's Niparis. We've got one just about to cross into the finish line. Looks like Niparis moving out wide, as they typically do when they're about to finish. Just to let everyone know. And they look like Danny Hawksworth. And then we've got Dean Niparis now about to cross the line. We've got still 2 female athletes out on the track.
Oh, so they've, 200 to go for those girls.
A few of our more elder statesmen in the walk. Nipperus and Hawksworthy there. Out there having a walk. So you will see these the walkers have a number as well as a name. So that's what Heather was saying before. That's the number that goes up on the board. So it's not the name, it's just a number.
For the warnings?
For the warnings, yeah, for the cards.
Yeah.
Whereas everyone else will just have just 2 name bibs.
Yeah, it's interesting because many people wouldn't know that. I didn't know that. And here we see Natalie Laurie just finishing now.
Yeah,
and
Victorian
Simone
there.
McKinns. So Victorian here, Simone McKinns just finishing now. Out to lane 3, as Lynchy said before. They do typically finish wide, and I think there's a bit of a wait period after the walk to make sure that they didn't get disqualified, or they all know.
Well, yeah, unless they got one right in that last bit and they didn't see it up on the board.
So they know they're okay.
We've got a bit of an interesting thing there, but we've got Mossy down on the track with Tanya Holiday.
Yes, we're down here with Tanya Holiday. Now, Tanya, you won the last 2 10,000 metre national championships. Becky Smith has come out here today and taken it down. How do you feel about that?
Oh, well, she's my training partner, so I'm actually quite happy for her, but she actually didn't race the last 2, so that's probably why I won them.
Now, conditions here tonight for race walking, did it suit you, and did your game plan sort of pan out?
I don't mind the night races. It's pretty muggy, pretty hot, but I think it's all in preparation for Italy World Cup and then Rio, so it's probably a good thing.
Now, one thing that a lot of the sprinters have been saying, and also the distance runners, is that it's a little bit too cushiony for them at the moment. It's not a fast track, but does that actually help race walkers at all?
I don't know. To be honest, I noticed it more in the warm-up track, and I didn't even notice it out here, so I really wouldn't have a clue.
Now, Rio is a little bit later in the year. You do have a qualifying time. It's currently 4th, I think, out of 5 in the 20K. What's the next sort of moves for you?
Well, we're going to the World Walking Teams event in Italy, 7th of May, so pretty much got to perform there. So that should hopefully secure my spot if everything goes to plan.
We'll be keeping a very close eye on it. Tanya Holiday, Adelaide girl, now currently residing in Canberra. We'll throw this one back up to you, Lynchy and Bonita.
Thanks, Mossy. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a cutthroat. If she's 4th currently out of 5 at that World Team Walking Cup, and it's going to be a cutthroat race just between not only obviously the other athletes, but just the Australians, to see who can pop out the other side with those top 3, and obviously following the footsteps of all our great walkers. And I think it's been probably one of our most successful track and field events in history.
I think so too, and we often medal at Olympics in the walk or get a top 8, and a lot of the other disciplines in track and field, we don't do that.
No, not so consistently.
No.
So obviously we've just been elevated. Jared Talent,
yep.
He finds out every day of a new medal that he's won.
Oh, I mean, and it's tough. It is tough, but it is good for the sport that he's been elevated up there, and he's getting a lot of recognition for it. But if he had been crowned Olympic champion at the time, obviously that's what you want. But it is really good that he's been given the gold medal, and there's been so much media around it as well. And you just work so hard and so many sacrifices as well. It was just great to see it.
Yeah, exactly. And he's actually the meet record holder now. He has the Olympic record because he walks so fast. Yeah. He actually beat the old Olympic record, but obviously came 2nd at the time. So now he's been retroactively given the Olympic record.
That's great.
Which is just another thing as well. So there's his name. Unless someone can break that up, he's going to hold it forever. So got 2 laps left on the track. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with the rest of the action. 1 lap to go here in the women's 10,000 metres for our Victorian athlete, Natalie Laurie. 400 metres left. And that'll wrap up the last day 2 of the 94th Australian Athletics Championships. 2 more days to go. We'll have so many. We had some finals tonight, but we're going to have so many finals over the next 2 days. Tomorrow night, the men's 800 metres and the women's 1,500 metres. The men and women's 1 and 2. The men and women's 400. And it's just some crazy field events as well.
It's going to be so many good finals tomorrow night. And I thought tonight was a really good night. And, yeah, so many finals. And for me, the highlight tonight, women's 5K, which sounds a bit, because I'm a distance runner, but definitely seeing Jen Lacaze win her first national title and Millie Clark running so well. It was fantastic to see.
That's good to see. We've still got the walkers. They're still hanging around to support their brethren. Natalie Laurie there just giving a wink to all our cameras as she goes past. Only 200 metres left for the Victorian.
I think she's increased her pace in this last lap. It looked like she's going a bit faster. Now she knows she's almost crossing the line here.
Fingers crossed that she does it without disturbing the judges and their red cards.
Yeah, the final 100 metres. We've just learnt a lot of things tonight, Lynchy, about walking judges.
Yeah, exactly. We've been schooled on the arts of walking. We see Nicole Laurie there into the home straight for the final time. Here we go. She's done the last few laps by herself. No one left out on the track. Nicole Laurie will finish the Friday night program. Charging towards Bonetta, you're right. She's definitely picked up the pace. She's going to be a tick under 59. Excellent work there from finishing off with a little bit of a sprint.
Great effort.
Very happy to be on the live stream too.
Waving to all the judges there.
There we go. Now, Bonetti, you just did say before your highlight, 5,000 metres.
Yeah, I can't go past the 5K, and just seeing Jen Lacaze and how strong she was at the end, but also Millie Clark just going for it and running a 30-second PB.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't happen much in a national title over 5K on the track.
Now, we got boys down there in their comfy beanbags, Mossy and Robbo. I have a feeling I know what your highlight is, but let me know, guys.
Mossy?
That race walk, definitely no. Of course, it was the big CD, the Queenslander Cedric Dubler, and it really bodes well for Decathlon in Australia. He's a character, he's big on social media, and he's absolutely brilliant at it. He went to juniors twice, came fourth, that was in Barcelona, fourth in behind Jake Steen, who was second. Then he's gone and got second, and I'll tell you what, he's now potentially going to the Rio Olympics, Robbo. It's exciting, and the crowd here just absolutely went off. He's got a huge following here, and yeah, that was very, very exciting. And it overshadowed Matt Denny's second national championship.
Yeah. Absolutely. I can't go past that myself, Mossy. Yeah, very, very special performance. And we saw it building over yesterday. We went to bed last night. He was going very well on the points. It wasn't a done deal until he got over that line, though. He left it very, very close and kept us hanging. But a great performance there, Cedric Dubler. Early on in the night, the short sprints up to the middle distance was all pretty exciting as well. Still sorting out in the early rounds there in the hundreds. Men's 400, well, Steve Solomon has shown us a bit of what he can do, and it's going to be pretty exciting to see that men's 400 final. In the women's 800 as well, Tamsin, as we mentioned, Brittany McGowan, Selma. The usual suspects, and Tamsin in there as well with a red-hot chance. Are they going to get that qualifier?
Well, it's been the night. I think you mentioned a bit earlier, used different words, but I'll say the veterans. Tamsin Lewis Manu, as you mentioned there. Benny Offrens as well,
yep.
the fastest CEO in the world. You said the fastest athletic CEO. I'm actually saying, what CEO in the world can run a 400 metres as fast as Benny Offrens? We know he's got a little bit left in him, so the 4x400 metre spot well and truly up for grabs here, but could he get a national championship as well 2 years after he hasn't really been running a bit of surgery as well? So yeah, it's great to see these athletes. We know they like to come out in the Olympic gear, but they've come out and absolutely put it on tonight for sure.
Men's 15 as well. Gregson, Gusman in there, Geordie Williams as well. Missed out on the 800, but he'll get himself into the final for the 1500, and that's going to be a pretty hot battle as well. The men's 8, the men's 15.
We saw last year Jeff Risley take out the 8-15 double. We thought that Luke Matthews may well have turned up again, but he showed great form, but he's decided not to be a part of it. I had a chat to Ryan Gregson in the tunnel, and I said, a little bit disappointing Jeff Risley's not here. He said, mate, that doesn't matter. It's a national championship I want, and I've come here to get it.
Perfect. Well, there you go. That's all we've got for you from down here trackside. We can't wait for 2 more days of this, Mossy, Saturday and Sunday, and we're going to throw it back up to Benita and Lynchy for one last reflection on day 2.
Yeah, thanks, guys. A lot of highlights there. Definitely seeing the sprinters really utilise the track, and some very fast times. We just had reports that Natalie Laurie, the final walker there, she actually did the 400 hurdles today, the heats that were earlier, and she's actually been in the Heptathlon. So she's done 7 events over the last 2 days, did a 400 hurdles, did 3 more events today, and then the 10,000 metre walk. What a way to top it off.
That's a brutal day.
That is tough. Well, that's a wrap from day 2 of the Australian Athletics Championships and the Multi-Event Championships. We trust you've enjoyed the coverage. Tune in again tomorrow for another huge day of action from 5 p.m. A big thank you to my co-commentator, Benita Willis, and also Mossy and Robbo for their trackside insights. I'm Matt Lynch. You've been watching the 2016 Australian Athletics Championships. Bye for now.
Just like oxygen. If you cut supply, I won't survive without oxygen.
Sydney Olympic Park. Get into life.
Famous for my face. I want to be famous for my heart.